Yo, good morning, everybody. We're on a little early today. Hello, welcome in to ESPN 1320. We're just on the live stream right now. We're not on the radio. We're going to be carrying Monty McNair's press conference, which is set to begin here in just a couple of minutes. We're going to carry that, and we'll have that live for you, and then we'll go into the show. My guess is the the presser won't go the full half hour until the show starts, so we'll end the presser. We'll give a couple of thoughts real quick, and then we'll hang out until 10 a.m. James is covering the press conference at 9:30, so James is at the arena right now. Jesse Toppy is going to be in with me. Jesse, the producer for D'Lo and Casey. Jesse is going to be in with me. James, this is what he wants to do. I did not ask him to do this. I was ready to let him have a day covering the Kings because Monty McNair is at 9:30, and then Zach LaVine's presser is at noon. I was like, you stay down near Doko all day, hang out, do your thing. And he went, well, I'll just drive up. So he's going to cover the press conference, drive up here, do the show for a bit, and then drive back. He's going to leave early to drive back to cover the Zach LaVine presser. So salute to James for putting in the miles and putting in the work. He will be joining us at some point, hopefully before 10:30, but we'll see. But either way, Jesse and I got a lot of stuff to talk about, so we will have a good time either way. Loki Trickster gets the belt today. Congratulations, Loki. And good morning, everybody. What's up, Mars? And Russ Dog. Warren's up in here. David's up in here. Can you guys not hear me? Oh, okay. What's up, everybody? Yeah, you know what time it is. What's up, Jay? What's up, Wheezy? Who else is in here? What's up, Mrs. Mac? Hello. Oh, Dawn's in the building. What's up, Dawn? That's Dawn, D-A-W-N. Yeah, apparently. I didn't know that was a thing. They put geo restrictions on their live streams, but we'll have it for you right here. You'll be able to catch it right here on youtube.com/ESPN1320. We got you. Who else is in here? What's up, JG? What's up, Mill? Yeah, we're taking the Monty McNair press conference live. You want to see? This is going to look like boop. But I'm not gonna do that just yet. What's up, Justin? Hey, good morning, Brad. What's up, Chris? Cody? Boy, you know what? It's fine. Yeah, I'm really interested to see. Yeah, we are going to show Monty McNair's press conference. That's why we are live early. What's up, Steven? So we are live early. We're going to carry Monty McNair's press conference. I'm interested to see what the vibe is with this first presser, because I know that there's a lot of media people, James included, who have some questions. DeMar DeRozan said after the game the other night, it's been a long month and a half. Like, really, since Mike Brown got fired. And it's like, yeah, you know what? It has been a long month and a half, and we've heard from nobody. They made De'Aaron Fox talk about it. We haven't heard from Monty McNair. We haven't heard from Wes Wilcox. We haven't heard from Vivek Ranadive. Haven't heard from anyone except for Monty's sit down with NBC Sports California. So this will be the first time guys like James and Sean Cunningham and Matt George and Jake Gaden and Tristy Rodriguez and all the people who do such a great job covering the Kings. This will be the first time they actually get a chance to ask Monty questions about what the hell's been going on. So my hope is, and my expectation is, that we get some answers to those questions, or at least we get his response to those questions. I don't know that we'll get a good answer. It looks like they're about to go live shortly. Nope, not yet. Oh, and it's buffering too. Oh, brutal. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we have a visual on the stage. Once Monty McNair is on the stage, we will have it for you. Where was I? Oh, the questions. Yeah, so my hope is that we get his response to those questions, whether he answers the questions or not. I think we got to figure out what the hell happened with Mike Brown. I think we need the Kings version of what happened with De'Aaron Fox and how that deal came together, and why it seems like the Kings didn't get as much as they could have from the Spurs. I hope we get some clarity on Doug Christie's role moving forward, and if the interim tag is going to come off for him at any point, uh, we should we'll hopefully get those answers. Oh, that was a sick fade in by the Kings. They're working on some lighting, I think. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of questions he has to answer as the general manager, and whether it's Monty McNair or whether it's Wes Wilcox, I don't know, and I don't frankly care that much. If you're the GM, like, it's on you. You have to answer these questions as the general manager of the franchise. So, um, I really hope that this isn't a how's the trade deadline going? Are you done making moves? Like, you got to ask those questions too. But there's a month's worth of stuff that we need answers to, and I think we will get those answers here. Do you know how the flower giveaway is announced? I believe you'll receive an email. We do have another word for today, by the way. Shout out to Strelitzia Flower Company. Got emails. Jesse just pulled up. Jesse, we're live early because we're carrying the Monty McNair presser. FYI. You said what? No. Yeah, this is weird. I'm talking, but I have the Joe Fortenbaugh show in my ears, which is a weird thing that I'm having when I'm stuttering here and I'm trying to catch my words, is because I guess I don't need to have these on, huh? I can just do this. Oh, hey, here's Monty. Here we go.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for coming. Obviously, busy week. And obviously, we still have some work to do, but want to thank Wes, Phil, Paul, our front office for all the work to get us here to this point. And obviously, want to start by thanking De'Aaron, Kevin, and Jordan for their contributions to us. We all know what De'Aaron's meant to this franchise for the last 7-8 years. Some incredible moments. Kevin, obviously, also a part of the original Beam team and breaking the playoff drought. So wish them the best. Jordan, his time here a little shorter, but great to get to know him. He's going to have a bright future in this league as well. So thank you to them. On the flip side, we're excited to welcome Zach and Ceedy here. I think Zach's, time in the league speaks for itself. Multi-time All-Star, just an incredible talent, shot making, athleticism, and somebody who puts his stamp on the court. So we're excited. We'll obviously talk more about Zach later today, I'm sure. So I think that's it for my intro. So let's go.
Yeah, Monty, it's been 40 plus days since Mike Brown was fired, and this is the first time we're getting to talk to you. What went into the decision to not hold a press conference before today, and sort of even that playing into one of the reasons why De'Aaron Fox was uncomfortable moving forward because he felt he was left out in front of to answer some of the media questions?
Yeah, so I'd say at the time, obviously we were struggling as a team. Mike's done some incredible things for this organization, and we all saw what he did the past 2+ years for us. So I have nothing bad to say about Mike. I don't want to come up here and do that. I respect everything he's done. At the same time, we're trying to turn our season around. We're a month out from the trade deadline, and we've got to figure out now with an interim coach how we're going to go turn this thing around. That was the primary focus. I knew I'd come up here and speak to you guys at some point, but that was, it was all hands on deck for that. And so far we've gotten ourselves back into the mix. So, I think we obviously have some more work to do there. On De'Aaron, I think incredible player. At the same time, we've offered multiple extensions. That's been public. And, in addition to public and private conversations that happened before that decision on the coaching change. So I think I'll speak more on that, but for us, it became clear that there was no pathway there for a long-term agreement, and so that's also why we're here today.
Monty, I would just like to, say this. I asked this question, because yes, it's been way out since December 28th, since we spoke. I mean, well, since the firing of Mike Brown, and many of us who was in that gym, spoke to him. And then the next thing you know, he's going to the airport. He gets a message that he's separated, from this organization. As far as full respect, due respect, why did it take so long for you to come out and just say, hey, this is what we did and this is why we did it and we're moving on? Why did it take that long?
Yeah, I think as I just answered there, we were focused on the team at that point and turning the season around. And, that was, at that time, that was what we were focused on.
But in the best interest of the media, to get some type of feedback.
Yeah, understand, from where you're coming from. Yeah.
Monty, how was Fox consulted at all or talked to, or any of the players talked to at all about the decision to move on from Mike? And do you feel that had a impact on ultimately an agreement not being able to be made or a separation happening between the organization and De'Aaron?
No, De'Aaron had nothing to do with the decision on the coaching change. No player did. That was the decision that I made, that the organization, as we discussed, obviously came to, but no players, no.
Mike was the first winning coach here in quite a long time, and you guys understood have a five-game losing streak at the time of the firing. Can you just explain the timing of it, particularly after he was given an extension, and why it seemed like he had such a short leash?
Yeah, obviously we had, I think, high expectations coming into the season, for a variety of reasons. We did start off with some success, but heading into December started hitting a skid. And then I think ultimately, as we're trying to figure out ways to turn the season around, a lot of different things were discussed, but ultimately the 5-game losing streak at home and the Detroit loss, the next day, as we talk through it, that was, we felt we had a season that could be better. And, that was the choice we made at that time. That was the thing that, that we could push to. And, so far I think we've had some success there, but, those were the main factors that were going in at the time. And, the higher expectations things are, the more we expect of ourselves.
Hi, Monty. On the De'Aaron front, you guys obviously make a choice to do it now versus the summer. I just wonder, from the group standpoint, when did that start to become more real, and what was your calculus on, that idea that, do we ride this out and see how the rest of the year goes? Market wise, what kind of intel and information and insight can you share about, doing it now versus doing it later?
Yeah. I mean, really, I think anytime, a player of that caliber, you get closer to the end of the contract, we've offered extensions, as we talked about. Anytime there's a transaction window, we revisit, like, how do we handle this? And I think at this point, with, a year and a half left, we decided, with the public and private indications we were getting, that this was the time to at least explore the market. At the same time, I think we got, a return we're excited about. And so that's why we pulled the trigger.
Monty, Monty, during media day, I specifically asked you about roster balance, specifically with length. You pointed to McDaniels and Len as two players that provided length. McDaniels, of course, did make it at training camp. Len has had multiple DNPs, isn't getting significant minutes, as you would say. Do you still have a plan to address the length issues that you guys have within this roster imbalance?
Yeah, certainly. Something we're looking to do. Well, we obviously, with the trade deadlines coming up, that's one option, and we'll continue to look at it going forward.
Hey, Monty, is there? I mean, you've seen obviously storylines and just narratives that are out there. Is there any kind of things that are out there that you wish people didn't know, or maybe might be a misconception or anything about maybe what has happened over these past few weeks and months?
I would say nothing more that I haven't addressed so far.
Okay. And then just another one. I mean, just how unfathomable, I guess, in your mind is it that, you know, someone who mentioned the extension for Mike and then obviously wanting the extension for De'Aaron, and then, you know, you're about 6-7 months from some of those conversations and then both of those guys are gone. I mean, is that completely something that's uncharted territory for you in terms of what you had felt going forward at those times?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, coming off the last 2 seasons and the decision to extend Mike, we did not envision that this is how the season would go. But all we can do is, continue to deal with the information we're getting and make the best decision in each moment. Obviously, in hindsight, we maybe would have done some things differently, but we don't have the benefit of hindsight at the time.
Hey, Monty, after moving on from Mike, what was the decision process like for figuring out who was going to be interim and what eventually made you settle on Doug?
Yeah, I think with obviously we have a lot of qualified coaches on our staff, but Doug in particular, his not just being a former player but a former Sacramento King, and his connection to us as an organization, I think a lot of what we've seen from Doug so far is what we hope for, and just his ability to to lead these guys and give a different perspective. So he had that unique combination. I think that was ultimately the deciding factor.
Monty, you guys have been playing some good basketball before the road trip, and then this De'Aaron Fox stuff happens. Then, were there more conversations with Rich Paul in the lead up to the road trip that made you feel like, okay, we have to like pounce now and make this deal? Like, why was the timing now?
Yeah, I don't want to get into maybe those private conversations. I will say that conversations have been had, throughout and even more so before, dating back to the summer and the early part of the season. Obviously, the deadline is just the time that these things end up happening. And so, as I said with Sam's question, it's just each transaction window we kind of have to decide, like, what are we trying to do? For the first time, we did decide to explore the market there.
I guess along those lines, De'Aaron has said multiple times that he wanted to retire here. He goes into the season not signing the extension, and then there's reports that you and Wes met with Rich Paul, and then the report a few weeks ago that you guys were open to trading him. Just from your point of view, where do you feel like things kind of went wrong or just ended the way they did?
I think obviously, the season hasn't gone as we all hoped. That's part of it. At the same time, I think, we did explore ways to have De'Aaron stay here, and it was made clear that wasn't going to happen. So we moved on.
Monty, in regards to Mike, was it simply just wanting a new voice? Or were there specific things you can share that he wasn't doing that maybe you guys were looking for him to do? Like, what's maybe a little more insight into like the reason that you guys weren't happy with him anymore?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think it was just the results, of the season, and specifically the way that we played in that homestand. We felt we needed to do something. That was one of the options that we had been discussing in the days leading up, and like I said, the way ultimately that the last couple games of that homestand went solidified that.
Monty, can you say definitively whose call it was to fire Mike?
Yeah, mine.
Monty, can you, within reason of what you can share with negotiations, how difficult was it with San Antonio specifically trying to work out the deal, knowing that was Fox's ideal location of where he wanted to end up, trying to get as much return as you possibly could for a player who's obviously been the face of the franchise for so long?
Yeah, I would say, certainly anytime a player of that caliber, is in the market, and also the way that it was very public. It made for a unique market, but I also think our group did a great job of cultivating a market to ultimately get what we wanted in return. We were not going to settle for less than we wanted, and so when we got that, we made the deal.
Monty, 2 years ago, you won Executive of the Year. Do you think from that moment to where we are today that you've done everything in your power to provide the support for whether it be Mike Brown or De'Aaron Fox on the court with players to make this thing work? And going forward, Zach LaVine is going to face the same issue that De'Aaron did of the length and athleticism at the wings. Is there a way to address some of those issues now?
Yeah, I would say two things, James. One is, from where we started to where we are, I think we've had a lot of success. We're in our third straight winning season, after whatever it was, 15, 16 without. At the same time, we haven't won enough for our expectations as they've gone up following, our playoff year. And ultimately that all falls on me. And so, I'm tasked with getting us to the playoffs, and that's what I keep trying to do. Up to you guys, how good that's been.
Kind of along those lines, I guess. This might take me a minute to get through. Just wondering how you view this going forward. You talked about not seeing a pathway long term with Fox, and here you are getting ultimately what I would imagine in your mind was the best deal that you could possibly get for him. Does this feel like a step back from the vision that you had? Does this feel all that removed from maybe the pathway that you wanted, and just kind of how that relates to competition going forward in terms of maybe what you feel this team is capable of?
Yeah, certainly not linear. How we've gotten there never is. I think following the 23 season, we had hopes that the core could continue to ascend. Obviously, at this point we've gone in a different direction. At the same time, Zach is an incredible player. I think we have a lot of talent on this team. The West is tough, but we're competing with some of the best teams in that conference. On the flip side, this is one of the first times, in my career that I've had plus first round picks, and we got some very high value picks in return, in addition to a really good player. And so that's just going to give us more opportunities down the road to continue to improve this team, get where we want to go. Thank you.
All right.
What did you think, Kyle?
Well, that was a lot. We have about 10 minutes until the show starts. I'm going to grab some of the audio from that. We're going to cut the mics for a minute. Jesse and I need to talk about some show stuff. I need to cut this audio, and we will react
On a radio show.
on the radio program. So don't go anywhere. We're not shutting down the stream. We're not even going to turn the cameras off. We're just going to turn mics off while we do some stuff. Jesse, unless you want to talk to people, but I've got a gang of stuff that I want to re-rack. So we'll do that, and then we'll hop back in about 6 minutes. Hey, everybody. We're back.
What's up, Chatty House? I think we all feel the same way about that press conference, huh?
Yeah, that was tough.
What's up, Steven, Zach, Norm?
All right, we got like 25 seconds. I'm just gonna cross my fingers I remember what each of these audio cuts are. Hey, it's your boys. Let's have a great show, everyone.
On the headlines, and for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Well, that was interesting.
Yeah, I called interesting, not good.
Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. James is down at Golden One Center. He was at Monty McNair's presser, throwing fastball.
Yeah,
Shout out
James
to
just got done throwing stuff on the grill.
Honestly, if you weren't with us at youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and missed the presser, we're going to play some of the highlights here. I did not include the questions, but overall, before we get to the Monty McNair of it all, really, really great job by the Kings Media Corps asking all the right questions.
Yeah, they didn't hold back. Would have liked the press conference to be a little bit longer. I feel like maybe there was a few more questions to be asked, but they came with it today.
Yeah, I was fully expecting one softball in there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even if the Kings were like, hey, PR intern, go in the press conference and just ask us easy question. But all of them, for the most part, were the right questions. What happened with Mike Brown? Why did you trade De'Aaron Fox? Why did you trade De'Aaron Fox for what you did?
Why did you not have a press conference after you fired Mike Brown? And why did you let all the heat fall on your franchise player?
So that was James Ham's first question.
Yeah, still waiting on that answer too.
And here's what Monty McNair had to say. Again, this is the first question of his press conference, which was this morning at 9:30 a.m. Here was his answer when asked, hey, you fired the coach, and McNair did not mince words. He was asked by Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee, hey, can you definitively say whose call it was to fire Mike Brown? And he went, yeah, mine. Full stop. So, all right, it was Monty McNair's call. We're taking that at face value. Seems like he should have come out and said something when Mike Brown got fired in December.
You would think so. I mean, Nico Harrison just came out after they traded their franchise player.
And maybe that's why Monty didn't want to come out, because Nico Harrison set himself on fire. But
sometimes you got to set yourself on fire, pal.
So here's what Monty McNair said when asked by our very own James Ham. Hey, why the hell didn't you address the media after firing your head coach and you made De'Aaron Fox do it?
Yeah, so I'd say at the time, obviously we were struggling as a team. Mike's done some incredible things for this organization, and we all saw what he did the past 2+ years for us. So I have nothing bad to say about Mike. I don't want to come up here and do that. I respect everything he's done. At the same time, we're trying to turn our season around. We're a month out from the trade deadline, and we've got to figure out now with an interim coach how we're going to go turn this thing around. That was the primary focus. I knew I'd come up here and speak to you guys at some point, but that was, it was all hands on deck for that. And so far we've gotten ourselves back into the mix. So, I think we obviously have some more work to do there.
So why didn't you have the press conference, Monty?
Right. You couldn't.
Yeah.
He was so neck deep in work doing nothing.
Well, it's almost too like that.
You couldn't take 10 minutes to answer a couple of questions. And I knew I'd talk to you guys eventually.
That answer felt like it was ready for a question that wasn't asked right there. Like, that's not what we were at. We didn't ask you to talk bad about Mike Brown. Literally, James Ham basically asked you, like, why didn't you hold a press conference and why did you let your franchise player catch the heat?
Yeah, like everyone kind of understands why Mike Brown had to go.
Yeah, like that's not the issue here, Monty. Like, that's not what was asked.
No, right. And so for him to say, well, we were a month out from the trade deadline and we're focused on improving the team, like, yeah, no, understood. But do you understand that while you were doing that, every fan, every media person was like, hey, this is weird.
You can do both, by the way.
1,000%.
You can do both. Like I keep bringing it back to Nico Harrison. He did the Luka thing, and then there's reports, oh yeah, the Mavs are still working. You can clearly do both.
At your next home game or the day before your next home game or whatever, next shoot around, go, hey, I'm holding a presser, half an hour before shoot around when people are going to be here, ask away. But to me, it reeks of didn't have a great answer at the time.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like cohesion with, hey, this is something that everybody wanted to do. We feel not good about firing a person, but we feel that this is the right direction for the team. Because if that's really what you think, you would have come out and said it. You would have held a press conference in December when Mike Brown got fired. December 28th or whatever it was. 27th, 26th, whatever it was.
Around there.
You would have come out and said, hey, yeah, this happened. We wish all the best to Mike, but we feel that our team needs to go a different direction right now. We're a month out. You can say all that stuff. You can say we're a month out from the trade deadline. Everything that we're doing right now is focused on turning this team around. We want to make sure we're doing all the right things to be moving toward our goal of winning a championship. You can say all of that. And you will at least have given something to media, to fans, instead of having, because that's ultimately what it's for. Like, we do this for you, the viewer and the listener. James goes down to those press conferences, not for James, but to get information for you. And if you don't want it, if you don't care, fine. But a lot of people do. And to not come out and force the media to go, okay, well, hey, let's see. Let's connect some dots. Not just media, fans too. De'Aaron had that bad foul against the Pistons. Mike Brown called out De'Aaron Fox pretty clearly after the game. Fox was pretty upset after the game. Mike Brown fired the next day. Ergo, De'Aaron Fox got Mike Brown fired. You had no answers for that? You did not stand in front of your player?
Well, they've had 3 winning seasons, Kyle.
Okay, let's get to that. Monty McNair thrilled with the job he's doing.
Yeah, bang up job. Let's all just clap it up.
Where we started to where we are, I think we've had a lot of success. We're in our third straight winning season, after whatever it was, 15, 16 without. At the same time, we haven't won enough for our expectations. And ultimately that all falls on me. And so, I'm tasked with getting us to the playoffs, and that's what I keep trying to do. Up to you guys, how good that's been.
It's a thumbs down so far.
Yeah, let me check the standings real quick.
They were. He said that we're on our way to a 3rd winning season.
Yeah, you're a game above 500, pal.
Do you know what they were after 49 games last year?
What, Kyle?
29-20. They're 25-24 this year. They were 29-20 last year. Beam Team won the 22-23 season. They were 28-21.
And don't be throwing around the 16-year drought like that's your barometer. Right. Like, that has nothing to do with you.
Right. This is not frankly last year. The 22-23 season was spectacular. Nothing will ever take that season away. That was awesome. But at some point, just making the playoffs, just being in contention, just finishing above 500, that doesn't play. That if Domantas Sabonis was 22 and if De'Aaron Fox was 23 and DeMar DeRozan was 28, okay, cool. Let's talk about finishing above 500 and the path forward. But you've got star players in the middle of their primes right now, and you just traded one of them.
You got Miss P in the chat. Up your standards. Like,
that's it.
You broke the drought 2 years ago. Great. Like, what have we done since here?
That's it.
Like, is that, we broke the drought. Hey, like, remember what the Kings used to be? It's not as bad as it used to be. So, hey, it's not like it's pretty good. Like, that's not going to work.
I wondered that last year. Would just being in the mix be okay for people? And I think people before the year kind of went, yeah, Like, would way rather just be in the mix than be irrelevant. But then you don't make the playoffs. And then you have a nice little play-in win, and then you get beat for a 6th time by the New Orleans Pelicans, and you don't make the playoffs. And now you're on track again to not make the playoffs.
That's just so frustrating. The fact that he's like, yeah, I've had 3 winning seasons. Bro, you didn't even make the playoffs last year. Who gives a damn that you finished over 500? You didn't meet the standard of the West to make the playoffs.
That's it.
You're a bad team for all I care. Like, you didn't make the playoffs. Who cares that you were above 500?
At some point, I went on Matt George's podcast before the year and tried to convey this point. And I don't think I did a very good job. But salute to Monty for helping me articulate the point. I was like, at some point, the expectations for the Kings have to go from Sacramento expectations to NBA expectations. That is, Sacramento expectations used to be, oh my God, just get to the playoffs. I don't care if you're the 10 seed and have to play your way in and you get swept in the first round. Just go to the damn playoffs. And they did that in 22-23. If De'Aaron Fox is healthy, they probably go to the second round. As a Lakers team they matched up well with, maybe they go to the conference finals and everything's different.
Maybe.
But they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Then last year, they took a step backwards. We can argue all day about how big of a step backwards it was, but they won 2 fewer games, and then they missed the playoffs. And keep in mind, real quick, while Monty McNair is touting his above 500 record, you and I were talking about this the other day. 48 wins in the 22-23 season. They won 48 games. That was a phenomenal year. Like I said, I'm not trying to, this is within the scope of Monty McNair being proud of his accomplishments. 48 wins would have gotten you the 8 seed last year. They were the number 3 seed and in the playoffs thanks to a weird year in the West.
Well, it's just
there's a very real timeline where they don't make the playoffs with 48 wins in the 22-23 season too.
And like, let's just go. You did make the playoffs or whatever. You were the 3rd seed.
Sure.
Okay. You got bounced in the first round and you acted like you won the title, not even making any improvements coming off of that year.
That's it.
The only team who should not be making moves after their season is the team that wins the title. And I don't even necessarily believe that because I think you should always try to improve.
Yeah.
You ran it back like, oh, wow, you lost in the first round. You won 3 games in the playoffs. Wow.
I have defended the decision to quote unquote run it back in the 23-24 year in the offseason. You had Chris Duarte. I even saw the vision with Chris Duarte. Like, man, okay, defense first guy, you can knock down a 3. Okay, I kind of like this idea. It didn't work out. But last trade deadline, you have to do something. This offseason, you have to do something. You finally make a move, and it's to trade De'Aaron Fox?
And that's the thing. You do something so you don't have to trade De'Aaron Fox.
Right.
So you don't have to fire Mike Brown. You get ahead of this so we don't get to the end of it.
Right. That is why when he goes, it's up to you guys to decide how I'm doing. Like, poorly. This isn't good.
And cut the sass, bro. Like, what are we doing right now?
Yeah.
Like with these short, like this isn't like, oh, why does everyone attack me? Like, no, you're the 8th seed right now. You fired your head coach. You traded your franchise player. Like, things are not good here. Things are not going good.
Maybe he's supremely confident that they have another move coming. And maybe he's supremely confident that Zach LaVine is going to take this team to heights that De'Aaron Fox was never going to. I don't think that's the case, but maybe that's the standpoint he's operating from. And maybe he thinks that they're going to be a top 5 seed in the West this year and they're going to go to the playoffs and they're going to make noise. He's going to save his job and everybody's going to be like, oh my God, Monty's amazing. And I'll be, you know what? If this all works and there's another couple of moves, he's got a couple other moves up his sleeve and they walk away from this season with a playoff series win under their belt, maybe 2, and you feel optimistic about him going into next year, salute. I will stand here. I will set up a one-on-one with Monty McNair to apologize to his face. I don't know if the Kings would give it to me, but I would try. But from where we sit right now on February 5th, this is going badly. And I don't understand how you can sit there and think that, I mean, he said we haven't had the success that we wanted. Like, no, not even. You've gone backwards.
Yeah, it's the thing. You've gone backwards each year.
It's not like, hey, they lost in 7 in the 22-23 season. And then, you know what? Last year, De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis got hurt. And, man, they just couldn't. I know Malik Monk got hurt, but still, that season wasn't going well even before the Malik Monk injury. And then this year, you're a game above 500 in a spot where you've been 7 and 9 games above 500 the last 2 years. So I don't I don't understand how he's viewing this, and maybe it's just a public face, but to sit there and act as though he's done some amazing thing for Sacramento just because he's gotten them above 500 the last 3 years. Like at some point, he talks about we had high expectations. Like, yeah, you had high expectations last year too, and you didn't meet them. And now you're falling even shorter of expectations this year.
My takeaway from this presser too, and this is all just opinion right here. I could be wrong or whatever, but I think Monty thinks it came off to me like this roster is fine, and like Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox, like they just not putting on De'Aaron Fox, but just the roster's fine. Like they just couldn't get the most out of it.
Yeah,
I don't think he sees it as there's so many holes here or whatever. That's just how it came off to me.
Yeah, because he got asked directly, and I did not have time to cut, but he got asked directly, like about adding pieces and making moves. And to me, that's a point where you go, we always want to improve the roster. We know where the shortcomings are. We know if we want to become a championship team, there are certain things we have to do. We're going to work to do those things. He just, I'm with you. He sounded mostly indifferent. Like,
Yeah, like I don't think the moves come like before the deadline. I think this is what it is.
I guess Sean Cunningham said on the Kings Beat podcast that they have a move locked in, and he believes they're going to make 2 moves.
It's fine,
but I'll believe it. I'll believe it when I see it.
Told your players you got to move for John Collins too.
Right. That's where I'm not believing anything from this front office until the deal until Shams tweets it.
Until whoever the players trade is literally playing gets minutes in the game for the Kings. That's when we'll believe it.
Right. Yeah. Zach LaVine took photos in his King stuff. De'Aaron Fox took photos in his Spurs stuff. All right.
Whatever.
All right.
Get on the court. Get on the court.
Zach LaVine set to make his debut tonight. We will talk plenty about that. We've got more from the Monty McNair press conference. James Ham will be joining us here in a bit. He's making his way up from Golden One Center now. So we'll dive into all of that right here on ESPN 1320. Salute everybody listening on the radio. Thanks everybody watching on YouTube at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Everybody in the chat house, we appreciate y'all as well. We got to step aside for a quick second. We'll be right back with more Kings on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Today. Clear.
You're right, G-Money. Everything's good. They're falling off the pace from last year, but everything's good, I guess.
New break times are on the rundown, by the way. Anyone see the video of Jack Cooley doing the night last night?
I did not. Shout out Japanese League?
Yes.
Japanese League legend, Jack Cooley.
Yeah. Super League, I think it's called. But yeah, end of the game, Jack's teammate shoots a free throw, misses. Jack crashes the board, put back, and on the way back does a little. It was sick.
Tony, you're not wrong here either. Like, yeah, the owner should catch heat for hiring the wrong guys. Like, you're not wrong there. But I mean,
I would. Yeah, I get that to a point, but
it's like Monty and Wes are here right
now.
Yeah,
Monty's the guy. He's the front-facing person. I don't hate the guy.
Yeah,
I don't have any ill will towards him. I just don't think that a press conference that you had to know. Like, all right, I'm gonna get asked this. I'm gonna get asked this. Like, I'm sure the Kings, at least I believe the Kings do this. When Kyle Shanahan has a press conference, there are multiple people from 49ers PR like combing the internet for like, hey, here's kind of what people are saying.
Mm-hmm.
They're on Twitter, they're on blogs, they're on Reddit, they're on whatever.
Prepared.
And they sit down with Kyle Shanahan and they're like, hey, FYI, like, this person did a YouTube video about you being on the hot seat, and a bunch of people have written about it. It got picked up by Pro Football Talk, so you're gonna get asked about being on the hot seat. Like, just a heads up. Like that, and there's that communication of, here's what's going on, here's what media people are saying, here's the talking points, here's the like media talking points, not his talking points. Like, this is what this is giving you an idea of what you're going to be asked. And that McNair presser genuinely looked like, we should bring this up again, but it genuinely looked like he sat down and was not blindsided, but like,
he just feels a different way about it, clearly.
Yeah, right. And that's also, I will say this for him. I'm sure that's a frustrating spot to be in because there's just certain things you know and can't say. Like he said, he's not going to say anything bad about Mike. He's not going to go, because Mike Brown lost the locker room. Like he's not going to say that. And he said it a couple times. We'll get to the Fox sound. But he did say a couple of times, like indicated that Fox's camp told him he wasn't coming back. So
yeah, there's that too, bro. Carl, I saw your message about Twitch. We'll try to get that fixed. I got logged out on my computer too. So
yeah, we tried to fix that yesterday on the fly and could not. Sorry, guys. There's certain things with our setup that are like owned by Odyssey.
You got to go through the Secret Service to get through some of this stuff. So
right. We're not totally sure that everybody. No, never mind. I'm not going to make that joke. But yeah, it's not. Email goes to Jesse. Email goes to like somebody in corporate, and we have to email somebody else to get in touch with that person, and then they have to send us a code that expires in 5 minutes. And then by the time we get a code, it's like, yo, it's been 48 hours, so we got to re-rack it.
Exactly.
It's
a whole thing.
It's a mess. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
No James Ham at the moment. He is on his way up from Golden One Center. He was attending Monty McNair's press conference. Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. Monty McNair spoke with media this morning for the first time since the draft, I think.
Might be right. No, I talked to Mark Jones.
He's had a press conference. Had
an press conference. Yeah, we'll talk press conference.
Had a press conference for I think the first time since the draft.
Yeah, we'll call it that. Yeah.
And it wasn't. We were talking at the break, and if you want to hear what goes on during the breaks, check us out at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Also, if anybody wants to join the program, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. We would love to hear from you and get your reactions to what Monty McNair had to say today. Also want to remind you that we are 9 days out from Valentine's Day, which means love is in the air. And ESPN 1320 is excited to give you a chance to celebrate all kinds of love this Valentine's Day with Strelitzia Flowers. You have a chance to win 1 dozen long stem roses with delivery, courtesy of Strelitzia Flowers. To enter, all you have to do is listen to the Insiders with James Ham and myself for the code word and enter it on the contest page at ESPN1320.com. We'll have that code word coming up for you in the second hour of the program. You can also visit StrelitziaFlowerCompany.com and use code radio224 for $10 off. Strelitzia is spelled S-T-R-E lit Z-I-A. S-T-R-E lit Z-I-A. There's also a convenient button for you on ESPN1320.com that'll redirect you right to their website. Shout out to Strelitzia Flower Company. We'll have that code for you for 1 dozen long stem roses with delivery. We'll have the code word for you in a bit. So we're talking at the break about some of Monty McNair's responses here, not necessarily the content of the response, but just kind of the circumstances surrounding it. And I will say this. While it didn't feel like McNair, I don't want to say blindsided, but he was like surprised, like, wow, really getting asked about this. Was a little bit kind of the vibe I got. But on the same on the other hand, and I'll provide him this benefit of the doubt, he also can't just get up there and say everything he knows about everything. He can't say, yeah, size and athleticism. Yeah, we're working on Cam Johnson. We're actually trying to spin a deal right now to get John Collins in here as well. So we're trying to make that work. We've got De'Aaron wasn't going to come back. He told us 2 years ago he wasn't going to come back. So that's why I didn't have a press conference. We wanted to throw him under the bus. And Mike Brown, he just lost the locker room, man. Like, he's just not going to come out and say everything he thinks.
Well, there's that, but it's also the off energy with the answer with like, yeah, we've had 3 straight winning seasons. Like,
no doubt.
Like, you think that's good? Like, we don't even know if this one's gonna finish as a winning season right here.
Yeah.
Like, it's just the whole, like, as if it comes off as if like we're crazy for thinking like there's issues here.
Mhm.
And like, yeah, to me, like that was off to me.
Yeah, I would agree. But I also think that, in fact, here, I think some of what is coloring his responses is what you're saying. Like, they're of the mind that they got a really great deal for De'Aaron Fox, and we'll get to some of his answers on that. But before we do that, I want to hit the Elk Grove Kia talk line 916-909-1320. Hey, if you can hear me right now, your name is Don, and welcome to the Insiders. Hello, Don.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hey, I'm just wondering, like, why is it such a big deal to do a press conference? Is it just because you guys want to hear it, or what could he possibly say that you'd be like, oh, you killed it?
It's not about what
Good
he'll
question.
say. It's about taking the
Thanks for the
heat
call.
off of your franchise player.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And that's what people wanted answers for. Why did Mike Brown get fired? And that's not a Sacramento thing. That's what happens in sports thing.
Mhm.
And the issue is exactly what Jesse just said. They made De'Aaron Fox answer all the questions. They let De'Aaron Fox take the heat for Mike Brown getting fired.
Yeah, people keep getting caught out like, oh, well, what Monty say that would make you. It's not about making us feel better. It's about taking the heat off of your franchise player, like any other normal franchise does.
And what he could have done today is, honestly, I didn't have a huge problem with his answers about Mike Brown getting let go.
Yeah,
I didn't have a huge issue with that. What I had an issue with was it feels like there's a lack of accountability. There's a lack of, well, we're sitting here every day with you guys, the fans. This is not just a isolated to ESPN 1320 thing. This isn't us in a group chat with our friends who are in the media or whatever complaining about this. Like, this is stuff that we talk about with you guys.
Yeah, I don't go to the press conferences.
Right.
Like, I don't ask him questions. I don't care. Like, I don't ask questions. Like, that's not what it is.
Right. It's the fact that we sit here every day and talk about all the problems with this team, and then when Monty McNair comes out and talks about it, the urgency did not feel the same. And that to me was the issue.
Good organizations show accountability.
Yeah.
And the Kings didn't that time.
Yeah.
And
there's
frankly haven't over time.
Yeah, there was nothing he was going to say that was going to make like, oh, wow, okay, you know what? Hey, you know what? Love the Fox trade now. That was great. Or love Mike Brown being fired now. That was great. That's not.
You make people feel better with the whole, oh, Doug Christie's 11-6 now. That's how you make people feel better. It's not necessarily with the answers right there, but the results after. Okay, all everyone's asking for right here is just show some accountability.
Yeah, that's all. Here's what he had to say about trading De'Aaron Fox.
On De'Aaron, I think incredible player. At the same time, we've offered multiple extensions. That's been public. And, in addition to public and private conversations that happened before that decision on the coaching change. So, I think, I'll speak more on that. But, for us, it became clear that there was no pathway there for a long-term agreement. And so that's also why we're here today.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
When he says it was clear there was no pathway toward a long-term agreement.
According to them, De'Aaron Fox was not coming back.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is kind of where that's what the reporting indicated as well, from Damian and James and everybody else.
Mhm.
The issue I have, and I will continue to have, is the reason that became untenable is because they didn't do enough to improve their team to put De'Aaron Fox in a position to be an All-Pro or All-NBA guy. Because being All-NBA, there's a level of like team success that comes with that, especially at guard, especially in the West, where you're just competing with guys who are penciled in as an All-NBA guy just on day one, as long as they play 65 games.
Yeah.
So I get that a little bit. But it's going to be interesting to see moving forward how this gets framed, because to me at first it looked like, man, the Kings just kind of kicked him out when he wanted to stay. And now it's looking more and more based on reporting, based on what Monty just said, that it was the situation was no longer tenable.
Reading everything
He was
that's
not going to be in Sacramento.
been put out there, the way I see it is that, Fox wanted, Fox had reached his end with the Kings just because, he was ready to go. But also, I wonder, it goes back to the Kings letting it get to this point.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't make the moves to keep him here.
Yeah.
So it's of course, probably at this point, he wants out, I'd assume.
He expanded on later on. He was asked by Sam Amick, and this was I think my biggest problem with the trade is it didn't feel like they got enough, and you could have kicked the can down the road and done this in the summer. So Sam Amick asked him about that, and here's what Monty McNair had to say.
I mean, really, I think anytime a player of that caliber, you get closer to the end of the contract. We've offered extensions, as we talked about. Anytime there's a transaction window, we revisit, how do we handle this? And I think at this point, with a year and a half left, we decided, with the public and private indications we were getting, that this was the time to at least explore the market. At the same time, I think we got a return we're excited about, and so that's why we pulled the trigger.
Yeah, that's kind of something that we've been saying a lot, is this, that we can sit here and go, yeah, they should have gotten more, but if Zach LaVine was the goal, if they looked at the landscape and said Zach LaVine is our best option to continue competing with Domantas Sabonis and with Malik Monk and with this current group of players, we have to get Zach LaVine. And that there are teams. Golden State was heavily in pursuit of Zach LaVine. And if we wait till the summer, he's probably not on the table, and we might not get a better player than that, so we'll just do this now. I get it.
Yeah, I think waiting till the offseason to get more is a nice idea, but frankly, that's not concrete.
Yeah, and it's something that Kenny kind of continues to say is, look at what they look like on Saturday against OKC with this De'Aaron Fox stuff hanging over them. It's not going to get better.
Yeah, I think if you would have played the rest of the season with Fox, I don't think this team would have made the playoffs. It would have got bad. I feel you could make a move in the offseason, but you're kind of just throwing away the rest of this season for it.
Yeah. So, and again, here's what we had the caller earlier that said, hey, why do you guys care so much about him having a press conference for this? Because this clears up. Okay. I am understanding the De'Aaron Fox trade more. Is it the best move in the history of the NBA? No, I don't think so. Do I think that the Kings are going to win a championship because of this move? No, not necessarily. But hearing from the GM on why they did this, oh, okay, cool. That gives us something to work with. Thank you. We never heard from him about Mike Brown. That's why when the caller earlier said, what's the big deal with having a press conference? What, so you guys can get answers? No. So, so we can get answers, but so fans can have answers, and we can continue this discussion with all the information.
Yeah.
So we're not just guessing and going, wow, okay, let's see. So Mike Brown was mad at De'Aaron Fox, and then De'Aaron Fox was upset, and then Mike Brown got fired. De'Aaron Fox got Mike Brown fired. Holy smokes. And that's what they allowed us to do. That's what and us, the royal us. Fans in Sacramento, outside of Sacramento, media inside of Sacramento, outside of Sacramento, whatever. That's what they allowed to happen. But by coming out now, right after the trade deadline, and having this press conference, okay, cool, we got answers. May not love the answers, but at least we got them.
Yes. That's all just part of it too, is holding accountability so it doesn't get out there. So your star player doesn't have to answer for it.
That's it. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Don, you're on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. What's up?
Hello?
Yeah, hey, Don.
Hey, this is Jason.
Hi, Jason.
Hey, can I get my Vucevic jersey now? Are we going to get Vucevic because he was not in that trade with the Wizards? Do you think?
Good question. Thanks.
I would hold off on the Vucevic jersey,
wouldn't
Jason.
buy a Vucevic jersey.
I don't think I would ever buy a Vucevic jersey in my life, no matter the team he was playing on, because he's probably going to be on a different one 2 years from there.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
James Ham is in the building. James Ham, who made the trek up from Golden One Center, is here. James, hello. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm wondering if you meant Valanciunas and not Vucevic. Either
no,
way.
because Valanciunas got traded.
Officially?
I believe so.
On my
Didn't that
way
happen
here?
last night?
Don't
No, there was
Don't-
talk that he might get traded for Nurkic, but I don't think that deal has gone down.
Oh, okay.
Either way, I wouldn't get a Valanciunas jersey either.
No, anybody with a V last name is out.
Yeah.
LaVine just under the wire. Just under the wire. So you were down there. You were throwing fastballs. Salute to you and Kings Media for asking the right questions. Thoughts on Monty McNair's presser?
I thought it was like slightly combative.
Definitely.
Like I definitely, the fact that he knew he was going to have to stand there and take these questions now is why they had a press conference this morning. So when we get to Zach LaVine in like an hour and a half, that you kind of get like a fresh slate. And so I to be honest with you, I agree with what they did today. Like put him out there now and then come back later. Like for those of you who don't understand why we would want to have a press conference, why you do this, whatever it is that just happened today, it's very specific. It's about accountability. Like somebody has to be accountable for what happened.
That's it.
Why a franchise just spent $25 million on a head coach that doesn't coach for them anymore. And people go, well, why does that matter? It's not your money. It's like, well, as a fan out there, it should matter to you because that's your money. That's your money that's being spent. You can say, well, I don't know if it's directly. Hey, it all goes in the same bank account.
1,000%.
So it's your money that's being spent. And as a member of the media, it's our job to hold people accountable and to ask tough questions of people who make decisions like this.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And if you don't care, then that's cool. That's how that I'm not going to tell anybody how to fan. I'm not going to tell anybody what to care or not care about. But our caller earlier, and I didn't get her name. That's my bad.
Her name was Dawn.
Dawn?
Yeah.
Dawn, DAWN. Our caller earlier, Dawn, we have a Dawn in the chatty house too. The question was like, why do you guys care so much? Is this for your satisfaction? It's like, no. It's like our people like James who cover the team on a daily basis, their job is to get answers to what happened. That's the thing. That's what sports media is.
Yeah.
I
I totally agree. And I know there's somebody who keeps yelling at me in the chat here. God's love be with you.
Shout out.
God's love be with you. That it's me who shamed the organization into making extending a head coach.
Everybody knows that.
I shamed them into extending him. No, you had a coach who won the coach of the year and led you to the first playoff appearance you've had in 16 seasons. And then the next season he won 46 games and you should have been in the playoffs, but you lost a bunch of games because you missed free throws. And then you had some injuries late in the season and didn't have the depth to get through. Like the reason Mike Brown had to be extended last summer was very specific. Because the Kings, as opposed to every other head coach that they've offered a contract to, they always give a 4-year deal. Every NBA coach, almost every NBA coach, gets a 4-year contract. Mike Brown did not get a 4-year contract. He got a 3-year contract with a mutual option for a 4th year. That's it. So if you're going to go into last season with a lame duck coach, that would have been a massive distraction, and everyone knew it. And the fact that when you signed him to a contract, that Monty Williams went out and signed this ridiculous contract right afterwards that jumped the pay scale for NBA coaches from $5 to $9 million a year to $15 to $20 million a year. That's on you.
Yep.
You gave him an out in the contract.
Yep.
And it's the reason he got an out in the contract is because the Kings wanted a team option for the 4th year. And he said, okay, how about a mutual option? And they said, okay, fine, we'll do a mutual option. Well, when he won, like no one else did in 16 years, every other coach loses and gets fired. He wins. He deserves a pay raise. He deserves an extension to be there longer. And that's not me shaming anyone. That's just logic. And if you don't agree with that, I don't know what to tell you. It's crazy that you would think that isn't part of this, that you don't extend a coach who's walking into the final year of his contract. It wasn't me who said it, but Sean Cunningham kept saying it on the King Speed podcast. if you're not going to extend him, then you might as well just fire him.
Yeah,
Because that's going to be a distraction from day one.
Yep.
And that's it. That's the way it works.
And this is also why we wanted a press conference in December so we didn't have to talk about it in February. Like now it seems like we're rehashing old stuff. But we finally got an answer from Monty McNair today. So now we can discuss it.
How do you think they view their progress? Because Monty dropped an answer earlier about they had 3 straight winning seasons, broke the 16-year drought and all that.
Oh, they're honest. I mean, like he did not like the late question that I asked. I could tell. Like he very specifically said
he
that,
went James.
Yeah. In the same way that I said, Damien.
Oh yeah,
the other day.
yesterday,
Yeah, in the same exact way. Like that. Like it's an honest question. It wasn't outlandish. It wasn't outside of the realm of what you need to answer for. Like you won Executive of the Year. Have you done enough in the last 2 years to support De'Aaron Fox, to support Mike Brown, and to show that you're going to support Zach LaVine moving forward? Because Zach LaVine is in the same exact situation that De'Aaron Fox is in.
And you're asking that because the 3,700 people watching this have the exact same damn question.
That's right.
It's not there's a I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on the why did they have the presser thing. It's like that's why, because that's the question. That's what we're going to talk about moving forward. That's when we talk about the trade deadline in 25 hours or so. It's like, hey, are they going to do anything to address those concerns, which have been concerns for 3 years? And his answer is like, well, I've had 3 winning seasons, so it's up to you to judge how successful it's been.
Yeah, I think that's like that. It's up to like will judge. Like it's the old fourth estate thing, right? Where the other people that. But what we do is we represent the people who have these questions.
Yeah.
Like not everybody, they don't open up questions to Monty McNair to 18,000 fans and pass the microphone around for 14 hours and let everybody get their question in.
Right.
No, all of you scream questions at us all day long. And if they're logical questions, we have to walk into a press conference and ask those logical questions.
Yep. We'll continue this discussion here in a second. Jesse Tapia, James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. The Insider is sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. It is Sacramento's sports leader. Okay, Claire.
Some guy, Easy Raider 916, Eric RCJ is asking if he's blocked. I don't know. In the chat, he can't say stuff in the chat. So
Did he just join? Like I know there's like a waiting period before you can jump in.
yeah, I don't know. Yes. There's you were asking. Oh, let's see. Sorry. I am racing right back down the hill at 11:30 to go cover the Zach LaVine press conference.
Busy day today.
Speaking of that.
Yeah.
Okay. De'Aaron apparently said something interesting at his shoot around.
Oh, he said something?
Yeah.
Oh.
Gosh darn it. Dang it all to heck. Oh, I see exactly. Old E. Hey, did somebody block Old E?
Old E?
Yeah.
No.
Is there? I can't see who's blocked and who's not.
I can't either.
That's on YouTube.
I did send a dude packing last night in the King Speed podcast.
Good.
He just kept being like offensive. Like,
oh, we did get Old E out the paint.
Oh no.
Maybe he said something. I don't know.
Are we letting him back in? All right.
Old D, if you're out there, we'll get you. I just got to get my other laptop.
We got you, brother. um, yeah. Like for me, I walk out of a press conference like that, and it's like, okay, we kind of start over, and we move forward, and we go to the Zach LaVine press conference because, in all honesty, my opinion of Zach LaVine as a player and all that stuff, that doesn't really, like it doesn't go past like right today. Like
you have to grill his ass about it. Like, hey, I think you're too expensive. Thoughts?
Yeah. No, I mean, from here on out, Zach LaVine gets the same opportunity that every other Kings player's ever gotten to prove that he's a good player and a good teammate and everything else. And that's it. Like Zach LaVine is now a Sacramento King, and you move forward and you treat him with the same respect that every other player gets that comes in the door. And so that's why these press conferences like this morning are good, because it's like a palate cleanser. Like, hey, we got all that out. Now let's go like welcome Zach LaVine to Sacramento, ask him the standard questions that you ask a new player. And, like I'm not going to throw shots at Zach LaVine in the middle of a press conference. I can have an opinion on him as a player as much as I want. And but as soon as he's on the team, it's like, okay, let's see what he looks like in a Kings uniform.
Guys, should we take TC's call?
Uh-oh. As long as it's 49ers takes.
I was going to take TC's call no matter what, guys. Oh, no, we got somebody else. Shoot. No, I can put one person on the line, and that's it. And I just keep them turned down. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen,
And
brought
Jesse.
to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia hanging out with us because James was down at Monty McNair's presser.
James is working today, people.
James drove all the way to the arena, and he doesn't live close. Drove all the way to the arena, drove all the way back up here to Roseville to the studio to do about an hour of show, and then he's going to leave to go to the Zach LaVine presser.
You get that mileage expense today, Ham?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's a thing anymore.
I don't think that's a thing here. I will also...
Hey, I can assure you it is not.
Yeah. Yeah, you would know.
Let me tell you, as somebody who's asked, no dice. I tried to see if I could do like drive to Elk Grove and then use the company Lyft account to take a Lyft into Roseville every day. No dice. I didn't.
You should have seen if they had a company car. You could just drive like a
Could I just drive the truck with the
hey,
Odyssey
leave
wrap
the
on it?
Odyssey track in at the Elk Grove Panda or whatever, and I'll pick it up from there and take it to work.
Just drive it to and from work every day. Look,
I'll gas it up when I leave it.
I'm a billboard. What are you talking about?
You pay for my gas. I got you free advertising. You're welcome. Let's
There
work
it
this
is.
out. 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. 916-909-1320. Maybe Elk Grove Kia can hook me up with a company car. If you want to join the conversation, please do. Remember, we don't have a call screener on this show, so it's just going to ring for a while until we can get to you. If you get bored, you can hang up and then just call back a little bit later. And we would love to hear from you on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Right now, it's our guy, TC. TC, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, Hammer, Kyle? What's going on, man? Jesse, too.
Yes, sir.
What's up, TC?
Hey, man, check it out. So, listen, what I got to say, first and foremost, the press conference was needed, and it does matter to people like me, to other fans, to even you guys, the media. So it does matter. And quite frankly, I thought Monty McNair answered the questions. I know Ham, and I respect you, Ham. You came in hot. You, Sean, and Tarby, even Deuce. Deuce asked a nasty one. But check it out. The dude stood up there. He should have had the press conference before. We all agree on that. But he stood up there and answered the questions, in my opinion. I didn't have a problem with what he said. You asked him straight questions. Hey, whose decision was it? He said it was mine. He said we came at Fox with multiple decisions. It made clear that dude didn't want to be here. What else do we want to hear, guys?
Yep.
What else do we want? Those had to be asked. That's all I got to say.
No doubt. Thanks, DC. Appreciate you. The Oak Grove Kid Talk on is 916-909-1320. Our phone line is open. One phone line.
I did not have a huge issue with what Monty said at all. And to be honest with you, like Monty's been here a long time. I know what I'm getting from Monty McNair, just like I knew what I was getting from Vlade, and I knew what I was getting from Pete Alessandro and Jeff Petrie before him. Like each of them have their own personality and their way of answering questions. A lot of times they don't, like Monty very specifically, he doesn't answer the question. I thought he did a pretty good job today. And for that matter, I think him getting a little fiery at times, that's a good thing. Like it shows that he cares. And I know that he does care deeply, and that he doesn't like that he's, like whatever people are thinking of him today after, losing your best player. It's tough,
I didn't love his response about why they did not hold a press conference before. Like, well, we were focused on turning the team around. We're a month out from the trade deadline. Okay, well, you need to take 15 minutes and answer your questions.
Yeah,
I didn't love. And then I also didn't what Jesse brought up earlier, when he more or less is like, "Whoa, we've had 3 winning seasons," and it's like, did you not understand what the urgency is here?
And you're 1 game over 500.
Yeah, you're a game over. You got significantly worse than you were the last 2 years. Like, you're not getting better.
And you're off pace of what you were last year.
By a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think also the reason why you do have press conferences like this is, number one, you introduce the next guy, right? So there should have been a moment where you answer for why Mike Brown was fired. And then you can have it as part of the same press conference, but then have a chair sitting there and go, okay, now we're going to bring up Doug Christie, our interim head coach for the rest of the year. And we're going to, welcome Doug into Sacramento, or, like welcome him to the big chair. And then it would have been like, hey, Doug, what do you think? Like, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
They just kind of skipped that step. And then it became more and more like weird and awkward. And then they decided to have the moment where they sent Monty down with Mark Jones. And that's just a totally like ridiculous situation to put Mark into.
Insane.
And because like I worked for NBC, you're a team partner.
Yes.
Like
you're not grilling him.
They never said, hey, don't write this or don't write this to me ever once the whole time I was there. But when you're put on TV on their network, that whether the questions are pre-written or not, like, where you're heading with the conversation. And like, again, it's a team friendly, it's a partner that you pay $35 million a year to for the broadcast rights. Like, you pay them. And so you're not going to expect them to have Monty McNair on and just grill them. To be honest, I'm sure Mark Jones would love to have done.
No doubt. But like you said, there are professional responsibilities that come with it.
Real quick, Weezy in the chat brings up a good point. Talking about before we couldn't have the press conference because busy working and all that. There's 24 hours before the trade deadline, and we had a press conference right now. Like, you could have had time to do it.
We could have 2 more press conferences.
There could be multiple press conferences happening here before that. Yeah,
one today at noon, and then maybe another one on Friday or Saturday. Yeah,
ridiculous. But yeah, it's like you could have sat down and just said, you know what, we don't like the direction the franchise is heading, so we decided to move on from Mike, and we're excited about the direction we're going to go with Doug, and we think this is a good team and moving forward. Like, it's not hard, it's not difficult. Anyways, I don't want to dwell on that for too long.
Yeah,
the Oak Grove Kid Talk on 916-909-1320. Don, your thoughts on Monty McNair's presser? Go ahead, Don.
Guys, is this me?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. This is Brian. I just called a couple of days ago, a little bit sarcastic.
Yeah, it was great. It was the best.
I'm a little miffed in this whole TC's comment, well, what do you want him to say? I want him to acknowledge his mistake. I want him to say, yeah, you know what? It probably would have been better to get out in front of this and not make my players answer questions for the decision that I made.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying you made the decision. Just say in that comment, I probably should have gotten out in front of that one.
Yeah.
And while you're doing it, but at the end of the day, he can't. He's a dead man walking. He's out the door. We all know it. And I'm really confused why the Kings wouldn't make a move for KJ Martin, who might have helped them when the team that acquired him got 2 second-round picks.
Mm-hmm.
It was right there.
Yep.
And you've got trade exceptions. You could combine his salary with Trey Lyles. Now you're at $15 million, like James has been saying. It just doesn't make any sense. And it's excuses, and it's we all know what it is as a human being to hear someone acknowledge their failures.
Yep.
And you're just not going to get that from this front office. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Brian.
We sure did. Monty McNair's a dead man walking.
Not totally.
Yeah, I don't think totally either.
I think he's got 24 hours to not be.
Yeah.
And look, if somehow they catch lightning in a bottle here, and somehow Zach LaVine is like the answer to every question, we'll have to wait and see what happens. Like, I do believe that there's a possibility that this thing changes and all that stuff.
Yeah. I'm right there with you, man. Depends a lot on how the rest of the season goes. Want to talk to you real quick before we step aside. Want to talk to you about Underdog Daily Fantasy. It's available right here in California. Underdog's pick'em game. It's super easy. I'm going to have so many lineups set for the big game when the Chiefs and Eagles face off. All you have to do with their pick'em game is you pick higher or lower on at least 2 player stats like passing touchdowns, rushing attempts, receiving targets. I haven't even gotten through everything that they have for the big game. And you're going to win up to 1,000 times your entry. It's like if you think Travis Kelce's going to light it up, or Saquon Barkley, or the combination of the two, you're going to want to get the Underdog app and play Underdog's pick'em game. It is super easy. Underdog's the best place to play pick'em. Download the app, sign up with promo code Kyle M, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Kyle M. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. My big concern with my play on Underdog right now is that I keep on losing, but I'll hopefully have a winning lineup for you cooked up a little bit later on. Okay, we got to step aside. More on Monty McNair's press conference and where the Kings go from here with the trade deadline 25 hours away. We'll dive into that. Jesse Tapia, James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Yeah, it totally. I'm like, why are you waving at me? That's a weird time to wave. Did we do our Strelitzia flower stuff yet? Oh, all right. Oh,
That KD stuff got loud on Twitter yesterday, man.
Yeah, it did.
Loud.
the
It got
KD
loud
stuff.
in private too.
The KD stuff. He will not play due to an ankle injury today.
But he actually hurt his ankle. Like, he's actually hurt.
Is he?
Yeah.
The idea of KD and the Warriors just brings back so much like NBA PTSD. Just like, not again.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, the Pelicans are trading Daniel Tice?
Shout out Daniel Tice. To who?
OKC.
Yeah, they're trying to dump salary. I've heard that OKC is. I mean, that the Pelicans are trying to clear salary, and that's what makes any trade for Brandon Ingram really difficult. Like the only way really to get him is if they're not taking back salary. And maybe even if you can save them salary. And that would make a super, super complex trade for the Kings. They would have to find two teams willing to trade players. They would have to, like, it's nearly impossible.
We got to get to what De'Aaron said. It ties in perfectly to what?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Welcome back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia sitting in with us today. We're going to take you up until noon, and then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. The Insider sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Salute to everybody watching on YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Everybody listening on the free Odyssey app, and of course, you guys listening on the radio at ESPN 1320 AM on your radio dial. We appreciate y'all so much for hanging out with us today as we talk NBA trade deadline, Monty McNair's press conference, and something that's related sort of to Monty McNair's press conference. De'Aaron Fox was at shoot-around today before the Spurs game against the Atlanta Hawks. And what he had to say was fascinating in the context of Monty McNair and the Kings improving their roster. McNair also in his press conference made it abundantly clear from the Kings' perspective that there was no way forward long-term with De'Aaron Fox. He made it clear he wanted out. Here's what De'Aaron Fox said today at Spurs shoot-around. This is via Jacob Toby on Twitter. Salute to Tyler and Brendan who both sent me this. Here's what De'Aaron Fox had to say at shoot-around today.
Primary destination or preferred destination? I mean, I think with the way that they're built, with the athleticism, with the length that they have, and also, I mean, the youth. I just felt like this could be a special team. And what Mike always talked about when I was with him was to win, you have to be able to play defense. And even the year that we had the best offense in the league, I think we ended up being like 23rd, 24th defensively. And then you get to the playoffs and you really feel that. So I think with the intangibles that everybody here has, I think this could be a really good defensive team, and obviously you have someone very special back there.
Oof.
You want to sum that up for a little bit of the chatty people? There's a lot of basketballs bouncing on the audio.
He said the question was, why were the Spurs your preferred destination? And he said because of their athleticism and their size and their defense, and that was something that Mike Brown always talked about. Even when we had the best offense in the league, we were 20-something in defense, and it became really clear in the playoffs that you have to be able to play defense. And then at the end, he threw in and also having Wemby.
We have tall people. Now I have tall people. I get to play with tall people.
Size.
They have so many dudes who are 6'8". He's going to play next to Stephon Castle, who's 6'6". Man. Hearing it, it's not like a surprise. That answer is not like, whoa, I can't believe he said that. I'm not shocked. Hearing it put that plainly, when we've been speculating about that, having De'Aaron in his first media availability with the Spurs be like, I wanted to be here instead of there because they have tall guys who play defense, and that wasn't happening there.
I just wonder how much of it is just Monty in the front office have a different team building philosophy.
I think that's it.
Because the size conversation is not something new. We've been talking about that for years.
I think that's kind of what we're learning.
Yeah, this is how they view, or just how they like to build their team.
And not that I think necessarily Monty McNair's it's the whole thing with Kyle Shanahan and running quarterbacks. Kyle Shanahan's always been like, you'd love to have the biggest, fastest, strongest guy, but there are other things he has to be able to do to play the position. I don't think Monty McNair would be like, I would turn down a 6'8" player just because he's 6'8". I just don't know that he prioritizes it to the point that he's going to deal assets and risk financial or roster flexibility to have those players on his roster.
Okay, so here's the problem though. And let's just take the player stuff out of it because like if you go back to who was the head coach in Houston and who even interviewed here in Sacramento, Mike D'Antoni.
Mhm.
Mike D'Antoni doesn't coach defense hardly at all. It's a
Mhm.
7-second offense, right? We all know that it's like boom, boom, boom. I just want to
Mhm.
score, score, score. You look at the rosters in Houston, they were just packed with offensive weapons. And then they did have some good defensive players, you know, Shane Battier or PJ Tucker, you know, like they were able to find guys that could play
Mhm.
defense in the same way that they've found guys here that can play like Keon Ellis. I just wonder if they're like what the dynamic is here because you keep trying to go out and find defensive coaches that kind of cover for the fact that you don't play offense. I mean, that you're an offensive team. And I think at some point, like if you're really being realistic with yourself, you should just hire an offensive coach. And I mean, I honestly think that Doug Christie will be the coach moving forward with this team. But Doug is going to preach defense the same way that everyone else did. And the question is, you know, who lasts longer? Will
Mhm.
it be Monty and Wes or will it be Doug Christie? And then does the idea of what should happen here change? And then the other interesting thing that I like just stuck in my head when De'Aaron was sitting there talking, Greg Popovich may or may not come back and coach. We do know he had a stroke. We know that he's rehabbing. The chance of him playing coaching again this season is slim. But if they're slim for him to come back this season, it's also possible it's slim that he coaches next year. De'Aaron Fox said the name there. You almost wonder if Mike Brown would be a fit to go back to San Antonio. He's part of the Greg Popovich coaching tree.
Mhm.
He is a defensive-minded coach. And what if Greg Popovich is, you know, like an overseer of the organization like he has
Sure.
been? But like I wouldn't put it past Mike Brown to show up in San Antonio as
Not
a
at all.
potential head coach. And
Yeah.
I just think, hey, that's interesting.
You almost just wish your front office and players and all that were on the same page.
Yeah.
Because it's like Fox and Mike Brown
Yeah.
were clearly hoping for one thing with the roster, and Monty and the rest have their vision for how they want to build it.
The thing with those Rockets teams specifically, James, and I'm glad you brought that up, is I'm looking at their roster. So Chris Paul, 6 foot, but at that time in 2017, 2018, really pesky defender, very good defender. Eric Gordon listed at 6'3". But then it was like PJ Tucker, James Harden, Gerald Green, Joe Johnson played there for a bit, Luke Mbamute, Trevor Ariza, Ryan Anderson, Clint Capella. All those dudes were like between 6'5" and 6'10", and they just switched everything.
Yeah.
So it was less about like that one-on-one defense and more, you can get Ryan Anderson in a switch, but then you're dealing with Clint Capella down low. And you have a rim protector back there. The Kings don't have anything like that. The switchability and the versatility defensively is what we talk about a lot.
It's non-existent.
Yeah, they just don't have it.
No.
And that's more where when you look at those Rockets teams, yeah, they scored the hell out of the ball, but also defensively, it was just we're going to switch everything.
Mhm.
So it's really, really difficult and they were capable of throwing out some really high level defensive lineups too, while also being very James Harden centric and scoring the heck out of the basketball.
Yeah.
But I mean, every team's built different, and Jesse, I think what you said is right. I don't know that organizationally everybody's on the same page about what they need to do to be successful, and that's kind of a problem.
You're never going to get on your front foot that way.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to be rolling the same direction.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's a big problem, and like you got to figure out how you address that moving forward.
Yep.
Like again,
Vital.
like because being on the same page, it doesn't mean that you're a yes man.
Right.
That's the worst.
Mhm.
Like, don't be a yes man to be on the same page. Like, you should challenge each other. You should be able to challenge each other intellectually and push each other to be better as a front office and as a coaching staff. But at the same time, you should also, it should be within the confines of we are always on the same page, that we're always, the ultimate goal is to get better and to achieve a championship.
Mhm.
That's where you have to be on the same page. It's like we're all pulling the same way.
Right.
And it's, Rick Adelman would say, hey, Jeff, I need this, this, and this.
Mhm.
And it's like, okay, I'll try to get you that. And if I can't, just understand I tried. It's like, okay. And
Right.
he would go, and then there were times where they would bring in players that's like, hey, everybody out there wants a shot blocker on this team. Let's try Keon Clark.
Mhm.
Like, oh, nope, that's not it.
Sure.
And very quickly, they're on the same page. That's not the answer. Like, that was an ingredient that didn't work. And so you have to continuously be on the same page, but also have communication where you're trying to move forward together.
Being on the same page in terms of, like, in this year's draft, you can't have somebody in the front office going, we need to trade this pick for Kyle Kuzma. And then somebody else saying, we need to use this pick on an 18-year-old so they can step in a couple of years and be a potential star for this team. And then another person going, we need Devin Carter. Another guard is what we're looking for. And then another person going, no, we need Tristan Da Silva because he's tall and he's experienced. Like, you can't have that type of different page. You can be on the same page and go, hey, we're all aware we need a 3-4 type of big who's a defense first guy. You can argue about who that guy is. You can argue about who the best pick is. Or like, hey, you know what? One person's like, hey, but if we trade it, could we do this? That's what you're talking about. You can't have everybody going, we need Devin Carter. No, we need another Keegan Murray type. We need an 18-year-old. It can't be all you can't be on a different page in that sense.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's get to the Elk Grove Kia Talk on 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
What up, gentlemen? It's Big E.
Big E, what up?
I don't know who asked Monty this question earlier, but it was along the lines of why he fired Mike Brown, but like when he fired him, not just why. Like, I don't remember his response, to be honest with you, but the front office could have done it like the night after we lost to Detroit or possibly the next morning because we had that LA game on the road.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it was like right before they're about to fly out on a game. And then that's when Doug finds out he's going to be the coach. Rudy Gay said it best. I didn't believe it because I was a teenager when he said this, but this is basketball hell, man.
All right. Thanks, Big E. Appreciate you. That's the other thing. We're talking about being on the same page. And Monty saying the decision to fire Mike Brown was my decision. I don't think it was. He's going to say that. He's going to own that, and he's just going to say, "Yep, that was my call."
That's his job to own that answer right there.
Right. Yeah, that's just what the GM does, even if he had nothing to do with it. Like that's why he's doing the presser. The problem with that is I think Mike Brown got fired when he did because not everybody was on the same page with it. I don't think everybody was like, hey, that Detroit loss, he's got to go. It's got to be done. Because if it was, you'd have a conversation with him that night.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is that when you get this far away from it, the nuanced details of the actual day of and the week leading up to, like, it gets muddied and we couldn't sit there and dissect it. If we would have had the press conference on Sunday after the firing, it would have been very specific. All of these questions would have been like front row and center. A month, 41 days later, those details don't nearly matter as much. I knew, like, the Sunday that they got blown out at home by Indiana, that things were about to happen. But the team had a company Christmas party that night. And if you didn't do it that night, now we're talking about, are you going to fire a guy on Christmas Eve? Are you going to fire him on Christmas Day? You got to remember the Detroit game is December 26th.
Yep.
The next morning is when the whole thing happens, and they've got a game the next day. Like, the semantics of whether they should have called Mike into the office and done it before he left the building, whether they should have let him coach the practice and all that stuff. Yeah, all of that stuff could have been addressed, but that at this point is like very fine details to a story that's very old. And
I understand that, but if everybody's on the same page, if every decision maker in the Kings front office, Vivek, Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox, whoever, if they all knew after the Pacers game, hey, this guy's got to go. Well, all right. Well, let's see. It's the 20. That game was the 22nd. You could do it the 23rd. but that was your Christmas party. So you don't want to mess up the Christmas party. Okay, that's fine. The 24th, 25th. All right, I guess he's coaching the game on the 26th. Okay, fine. The minute that game ends, call him in.
Yeah.
Or the next morning. Hey, Mike, get here at 8 a.m. Like we got to have a meeting. And don't let him run the practice. Don't let him do a media session. Don't let him get in the car and start driving to the airport. That to me is an indication that not everybody was on the same page with what they were doing.
Certainly,
function they got to fix.
Yeah.
I certainly that the final decision had not been made until a very specific time. I mean, like, look, Mike went over and talked to De'Aaron, but before that, they were all in the gym together. Like Monty and Wes were in the gym, which is very rare. They were in the gym. Like, like they were there. Like they could have like had that conversation. They realistically, they should have, like, if they were going to do it that day, they should have done it before practice.
Yes.
And then you have like a really, really awkward practice, but it's like, hey, look, everybody, this is what we're doing. But here's the problem. It's all the other steps. They had to go to Doug. They had to check and see if Doug would accept the job. They had to figure out a pay structure for Doug before he takes a job. They have to figure out like what's the long-term like and short-term deal that's going on here. So there is a lot more to it, but that's why you probably should have just canceled practice that morning and said, hey, look, we've got too much stuff we got to deal with, and just cancel practice. And then everybody gets on the team plane together who's still with the team at 3:00 in the afternoon or whatever it was to fly to LA.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, mistakes were made for sure. But again, we're so far away from it that's why like he didn't get drilled over all that stuff.
Yeah. And that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this for the third or fourth time now. I'm just going to beat this phrase into the ground. It's less about asking questions, answering questions. It's remembering the way all that went down when we're having a discussion about everybody in the organization being on the same page. It seemed to me that was a spot where not everybody was on the same page.
Yeah, I agree with you.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you would like to join the program. Hey, Zach LaVine's debuting tonight. FYI, everybody. That'll be fun. Should be interesting.
That and we have flowers to give away.
We do have flowers to give away. You want to do that right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, we're
Tell the
super
people what
excited.
we're doing.
Yeah, we're super excited. This week, every single day this week, we're giving away a dozen long stem roses with delivery from our friends over at Strelitzia Flowers. Absolutely amazing people out of Strelitzia Flowers. It's a family-owned business out of Davis. Support local, especially at this time. And we are all in on these guys. They started their business by selling flowers out of a bucket on the campus of UC Davis. 52 years later, still in business. So if you go to ESPN1320.com right now, there's going to be a Strelitzia Flowers logo there. You can click on the logo, and we have a keyword. I don't know what the keyword is today, Kyle. What is it?
Red.
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 Red. That will put you in for a drawing to win a dozen long stem roses.
It's like the color red.
The color red.
Not I read a book.
No,
The color
RED.
red, like red rose.
Yes, like red rose. You can also go to StrelitziaFlowerCompany.com and use the code radio224 for $10 off any purchase of $100 or more. We have a button right there on ESPN1320.com, so you can click that and go right to Strelitzia. Get ahead of this. Go get your flowers for your significant other for Valentine's Day, which is just a couple of days away.
Are the Kings going to make another trade?
I think so.
I think they'd like to.
Feels like it.
Idea sounds nice.
I think they have to.
On the podcast last night with Sean and Brendan, Sean's sources are telling him the Kings have 2 deals on the table that they're ready to execute. But again, I don't know that, we've heard this before.
Yeah, was that not the case 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
Plan A, plan B.
Yeah.
The Kevin Durant thing has to be holding everything up, right? Like if he's getting moved,
I don't think
that's just such a massive trade that it wouldn't surprise me. Everybody's like, well, hang on.
I'm not going to give the Kings that benefit of the doubt.
What do you mean?
That the Kevin Durant stuff is like holding up other deals for them at least.
That's fair.
I will tell you that the Kings came up in Kevin Durant conversations on Saturday out of nowhere. I like at this point, I'm not saying that that's something that could ever happen because it was, hey, plan A, plan B type stuff again.
Mhm.
But Kevin Durant was at least discussed, and I believe that they at least had discussions with the Phoenix Suns about Kevin Durant and what it would take for the Kings to get Kevin, whether that was with De'Aaron Fox still on the roster or not. I'm not sure.
I love the idea of plan A, Cam Johnson, plan B, John Collins. If none of that works out, we'll revert to plan C, Kevin Durant.
Hey, what's Kevin Durant doing right now?
Fine.
We have
Fine.
to. We're gonna take a 35-year-old all his money, I guess. Only taking the 10th greatest player of all time, sure.
Yeah. We'll see what happens here, but I have a tough time believing that they're going to sit on their hands because as of right now, like their jobs are still on the line. And I like it is what it is. Like you put yourself in a situation where you have a very, very similar roster. It's just there's a number 8 that says LaVine on the back instead of a number 5 that says De'Aaron Fox on the back.
Yep, might be better in some ways, might be worse in some ways, but it's all going to come down to I don't even think it's trade deadline action. How's the season end? It's a results-based business, man.
It's all matters.
If they do nothing else at the deadline and we lambaste them for it, and then they go to the conference finals, they save their jobs. That's what it's going to be. All right, James Ham, get down to Golden One Center and cover the Zach LaVine press conference. Jesse and I will take you up through the rest of the show, plus your calls at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you are on the line, hang in there. We'll get to your calls next, right here on ESPN 1320. We are the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's Sacramento Sports Center. We're clear.
Bye, friends.
I'm going to run real quick. Jesse, entertain the people.
What's up, people? What do you guys got?
The marathon continues.
Yo, work day, huh? Is he gonna be at the game later too? Are they at home or are they on the road?
They're at home.
Oh, they're at home too.
Yeah. This day never ends. I won't get home till midnight.
Zabel, hopefully anywhere but Miami. I'm over Tyreek Hill. He quit.
What's that?
Now Zabel in the chat asking about Tyreek Hill.
Oh, he's moving, isn't he? Most likely.
We'll see. High times KG. I mean, I guess Valanciunas, he seems the most realistic option at this point, and that fills a need. So
Yesterday, and then
yeah, they kept popping up.
It didn't happen. I think that in itself is tied up in the De'Aaron Fox. I mean, in the Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Like, what are they going to do there? They're trying to save money. They're so far over luxury tax. There's also something I'll probably discuss tomorrow, but all of these teams are shedding salary. All of these teams are, well, that was still
All right.
are shedding salary, and I don't know what that means for like any luxury tax money that you were going to get is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So it's like, I know staying out of the luxury tax is a big deal, but if it gets down to like $8 million or $9 million, it's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. We'll see.
Cool. All right.
Let her have
Is Damien here or no?
I think he's supposed to be. Yeah, I think.
Okay, he is. Is everything
Everyone's
okay or
otherwise,
no?
yeah. Huh?
Everything okay or no?
I haven't looked details yet. I haven't asked him yet.
All right. Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
He's had a weird season, but I think they're fine. I think people make too much of the Celtics, honestly. Like they've been fine. Martin, I didn't see it. What happened? David, yeah, I think he beats Bud. I mean, Canelo's an all-time great. Bud is great at himself too, but I don't think he's beating Canelo at all. And I think Canelo beats Benavidez too. We want steak and salmon, I believe, Steven.
What's happening?
Figuring out what the food is at the wedding. All right, yeah, I did not see Jaden Springer to Houston. What do we get back?
Second round picks, I bet.
Appreciate you keeping us updated, Martin. Yes, sir, Coach. Yes, sir.
We're not gonna like run every De'Aaron media availability, but in the context of the conversation we were having, what he had to say was very interesting.
Thank you, Cole. Also. Bryce, the deal is out there. Tyreek for Debo and a 3rd round pick and a 6th. Tyreek in a 7th for Debo, a 3rd and a 6th. It's there. It's already been agreed to between me and Kyle, which think John.
Wait, Debo a 3rd and a 6th?
Yeah, you're getting Tyreek in a 7th for Debo, a 3rd and a 6th.
No, that's a thumbs down.
What do you mean? You already said yes.
Nah, no.
No,
I'm
there's
pulling
no,
the
there's
offer.
no,
I'm pulling the offer. I don't
no, there's
like it
not.
anymore. It's not. No.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Get to your calls in a moment on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. James Ham has stepped out. He has another press conference to cover at noon. Zach LaVine will be introduced to the media for the first time before making his debut tonight against the Orlando Magic.
I'd imagine that one will be a lot more happier.
That's Jesse. I would imagine so.
Yeah.
Jesse, the producer for D-Lo and Casey, hopping in with me. Nice enough to spend his morning at work. That's so kind of you.
We get paid to go on the radio, bro. It's fine.
I wonder if anybody will have the stones to ask Zach LaVine what he thinks of the Kings roster construction and if they have enough size and athleticism.
Zach, what do you think of the team's defense and size?
Love that.
Imagine he's like, yeah, I think we can upgrade it, honestly.
He's like, yeah, I heard Monty earlier.
Yeah.
Disagree.
Yeah, big thumbs down.
That'd be incredible. I don't think that question will be asked, and I don't think it will be answered in that way. If it is,
Shout out Zach LaVine, though. He's a good player.
Yeah,
like the Kings have their own
debuts
dysfunction.
tonight at
But
Golden One Center. I'm really interested to see how this looks because integrating Zach LaVine into your offense, I know he's played with DeMar DeRozan before, but I don't think it's going to be just this seamless thing where you put it, you look and it's like, oh man, it's like they never lost De'Aaron because he's never played with this specific group of players before. He's a very ball dominant guard. Does he step in day one and he's like, nope, this is my team? Or is he more deferential early on? I'm really, really interested to see what Zach LaVine looks like in his debut.
I'd like to think that, he'll fit in pretty well. I don't see this team taking a massive step back because De'Aaron Fox isn't here. Like, you got Zach LaVine in here now and all that, but my biggest thing is like the Kings were building towards something. At least they told us. Obviously trying to make the West Conference Finals, eventually, all that stuff. And I just don't know with this current group what the ceiling is. Is this the team that like Kings fans can wrap their arms around now? Is this team 3, whatever you want to call it? Like, is Zach LaVine a Kings guy now? Like is this it?
I don't think we'll know. Like, it's going to depend on if they win.
Mm-hmm.
If they win their next 10 games, then yeah, Zach LaVine's going to be the most popular player on the team.
Yeah.
If they win the next 10 and he's scoring 28 a night. But I don't like, that's the thing is while I didn't love this move for Sacramento, I don't think there's going to be some massive step back where all of a sudden they're finishing 40 and 42.
I think they'll at least be in the play-in this year. It's been so bad. And so
I'd be shocked.
It's looked so ugly. They're only 2.5 games back at 6.
I would be shocked if they weren't in the play-in.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't be shocked at all if they wind up in the top 6.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
Like I said, it's looked ugly, but they're only 2.5 back of the Clippers, I believe, for 6th.
Yeah, I think they are on paper a little bit worse, but I don't
think like you're going to be missing De'Aaron Fox's defense to the point where you're losing games now or anything like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm interested to see. Are they defensively now just going to be such a mess early in games that you go, man, they miss having a player who's a good on-ball defender? Or is it going to be one of those things that like, yeah, hey, you know what? It comes up a couple possessions a game, but it's never like he scores enough that it makes up for it. And the offensive dynamic's going to be different because you have to guard Zach LaVine on the perimeter in a different way than you have to guard De'Aaron Fox.
The way I see it too is like you still have the same concerns and needs that you did before De'Aaron
No
Fox
doubt.
got traded.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's why you talk about ceiling. they hit their ceiling in 22-23, and they've done nothing to raise their ceiling. I don't think Zach LaVine necessarily does that.
No, it's just like you said, you got to round out the roster, and Domantas Sabonis, like Malik Monk, I think may be the leader of this team, but Sabonis is now the best player. So it's like just kind of do what you've been doing this season. I don't know if it's how far Domas takes him now or who.
It better not be. I'll tell you that much, man. Like people have seen the take that De'Aaron Fox is not a one. Domas isn't either.
So who do you think is the one on this team now?
It's Malik.
Okay.
Or LaVine. We have to like see how that
Yeah, let things
dynamic
play
plays out. But as of today, because that's not going to be Domas. A one is the guy that at the end of games, you're getting the ball to him and letting him work. The Kings actively avoid giving the ball to Domas late in games because that's not his bag. He's going to do all these other things to impact winning. You get down the stretch, you watch the Nuggets and you watch Jokic, just to play at the same position. He's got the ball. Low post, high post, on the perimeter. They get the ball to Jokic and he goes to work. That's just not Domas. You pick every other one in the NBA. That's what it is. If you want to call him their best player, I think that's I think that's right by a pretty significant margin. But to me, the 1A is the player that in crunch time in a playoff series, they've got the ball in their hands and they are controlling the game.
You think Malik can elevate to another level? We've seen it every time he's gotten an opportunity.
Yeah.
I feel like that can kind of.
Yeah, I don't. Here's the thing. It's like to another level. You mean higher than what he's done?
Yeah,
this
like
year?
do we have? Are we seeing the best of Malik Monk right now, or do you think we could see it with this elevated role?
I think we've seen it. What is he? 18 points, 6 boards this season. But what's his numbers as a starter? There we go. He's about 20 points, 7 assists, and 4 boards. Like, he's shooting 32% from 3 as a starter. Maybe that number ticks up a little bit.
Terrence brings up a good point right here. Malik's higher level might just be like more consistency.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's a good take. Who'd you say that was? Terrence?
Terrence, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Terrence. I think that's probably right.
Yeah, that's a good point right there.
Yeah, if he can consistently be 20 and 7 a night, yeah, I'll take that. And the thing with Malik, and this is again viewing this through the scope of the postseason, I'm not worried about Malik Monk in bright lights. In fact, I believe he'll be better when the lights get brighter in that bigger role. So that's why I'm a firm believer that Malik Monk can elevate himself by being more consistent.
Yeah.
916-909-1320. 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up? Hey, Don.
Hello.
We're talking to you.
This person might have us on mute because there's no noise coming through.
Gone. They're gone. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
Hey, guys. Just a random quick question about Keon Ellis, actually.
Oh.
I think he's going to continue to be the X factor for the team moving forward. It's funny, even the team trading 3 guards away, I think it's still going to be hard to find minutes for him.
Sure.
I mean, at least enough. I mean, it seems like every time a starter goes out, he comes in, he just shows up and does something really incredible when you give him 30 plus. Do you guys think there's going to be any change in how Doug prioritizes him, or is it just going to be that sort of 20-ish minute mark we see when everyone's healthy? Thank you.
Thanks for the call. What was your name?
Ben.
Ben, thanks for the call, Ben. I don't think we're going to see a big change in Keon Ellis's minutes, at least right away.
Yeah.
But if defense becomes a serious problem to the point that we get in here every day, like, well, the Kings scored 130 last night and lost by 10, then I think maybe you see an uptick in his minutes, but I think he's going to continue to be like 20 to 25 minutes a
You
night.
kind of brought up a point, I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, about Keon. Like when we get to the playoffs, and it's like maybe the starters aren't looking so hot, and it's like, all right, maybe we could use Keon to make a difference. Like that's kind of what he is right now.
That's
he's breaking case of emergency for the Kings this season.
Yeah. I would like to see him start, and if that means DeMar DeRozan going to the bench, then so be it. But if that's not going to happen, and I don't think it will in the regular season, that's the playoff adjustment. That's we're getting killed by these 2 guards or whoever. We need more defense in our opening lineup. Here's Keon.
Keon feels like a guy where it's like Because like in the chatty house, everyone's like, "Oh, Keon should be playing 30 minutes, blah blah blah." It's like Keon feels like a guy where maybe it doesn't happen now, but like he's gonna be maybe a 30-minute per minute guy or per
I would
game guy
agree.
with the Kings.
If the
Like
Kings at some point,
he's gonna make it to where like you have no choice but to have him out there. Basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm there now.
Mhm.
I might be early, I might be wrong. But if Doug Christie, he would never. But if Doug Christie called me and goes, "Hey, what should I do with the starting lineup?" I'm like, "Dude, start Keon. Have a tough conversation with DeMar." And
Don't
move
think you
forward
can
from
do
there.
that though. That's not the one.
Who is it?
I don't know, but it's not DeMar. You can't move DeMar DeRozan. To the
Why
bench.
not?
Because like you got to keep everyone happy too. And I don't think you can move a Hall of Famer or whatever who was kind of brought here to take you over the hump.
Then
off
get
the
him
bench.
out of here.
There's
If you're not into winning, if you're not into doing whatever it
He
takes
is, but
to
you brought
win,
me here to
then
help you
goodbye.
win.
Yeah, and they need right now bench production, and they need defense in their starting lineup. Keon, there's
I see
that
what you're
bench
saying.
production. Here's DeMar DeRozan. You can run the second unit. You can take a million shots. I don't care.
I see what you're saying, but it doesn't work that way. You can't
It's
throw
no,
DeMar
but
DeRozan to the
it
bench.
can.
No, it
It
can't. That's the thing,
No, it
because
can't.
all
No,
this
it
stuff
can't.
matters.
This is not a player who's a 19-time All-Star
Mhm.
and 12-time All-NBA, NBA champion, MVP. Like he doesn't have all of that stuff on his resume where you're going like, yeah, hey, he has to start. Like he
Hall of
doesn't.
Famer. He's Hall of Famer.
Is he?
No, yes.
Yes.
Yes,
No,
yes.
yes, I was being dramatic.
Yeah.
No, but you can like at this point, you hit a phase of your career where, yeah, hey, you know what? Coming off the bench and playing 25 minutes a night is going to maximize your impact more than starting and playing 37 minutes a night.
I get it. Logically, sure. But you can't. You can't. It doesn't
All
work.
right,
It
then you're
doesn't
not
work
then
that
you're
way.
not going to maximize what you are as a team. Cool. No, but at least DeMar DeRozan feels good about himself.
It's not about that. It's just keeping like there's just so multiple things that go into it. You can't just throw DeMar DeRozan on the bench. You can't.
You can.
No, you can't.
Super easy. I'll do it right now. Hey, DeMar, how's it going? You're obviously a great player.
Are you serious? They're about to throw me on the bench. Get me out of here.
Okay, great. Monty, make the call.
Now we think even worse.
I disagree.
DeMar DeRozan, like he helped. He has a big impact on this team. I feel like he's been shortchanged this year.
Okay.
You feel differently, clearly.
I think he can continue having an impact
No, you hate him. Just say it.
coming in as a sixth man.
That's
It
tough.
it fixes multiple problems.
No, we can't. I
Notice
won't
they've been
let you
down
make this.
15, 17, 18, 20 in all these games. And then Keon starts and like, wow, look, they have a 10-point lead at halftime. Huh, weird.
See, Doug's gonna call you. Hey, what should I do with the starting lineup? You're gonna suggest that. I'm gonna yell. Don't listen to Kyle. You can't do it. You can't do it.
I would not take my call in front of you. I would go outside.
Whatever. We're not benching DeMar
Let's try
DeRozan
Don
though.
again. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
Hey guys, first and foremost, I just want to give a shout out to James Ham and the rest of the Sacramento media for like pressing and holding the front office accountable during that press conference. It feels like players and coaches are always held to that standard, so it's nice getting some more feedback from the front office. Yeah, and then I wanted to touch base on what you guys were talking about earlier about it seeming like no one's on the same page. It feels like Vivek is running the organization like a tech company where there's a clear goal of like winning a championship, but all the middle management can't decide on how to make the product do that. Is there something that we can do to fix that, you know?
Good question. Thanks. No.
Well,
if you believe that ownership is running a team a certain way, there's nothing.
Well, there's always just the hope that they hire the right guy next and they kind of go about it differently.
Yeah, maybe.
Like I kind of like to use the Raiders as an example. Like they've always been just kind of dysfunctional, too many cooks in the kitchen. Now you got Tom Brady, and it's like I don't know if he's the sole one. Like there's one guy making moves, and I think that's what the Kings need. Like it shouldn't. Every time we talk about a move, it shouldn't have to be Monty or Wes or Monty, like whatever. It should just be one person every time we are talking. You should not have multiple people here. You need one guy, and you need that guy to make decisions. Now, there's a point where maybe he doesn't make the best decisions, and you start over after that. But like that's where it's got to start. It needs to be just one guy is the head honcho. Everyone else falls in line. Everyone can collaborate, but when it comes down to it, I make the decision here, and that's final.
Sure.
When you get,
I don't know that Vivek will take a step back and not be involved in those decisions though. Like every team owner or team governor is going to be involved. Like they have to sign
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
On,
like as far as hiring the guys, yeah, like hire your one basketball guy and then
Right.
get out the way.
Right. That's it. And that's what I don't know. I don't know if the Kings will ever get there.
That's an issue.
Yeah.
I don't like the
hope
idea of collaboration or whatever. Like as far as like
Anti-collaboration?
just let me like my point is that like as far as like making big decisions, like yeah, we could talk, but ultimately I overrule you and it comes down,
Yeah.
it falls on me. Like that's
I
what I'm
would agree.
saying here.
Yeah, the GM assistant GM dynamic can't be it can't be whatever it is for the Kings.
Yeah.
I would tend to agree with you.
Yeah, I think that's honestly
But
like
also-
a big start right
but-
there. That
but-
handles half of your problems, I feel.
But like Vivek is also like a basketball fan. I think Vivek genuinely wants to win, and if he has an idea, I don't know this. This is me just speculating and guessing. If he has an idea about what winning basketball is supposed to look like, and Monty McNair's vision is aligned with Vivek's,
But okay, that's fair, but you don't know. You don't know what winning basketball looks like. You don't.
Sure.
Since you've taken over, you don't. Like you can
Sure.
have a vision and all that, but it hasn't worked. So get someone else to make the decisions.
I don't disagree with you.
I'm not yelling
You
at
have to
you.
yell at
I'm
me
not
about
yelling
it.
at you. All right.
You want to yell at me about DeMar DeRozan going to the bench? That's fine.
No,
but
I
I'm
love
not-
sports. That's all it is. But like that's the thing. Like you can't be like, oh, like I know what. No, you don't. Like get someone else here who has like some status and all that, and let them start making decisions.
Fingers crossed. That's Jesse Tapia. He's in for James
Real
Ham.
quick,
James Ham
pragmatic
going down.
pessimist. Yes, I want a King's tatership. I don't want a Kingsocracy. I want a King's tatership.
King's Tater Ship sounds like something that you can buy at a concession stand.
Oh yeah, let me get some cheese on that, please.
King's Tater Ship with steak and cheese.
Yeah,
No,
that sounds great.
Jesse Tapia is there. I'm Kyle Matson. James Ham, he is on his way down to Golden One Center to cover the Zach LaVine press conference. I believe he'll be joining D'Lo and Casey at 3:00 if you're tapping in for more James Ham. We'll be back in just a second. We'll have the handoff coming up with Damian Barley right here on ESPN 1320. We're the insider sponsored by Jiffy Lube on Sacramento Sports Center. What'd you say? Okay. Oh no, that's wrong. Oops. Hi everyone. King's Tater Chips sounds so fire. Hell yeah. Love that. Yeah. It's easy work. Well, man, it sounds delicious. Fried jalapenos underrated, by the way. I rock with a fried jalapeno. I don't think this works financially. But yeah, you can get Kevin Durant, you do it. I rock with a fried pickle as well. It depends though. Like there's definitely places where I've had fried pickles and I don't like them. Yes. I do a pickled jalapeno too. I'm a little bit of not a big spice guy, so there's a limit to the number of pickled jalapeno I can do, but pickled jalapeno is delicious. I would not. I know what all my takes are, and I'm wrong so much. Yeah, if you can get Kevin Durant and bring him in as your sixth man, I love that idea. I'm going to be 100% honest. I have not watched enough CD Sissoko to have takes about him.
Manny, this sounds a little crazy, but I'm intrigued. But it sounds crazy, but I'm intrigued. You've been there. You've been there.
Yes. Yes. I ordered a peanut butter and jelly burger one time. And it was one of those things. It was like the thing on the menu at the restaurant we were at. I was like, all right, like, I guess I'll try it.
That's crazy. Have you guys gotten to throwing honey on your pepperoni pizza yet?
I done what?
Like gotten to throwing honey on your pepperoni pizza yet?
Hot honey?
Yeah, hot honey.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Come on.
I'm glad we're all there.
Come on. See, David gets it.
Yeah, the idea works.
This might have been where it was. This might have been where I had it.
PB&J burger, huh?
Oh, hang on. We're coming back.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
And no James Ham, just Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia has been filling in for James today. Kenny Caraway in the building for the handoff. What's up, Casey?
What's going on, fellas? What's up?
I'm trying to bring DeMar DeRozan off the bench. That's what's up.
And I'm just shutting that down.
I'm the only person. This is
one man wolf pack.
Dude, I am like genuinely. Here's what I push back against. I push back against if your thought process is you start your philosophy is you start your 5 best guys, then yeah, DeMar starts. He's one of your 5 best players. For like to be totally clear, I am 100% on board with that. But we saw the Kings have a lot of success with Malik Monk being one of their 5 best guys coming off the bench and closing games. If that's your thought on it, cool. I reject what Jesse's take is and what you've said as well. I reject the idea that like you just can't do that. It's like you most certainly can. At some point, players hit a phase in their career where it's like, hey, you're not an all-NBA guy anymore. You're not an all-star anymore. And to maximize your impact on the team, this is the role you're going to play.
Understandable, but I don't think he's there yet.
Okay.
I mean, since the coaching change, he's averaging like 23 points a night.
He's been really good.
Phenomenal. And he's doing what DeMar DeRozan has done his entire career right now. So I don't think you're not wrong about that, but I don't think he's hit that phase. I think he's fine.
And let me also make this clear. This is a Keon Ellis Kings defense related take.
Understandable.
And Kings, the way they start games related take. This is not a DeMar stinks and he needs to be benched.
They're trying to get Keon Ellis more minutes here in the start.
Yeah, right. That's not. So I also want to make that. This is not an anti-DeMar DeRozan take. It's I watch the Kings night in and night out get 9 points off their bench. And I watch Keon Ellis start and I watch the Kings play a lot better. And I go, wow, hey, there's a way to fix both of those things.
I completely understand. I just don't think this team is set up and constructed in a way where there's a pathway to that.
Okay.
Like if it would take, it's hard to explain like what it would take, but like to get Keon in there, you'd have to get either DeMar or like a Keegan out. And I don't think they can withstand getting either one of those guys out of the starting lineup.
Yeah. You just don't have the options at this point.
You don't think they can withstand that's the other thing I get hung up on. If your starting lineup is Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, Keon at the 3, I know you're a little undersized, with Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis, I don't think you're like missing scoring.
No, you're not missing scoring. I mean, I'm the guy where the starting doesn't really matter. It's about who's finishing games for me. But there is also a level of, and I think Doug Christie will look at this or whatever. May sound ridiculous, but there's a certain level of respect you pay to somebody like DeMar DeRozan.
No doubt.
Who is still performing at a high level. Like
Sure.
he's not Joe Johnson a couple years ago yet. You know what I'm saying? Like he's still got it.
Late stage Carmelo.
Yeah. So you combine the respect with the production, and I don't think there's a need to.
I mean, ideally, the one that moves to the bench is Monk, but you don't have the point guard to fix that anymore.
I want your thoughts on this, Kenny, because you're deeper into basketball strategy than I am. In 2025, is it that important to have a quote unquote point guard?
Not necessarily. And then
if
you
you have Zach LaVine can handle the basketball, DeMar DeRozan can handle the basketball, Domantas Sabonis can lead the break. I just don't know. I don't know that having a point guard is that important, but I'm also not going to bench Malik.
Yeah, the traditional thought of like what a point guard was when we grew up, like that's kind of changed a little bit, a lot actually. Like you don't need like, oh, this is the one guy you get it to, and he, puts the finger up in there, and that's initiates off. Like it's not necessarily that. We got pick and roll, we got DHOs, like you said, you got somebody like Sabonis and DeRozan brings the ball up and everything from time to time. So in the traditional sense, no.
But the Suns tried running that with Bill Booker Bill Booker and KD, right? Just one of those guys going to handle the basketball, and that failed. Just like they're not good now, but that failed miserably that first season.
To me, the difference with that and a guy like and maybe a reason why Malik Monk is still in the starting lineup is because none of those guys were creators for others. You put any of those guys in a pick and roll situation with Nurkic, and they can't get them the ball. They don't know how to spray it out, get the paint touch and spray out to the three. That's not really their game. They're finishers more than creators for others. Malik Monk has an ability to do both. We look at him as a finisher, but he's shown in his time here like he's a creator. Like, so you get him out there and you take his points per game down a little bit, but you ask him to facilitate and create just a little bit more. I don't want him to turn into Eric Snow, but but like just a little bit more. Well, 2001 Sixers. That was my squad. Shout out Eric Snow out there with a bad ankle, in the playoffs. Big ups to him. Yeah, like just facilitate a little bit more, work on that pick and roll a little bit more, and he's got that ability to do it. So I think that's the difference between asking those guys at the Suns to do it and Malik and those guys.
I guess.
I don't think you're going to win this battle, though, Kyle.
No, that's fine. I understand that. I understand that I'm on an island here, and that's okay. I looked over at the chat. I pretty rarely because I've got a million things happening. And
you're a busy guy.
I look over at what, and the first thing I see was you just say anything.
Oh man, come on.
And that's when someone says, "Like, dang,
Kyle's just the big for ratings guy."
What they said. What's the farmer? They say the engagement farmer.
Oh yeah, you're an engagement farmer.
Dude, that's me. Kyle. That's me. I'm just doing this for clicks. Will you agree with me that that's the move in a playoff series? If they're down 0-2 and they're just really struggling to start games?
No, because playoffs is when you need DeMar even more because that game slows down. Like people talk about, people talk about the game slowing down in the playoffs and how he keeps guys from running up and down. DeMar's made for the playoffs. DeMar's made for the playoffs, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm starting off with him.
Maybe just run laps.
I don't see a pathway, Kyle.
Yeah.
I don't see a pathway.
Hey, how many? I gotta do an underdog lineup. I got Domantas Sabonis lower than 17.5 points right now.
Go over. I mean more. Or I don't know what it is over there.
Higher or lower. Higher on 17.5 for Domas?
Yeah.
I just don't know. I think he's gonna be looking to facilitate.
He'll have a 20-piece tonight.
Do you want to go higher than 6.5 assists instead? Or is he not kind of the ball in his hand? I don't know.
It's a good question. He's going to have a big time night.
For a 20
He's going to have one of them nights, like 21, 15, and 9 or something like that.
Really?
Yeah, you're going to have one of them nights tonight.
I got to go Zach LaVine higher than 20.5 points, right?
I would love that. I don't know, though. Maybe he's trying to ingratiate himself into the offense. I don't know. I'm scared away from that one.
Feeling like a 6 for 15, maybe drops like 18 points or something.
18, that'd be a little deflating.
I gotta have something for Zach LaVine.
Yeah, I need a 20 piece.
3.5 made free throws.
That's a good one. I was thinking
the line? Okay, I like
3-pointers made.
3-pointers made. I've got where are we at? 2.5. I like that. I like the free throws made.
Let's go higher. Oh, you already got the free throws. Okay.
Yeah, I like the free throws.
You're going higher with the free throws.
I'm going higher than 6.5 assists. And then I need one
Malik
from Orlando.
Killing it with the assists, and my favorite one is the 3-pointers made from Malik.
It feels like that and assists are just are cash every night. This is of course underdogs pick'em game. Pick higher or lower on at least 2 player stats. You can win up to 1,000 times your entry. I'm doing basketball tonight. But I'm going to have stuff on the big game when the Chiefs and Eagles face off.
Ooh.
I haven't made lineups yet. Who are you rooting for?
Chiefs.
I think I am too. Yeah. My body will tell me that day because I always go into games thinking like, oh, I'm going to root for this team. And then the game will start to happen. I'm like, can't do it.
You guys are
I can't do
NFC
it.
guys. You can't root for the Eagles.
Yeah.
What do you think I am,
yeah.
Micah Parsons out here? No,
Yes.
I'm doing it for the division.
Let's take a lap, nerd.
Nerd. But no, I mean, I look at it. The Chiefs are already great. Like, what's another Super Bowl going to do? It's going to make them even more. No, it's not.
It's way worse for the 49ers fans if the Eagles win the Super Bowl.
I agree.
Way worse.
I agree.
Yeah, I think I'm there as well.
You can't be
Like,
any more annoyed by the Chiefs by them
If the Chiefs
winning
win,
another.
if
Super
the Chiefs
Bowl.
win, it's like your own little personal. Mahomes got to know. Like no one realistically cares
The
about
Eagles,
Niners Chiefs.
Philadelphia fans. Shout out to Matthew. Oh gosh, I don't want them having anything good.
I have several friends who are Eagles fans. I love them. I will do anything for them. God, I hope they're miserable on Sunday. The Eagles are just a better team, though. It just has
Better team than the Chiefs.
Yeah, like more talent. Sorry, they're more talented than the Chiefs, for sure.
Yeah, defense is crazy. And you know I love that Chiefs defense.
The
That
Chiefs defense
is
also very
crazy.
good. Yeah.
There's some chinks in the armor in that AFC Championship game, though.
Yeah, there were.
Yeah, I was like,
A little
oh, the
dicey.
Russian is bleeding.
Underdog's the only pick and platform that puts the power to cash out in your hands. Now you can either keep riding with your entry or tap the win now button to cash out whenever you want. Underdog is the best place to play Pick'em. Download the app, sign up with promo code Kyle M and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Kyle M. Here is my lineup for tonight. Demonis Sabonis, we're going higher than 17.5 points. Zach LaVine, we're going higher than 3.5 made free throws. Malik Monk, higher than 6.5 assists. I'm going Paolo Banchero, higher than 23.5 points for the Orlando Magic. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Kings winning tonight.
Yes.
Orlando has lost 9 of their last 10.
Bro, they're sneaky 3 games under 500.
Franz Wagner's playing. Paolo Banchero is playing. No Jalen Suggs. He's been out. But they're struggling badly.
Franz is he's playing. I thought he was out.
No, Franz is. He
was
might be out
back the other.
tonight.
Yeah, he was back the other night. I was watching.
Is he out?
But I think he
Has he been
was
ruled out
listed
tonight?
out yesterday.
I have not looked. I've been neck deep in a Monty McNair press conference all morning, so
well,
I have not.
Haven't we all?
You guys discussing that on
A little bit,
on Casey?
a little bit. Plus, we were gonna have the Zach LaVine press conference.
Oh, you taking that live?
Yeah.
All right, we'll have the Zach LaVine press conference coming up here in a second. 24 hours and 4 minutes. The NBA trade deadline. If the Kings are going to do stuff, we'll have it for you right here on ESPN 1320. That's Kenny Caraway, D'Lo, and KC coming up next. Jesse Tapia, great job today. Appreciate you filling in, and salute to James Ham for driving all the way out to fill in or to jump in for a couple of segments before going back down to cover the Zach LaVine press conference. For Jesse Tapia, I'm Kyle Madsen. This is the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. Sacramento sports leader D'Lo and KC next. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Drink water, be nice people. See you. Hey, Chatty House, great show today. Really appreciate you guys. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go. One more time. Hey.
It's game day, baby.
It is game day, man. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, February 5th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
And we are waiting to hear from Zach LaVine. He's going to be at the podium. Press conferences galore today for the Sacramento Kings. Contrary to some of the message in the chat, Joe, I was not traded mid-show yesterday. I know it's that time of year, but I was not traded mid-show. I had a little emergency with Sprout. She's doing better today, but big thanks to Casey and Jesse and Will and Trista and everybody and Jason Jones for holding things down yesterday. Sorry I had to bail on you guys, but had to take care of the puppy, man. Had to take care of the puppy.
D-Lo gets traded, I quit.
Well,
me too.
Well,
walking out. I'm getting in my brown truck.
It'd be an electric brown truck. I can't believe, I can't. And by the way, we're not missing anything. We got the Zach LaVine.
Look at the jersey.
It's pulled up right there. We're waiting for him to take the podium. Do you know, because I remember you were going to get one of them trucks.
I was, yeah.
Do you know, and if you have one, salute. Do you know, if I see you with one, I immediately assume you're an a-hole?
Oh, my.
As soon as I see one of those trucks, I'm
Goodness
like,
gracious.
This jackass. I'm sure they're probably a perfectly pleasant individual just driving around in their car. But I see it, and I immediately think that person's an a-hole.
Well, you get a Cybertruck for the status, though?
Status?
Well, just because it's hey, I got a Cybertruck. You don't get it because you got you're not hauling.
I
anything
wouldn't
on
get
the
it. I think it
Cybertruck.
looks like trash.
Well, that's the thing. You're not getting a Cybertruck because it's oh yeah, I can haul some stuff here.
Yeah,
you're not
ain't
doing
hauling
that.
nothing.
Yeah.
No, that's not. Well, I'm trying to think. No, that was.
Well, what do you
that
do
was
with
the
it?
Initial thing.
What
They had
was?
the little what they call the cab in the back? They don't have it on this. But initially, you were supposed to be able to haul whatever you needed on there.
I saw a video once and the bumper fell off.
I don't know why that's
Well,
funny.
that's like when he was unveiling the Cybertruck, way back when 5 years ago,
Mhm.
and he was like, "Yeah, they got shatterproof windows. Look," and he throws this rock at the window and it
Bro,
breaks.
No.
He was pissed. I was like, "You dummy."
You're gonna get a truck. Get a real truck.
That's hilarious.
Cybertruck cold though. I ain't got nothing bad to say.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either. I don't think it is, but all right.
It looked like a toy I'll buy for my nephew. It feels like I said, like a toy.
It does not. Yeah,
it
that's,
doesn't
that's
look like a
the
real
thing.
truck.
It doesn't look like a car. It doesn't look like something that should be on the road.
I should throw this on my Hot Wheels thing.
Especially the people who spruce it up, get the wraps and all that other stuff, man. It's looking cold. I see one a lot on my way here. This it's all black with the black wrap, tinted out. Look fire, and that thing moved too.
Well, yeah, okay. All right.
I don't drive fast, so it don't really matter. People are it goes to 0 to 60. That's fine.
You are never moving at a fast speed. Not in a
definitely don't
car.
wanna drive fast.
Not in a walk. Nothing. Casey
Basketball used to
Casey is very much of the.
Are you a 65 in the left lane type of guy?
No.
You always drive the speed limit. What's
I
the
don't
fastest you'll
drive-
go on the freeway?
I don't drive slow.
Allegedly, because we don't break speed limits here.
Yeah, if there were no rules, I'd probably go 85, 90, if need be. But if I don't have to,
KC cruising on the freeway.
Go 75, 76, man. Like
75.
even
is
that's
slow.
above this speed limit, but yeah, if I don't have to.
I don't want to launch a conversation about I just looked up at the TV and saw that headline.
Yeah, they tricking us.
I don't know. It said Kevin Durant has no desire on a reunion with the Warriors. All right.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Okay. Well,
he's not trying to. That would be.
Yes, we'll see what happens.
Stupid GM week will continue if the Suns choose Jimmy Butler over Kevin Durant.
Oh, that'd be insane.
That's just
that'd be
ridiculous.
absolutely
Yeah, it's not
insane.
like Kevin's not asking out, right?
No.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Eddie tweeted it out yesterday. He's like, Phoenix, you don't have to make a trade. Just because he wants to be there, who gives a damn?
Mm-hmm.
He's on his way out. Jimmy's not one of them dudes no more. He's a good basketball player, but Jimmy is not. It's not 3 years ago, Jimmy, where he single-handedly took Miami somewhere. Like that's not what this is no more. Don't trade for that like that. He's a key contributor. That's what he is at this point.
Yeah, I'll be really interested to see what happens today because Kevin Durant's name is being spoken way too loudly. Like way too loud.
We're following the playbook. He's getting moved. Like it's it's the worst kept secret on Twitter right now. It's just a matter of where.
That's just a great headline. I can't wait for the follow-up one. Kevin Durant has been traded to the Golden State Warriors because what was the story today? Oh, Phoenix would be interested in Draymond Green. What?
Wait, that was out there?
What? Yes.
Well, I saw a report.
That leads me to believe the deal is already done and the PR teams are going to work on it.
Yeah, I would have said, okay. Like, what else do you want?
Draymond Green?
That's crazy. That really is crazy, especially at this point in his career. I saw a report, and everything's just a report now. Like, who knows who's saying what? But somebody said Matt Ishbia contacted KD and said, we're not trading you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't take that for what it's worth. It wasn't Shams who reported that. It was like maybe somebody.
Does Matt Ishbia get told to let basketball people make basketball decisions, or is that just reserved for?
That's only here.
Okay.
And then when you do let the basketball people make basketball decisions, you get mad at the decisions they make. Like it kind of becomes,
and then blame the owner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of becomes clear that sometimes you shouldn't let the basketball people make the basketball decisions. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you should step in and take over your business.
I'll be fascinated.
Do what's best for business.
I'll be fascinated to hear, like if the Kings win 4 of the next 5 and Zach is averaging 27. Are there any articles written about how much Vivek Ranadive loves Zach LaVine, or do we just do we throw those the way of Vivek Ranadive loved Doug Christie?
That's it. The only time you'll hear about Vivek is when things are going wrong. That's the only time people will even put his name in an article.
Well, remember he wanted Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
Basketball people wanted Jaden Ivey.
Yeah, they just get out the way. If he just gets out the way and lets the basketball people do what they want.
Also, they're both really good players.
Yes.
Just for the record, shout out Jaden Ivey. Hopefully he's recovering. Yeah, hopefully he's recovering. We're kind of just waiting. Like I didn't want to dive into a conversation about Monty McNair. We're just kind of glossing over stuff because there's the microphones.
Those Kings jerseys are fire.
You want to talk more about speed limits?
What is the speed limit? 65?
Well, it varies, don't it?
I think it does vary. Certain freeways, certain.
I don't know. Like on the East Coast, it varies a lot.
They drive horrible in Miami.
They drive hella slow on the East Coast.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Slow? Yeah.
They drive slow. There is in the Bay they drive kind of fast. LA, they drive really fast. They drive crazy out there.
It's California. You need to move, bro. Like, let's go. We got places to be.
They'll pull you over. I don't feel like cops pull you over in the left lane in California. They'll do that. For going too slow?
Oh, yeah. I don't even.
Oh no, they'll pull you over for going too fast. You can get pulled over for going slow in the fast lane on the East Coast.
Bro, if I'm moving with the flow of traffic, and the flow of traffic is 88 to 92, and the freeway is full of people,
mm-hmm.
How do you know who was speeding?
You don't. You just pick the coolest car.
I can tell you how. I think you know the answer to that.
Well,
you started it. Pull over, pal.
And then the other thing that pisses me off is we wait for Zach LaVine to come to the podium.
Zach's probably stuck in traffic.
Yo,
Zach's in the fast lane trying to get to.
Why do the cops never pull over the person that's driving reckless?
Oh, never.
The person
ever.
is driving crazy. Just drives free.
Yep.
Let little granny be going 77. Get her.
Now that we're just talking about this too, if you get behind a cop on the freeway, that's the best lead blocker you ever have in your life. Like you're just zooming.
Mike Allstott.
Yeah, like Mike Allstott, Daryl Johnson, whatever. Like I'm Emmett Smith back here. We're getting to my destination quick.
Juice.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, they don't ever get
Let's
the person
go.
weaving in and out of traffic, going 95, just driving wreck. No, they just drive fine. They never get pulled over. It's good. It's terrible.
Shout out to everybody tuning in to hear about this. Here's what we'll do. We will step out. We'll get this commercial break out of the way because we were going to kind of have to navigate this a little bit. So we'll step out. If you're watching on the stream, if you're watching on YouTube, Twitter, whatever it may be, I know Twitch is giving us some problems right now. We'll try to get that corrected. But if you're watching and Zach LaVine sits down, we'll just go live to it. And when we resume on the radio, you'll be hearing from Zach LaVine. If not, just hang tight. We'll come back. There's a lot to talk about. Monty McNair spoke today, and he said exactly what you think, but maybe a little worse.
No, yeah, all right.
Oh, good. We're going to fight today. That's always a good sign that we're going to fight today. That's fine. I'm rested after last night. Let's go ahead. Let's get it in. Stealing with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I thought the vibes were going to be a little chill, too.
I'm going to go grab my drink real quick. Oh, wait. Stand by. Maybe not. Don't go anywhere. Anyone. Okay, perfect. Right as we went to commercial. What a dick.
You can throw it on there now if you want.
Well, no, I put it on for the stream.
See this tonight. We wearing black tonight. We wearing blue. Are we black tonight? Purple.
Oh, the purple and black.
I'm about to take this one home for myself, though. I look pretty good, man. I like it. Yeah.
That King's there. They did they thing.
Perfect. Lay this down.
All right. Hello again, everyone. Obviously talked a little bit about Zach this morning, so doesn't need much intro. Multi-time All-Star, incredible athlete, scorer, defender. I think that athleticism jumps off the screen, off the game every time you watch him on both ends. So we're obviously super excited to welcome Zach here, and I know you guys got a bunch of questions for him, so we'll get going.
Zach, Jake Eden from CBS 13. Welcome to Sacramento.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify, you're able to play tonight. You're not sitting out with with the birth of your son or daughter. Am I right on this?
No, my lovely wife actually just had the birth of our third kid, our daughter. And I have a bunch of family here, some of my friends here right now. My wife actually going to try to make it to the game, so she is incredible. But yeah, no, we're really excited. I wanted to play as soon as possible. I remember talking to Monty and the guys. I was like, if I could try to make it to Minnesota, but stuff didn't clear that fast, so I'm here now.
And just for you, what was the initial reaction to being traded here to Sacramento?
I was really excited. I want to thank Chicago. I spent 8 years there. The organization, grew my family there. Grew up as a man there as well. So there's no love loss or bad blood there. It's just you have to understand business, and I've got to know that over my tenure in the career of the NBA. But super excited. I'm back here on the West Coast. I'm 45 minutes from my house in Newport. So, I know a couple guys on the team. Obviously, DeMar couldn't stay away from me for more than 3 months. So it's really fun. I'm just super excited, especially with these last after All-Star break, this push to try and get into the playoffs.
Hey, Zach, Matt George, ABC 10. Congratulations to you and your family. You brought up DeMar. Speaking of which, having someone that you're so familiar with from your time together in Chicago, now joining a new franchise, how much easier does that make that transition, having somebody like that you are so familiar with, that you guys can just pick up a ball and play together?
I think it helps a lot. obviously being familiar with people, and at the end of the day, it is just basketball. Coming here and us doing our job, but having guys that you played with or being familiar with always helps. And me and him have had a really good relationship. He's from Chicago even before that, so it's a seamless transition.
Hi, Zach. Tristy Rodriguez, NBC Sports California. Welcome to Sacramento. I don't know if you know, but your hat yesterday, the Raider hat, raised a lot of controversy. Are you a Raiders fan? What's
I'm
the
a
story?
big Raiders fan. I know there's some San Francisco Giants fans and some 49ers fans, but I've been a Raider fan since my dad played with the Seahawks back in the day. Family's from San Bernardino, California, so I've been riding with the Raiders through good and bad. So you guys might see some Raider hats around here from me.
And then just two basketball questions. First, I guess since everyone's being asked this, what was your reaction to the Luka trade? Luka being a Laker now.
I mean, everybody. I think when it went across our timeline, we just didn't really. I thought it was like fake news, but it really was. That was a big domino to fall that no one thought it would. But that's the NBA that we live in, and that's the business of basketball that I've learned to know. And I think that just started a little bit of the floodgates going on to this trade deadline coming up on February 6th. So it's gonna be exciting to watch.
And just along those lines, obviously a little bit of a shakeup in the West. It's been a couple of years since you've been here.
Yeah.
But how just excited are you to compete in the West with the best of the best here?
Yeah, I mean, I started my career off here in the West. It's not that I'm not familiar with it. Obviously, you play all the teams in the East, but being out here is a little different. You have to be ready to compete and play each and every night. And I'm excited for it, especially this stage of my career.
Hi, Zach. Michelle Dapper, KCRA. Congrats to your family and welcome to Sacramento. I'm curious, as an NBA veteran, what was your perception of this organization and then Sacramento Kings as a whole, especially the front office?
I mean, you guys should know I signed here about 6 years ago, so I've been a fan for a long time. I thought I was going to be a King, a little bit ago. Obviously, Chicago matched my offer sheet, but it's I've had a good. I understand the culture here, being from the West Coast and watching a lot of games and knowing how incredible.
Zach LaVine that you hear in the background. We're going right into the press conference here.
State of the Lakers, but Tuesday night it's still going to be packed in here and people pull for their team. So I'm really excited to go out here, especially the first game and start building the chemistry, not just with the fans but with the players as well.
Zach, there have been rumors of you coming here a couple of times before to play with De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
How do you think filling those shoes? How are you different? What do you bring that's different than De'Aaron, and what should fans expect from you?
I mean, me and De'Aaron are we're close. We're in the same agency as well. We got to talk on the phone and obviously understand a little bit about how the business works, and that's all fine. But I think fans should understand I play extremely hard. Obviously I can put the ball up and I put the ball in the basket, but the more I've gone into my career of trying to be more of a leader, experienced guys, and even with some older dudes on the team like Jay and DeMar, just help leading as well, just through expectations and experiences as well. So, I'm really excited, and to go out here and show everybody what I do, and continue to keep growing my game and hopefully grow the teams.
Hey, Zach, Sean Cunningham, Fox 40. I'm curious for you when you it seems like this maybe from us, we've expected to trade with you for such a long time, not even necessarily to Sacramento, but just in general. How much has that kind of weighed on your shoulders a little bit? How have you kind of processed that and kind of readied yourself for this moment to take a next step?
Yeah, I think it comes with the territory, especially guys in my position where, you might be in trade rumors, or you might, you're the face of a franchise, for a decent amount of time, and you're going to go through trials and tribulations. And I feel like I've gone through a lot of ups and downs, highs, lows. And I think that just made me a better person, character-wise, experience, and understanding, basketball as a whole. So I dealt with it fine, and I was more than enough. I was excited for the opportunity. Not a lot of people get opportunities like this to go here and start somewhere fresh where you're wanted, and liked. So I'm excited for that challenge and opportunity.
Hey, Zach, Brendan Nunes, SacCount Sports. You and Doug both being Washington guys, just how far back does your history go, and how do you feel about getting a chance to play for him here?
Doug is great. I remember growing up watching Doug. He's one of the first guys to make it out of Seattle. He's like a pioneer from that area, and growing up West Coast, watching him with Sacramento, obviously battling against the Lakers and stuff in the conference finals. the tenacious and the mentality that he brings. I know where he's from and what he's about. So we've had numerous conversations. And then even, when I was even playing here, when he was doing TV, radio, or assistant coach, I always come up, say what's up, give him a hug. So it's really cool having him be in that lead seat to help him out as well.
Hey, Zach. Deuce Mason, NBC Sports California. Last year, overcoming the adversity, you have the surgery, you're away from the game. How much did you benefit from just kind of reflecting and that time off? Like, what did you learn about yourself during that stretch?
I mean, whenever you miss a period of time from something you love, it's taken away from you. You have to appreciate it more. I think when I got hurt, obviously dealing with that in Chicago, and we were going through those ups and downs. Obviously, there's trade rumors. You just take a step back and then you start reflecting on, like, what can I do better? How can I come back and improve not just myself but the team overall? And I think that's pretty much what it was. And then just getting back to joy of loving and playing again, because I played 25 games with a broken foot. It sucks, but you can't do anything about it. Injuries is part of sports. So when you get that time back, how are you doing? How are you doing? Manage it.
Zach, how excited are you to light the beam?
Yeah, everybody's talking about lighting the beam, man. So hopefully we get this thing done sooner than later. Hopefully try to light the thing up tonight.
Zach, Mark Haynes, Sacramento Observer.
Yeah, I got you.
Coming into this situation, the Kings are a team that wants to be a win now team, and they're kind of even. It's like a fresh start for them right now with you being on the team.
Yeah.
Do you feel any pressure to come in and make an immediate impact in a positive way?
I don't think it's pressure, but I think that's what is expected of you. Somebody in my position, you come here and you try to, improve the team. That's what I think what these guys brought me here for. And for me personally, I've been to one playoff series. I've spent 8 years in Chicago. I've won a lot of individual accolades, but as a team setting, I'm looking forward to going out here and trying to help these guys and them helping me as well get to that next step. So I'm more than excited for the challenge. I don't think it's more pressure.
Zach, Brandon Benitez, CBS Sacramento. Welcome to Sac. We saw you at shoot around today. Just early impressions on the roster that this team has, and perhaps the ceiling that you guys can reach together. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a fun group. I mean, how long ago did we play you guys? Like 2 weeks ago? Yeah, just 2 weeks ago. Fun group of guys, can really shoot the ball up and down. You don't want to. When I was in Chicago, we were so worried about them taking the ball out and shooting within the first 4 or 5 seconds. So. With me coming in, I think that just adds to the offense, and obviously with the experience as well. I'm excited. You never know what the ceiling can be. We're going to have to work through some stuff just like any team will have to, but we're trying to get it down as fast as possible. But my first initial reactions with the group, a great group of guys. Doug seems like the spirits are super high, and that's something that, even coming from Chicago, it seemed like a really fun and ready group. So it made me really excited.
Hey, Zach, Tyler Texair here with iHeartRadio. How excited are you to play next to such a great all-around player like Domantas Sabonis? And are you in favor for bringing back the Young Hollywood nickname from your college days since you're back in California?
I haven't heard that name since I was like 18, man. Young Hollywood, wow. That's UCLA. Domantas has been incredible since I've been in the NBA. Probably one of the best floor connectors you could have, and low-key probably the strongest guy in the NBA that we never like to box out. So I'm glad he's on our team. And I'm really excited with different cuts and plays that you can run with him. We'll get our chemistry down soon. On the nickname, I don't know, man. I'll let you guys figure that out.
Zach, you just mentioned it too about playing, lighting the beam, which we hope you do that, here soon. But what's your message to the fans here? Because you know how energetic and loud it gets here, and just the whole town is just so passionate about this franchise.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm a passionate player about basketball. I put a lot of hard work into my game, and I don't take this for granted. So every time I step on the floor, I'm not taking for granted the time that they come to watch the game, spending their hard-earned money to come here and watch and cheer on the team. So, I'm gonna be right there with them and do everything I can for the city.
Zach, kind of building off that over your career, you've had a lot of success in this building. On the opposite side, now calling this building home, one, how excited are you to play and call this building home? And two, what is it about this gym that so many shooters seem to just enjoy?
I mean, I've always just loved playing, close to back home. I have friends and family that are close by, so they always came to the game. And now calling it home, it's going to be really fun for me to have games like that every day where I get to see my wife, my kids, mom, dad, friends. And I don't know, man. It's a shooter's gym, so hopefully it stays like that for me. I've always liked shooting here.
Zach, just you mentioned, so they talked a little bit about the lack of postseason experience that you have. How much does that kind of, I don't know, eat at you individually? I mean, people can say what they say, but just you as a hooper, just how much does that kind of bother you or just nag at you?
I mean, everybody has to play the cards that they're dealt. The situation that you're in, the team that you play for. I always put my best foot forward and try to do everything I can to help the team win. Now, are you always going to be able to? No, but for me, in my 11th year now, being in a playoff series, you want to try to compete and challenge yourself to get there. I think that's the more the reason of it's competitiveness. I think that's more than just wanting to, you want to go out there and compete for championship. You want to go out there and compete and be in big time games and be in position to do that. And I think that's just the competitiveness that each player has.
Hey, Zach, Chris Peterman with the Sacramento Bee. Just being in your spot, being linked to so many different teams and different rumors. I'm just wondering, what was that like for you the last few weeks mentally, knowing that so many things are up in the air and there are so many different possibilities?
I think earlier in my career, I got traded early on in my career, and it hit me to that side of the game. But now you just control what you can, and let the chips fall where they may be. I was taking my son on a walk when I got the call from Rich, and I was extremely excited. Obviously, like I said, I appreciate everything and my time in Chicago, but now that I'm here, it's time to take my career to the next step and continue that along. So I love talking around with V, with Doug, Monty, and like I said, it's always great to be a place where you're wanted, and not everybody has the opportunity to have that. So I'm very thankful. Thank you, guys.
That'll do it right there. Wrapping up with Zach LaVine.
Looking like money.
Can't lie, loved it.
You're looking like money.
Sounding
like money too.
You can lose press conferences. You can win press conferences. I don't know. I enjoyed listening to Zach LaVine. I think you brought a note to it. Marshall. We were talking Marshall. You brought up that press conference from before the season. And I remember us playing that before the season started, the media day. Yeah, the media day press conference. And I think that's the first time I've heard Zach LaVine speak at length like that. Okay, my man, I like that. That's a good look. And just hearing him talk here, I'm about it. Yeah, I mean, I'm about it. I love that he, opens up with some jokes about DeMar not being able to be away from him, and he seems to have one thing I like, and we've talked about this before. We like to overcomplicate things. I think sometimes, maybe not so much you, but I think people a little further outside the game like to overcomplicate things, talking about plays, doing all this different stuff. And Zach LaVine kind of hits you, and this is a good mindset to have because you're being asked to walk on to a team, walk on with the guys that you may or may not have played with, one that you haven't played for in a while, you haven't played with the collective, you haven't played for the coach, all these different things. And you got to make an impact. You got to go out there and win games. Your first game is at home. It's a big game against a tough Eastern Conference opponent too. And you've got, Golden State, who might look very different by the time that game tips off tonight. They might look very different by 3:00 tomorrow. You've got Phoenix, who might look different. You've got all these teams right around you, and you're like, yeah, we got to get a win. We got to get wins. And he said, it's basketball. That's what we do. It's basketball. It's one thing that I don't think we've crapped on Mike yet this week. So let's get
the quote in.
Let's go ahead and keep the party going. I think I don't know. I'm hypothesizing here. I think that's one thing he did wrong. I think he overcomplicated things at times because he is really good. He's a really good coach. He's really smart. He knows a lot about basketball, but sometimes I think he overcomplicates things. And that's one thing that Doug has clearly redirected is he simplified everything. What's he say? Free, fun. Those are words that he uses all of the time. Have fun, be free, be there for each other. And that line's, God, just so perfectly what Zach LaVine said right there. It's just basketball. Like it's not overcomplicated. Like it's not like this is what we do. This is what all of us do. We play basketball.
Yeah, I don't know what Zach LaVine necessarily was like before last year. Excuse me, before the injuries and the time off. But I don't think he was like a bad guy or anything like that. But clearly, he said it in that media day press conference. He said, "I had a lot of time to think." He said it just in this press conference as well. Had a lot of time to think. Seemed like he did some soul searching. Seemed like he looked in the mirror and said, what direction do I want my career to go? What type of player, teammate, person do I want to be remembered as in this league? And he made those decisions during that time off. And the more impressive thing about it is he stayed committed to that. You can see it in the way that he moves, the way that he talks, the way that he speaks about the type of individual he is, the type of man that he is. And I know we always like to think, and I'm guilty of it as well. Like, 28 years old, the guy is who he is. Not going to change, not going to grow, and sometimes that's true. But there's also opportunities for people to grow, at this age and after experiencing some things, and becoming a father that changes you as well. And trying to think about, okay, it's not just about me now. It's not when I do things. It's not about necessarily the ramifications for me. I got somebody looking at me. I got multiple people looking at me, and how do I want to present myself to them? And things like that can really change your outlook and how you want to be perceived and how you want to treat others. And it seems like those things have played a role in that. And I remember when he was going to be drafted, my buddy of mine, my guy, Bears fan Allen, big basketball fan as well. He said,
"Oh, you have to be if you're a Bears fan. You got to find something else to cling on to.
Something. Hopefully, it's not the Bulls.
Well,
but I'll never forget. He was like, 'cause I seen Zach LaVine a little bit. He was a freshman at UCLA. Didn't play a ton. Wasn't like the super freshman, but he was like, oh, he's going to the league. And he was like, Zach LaVine is going to win the draft workouts because he's just an unreal athlete. He's like, I don't know how he is as a basketball player, but I promise you, he's going to win the draft workouts. People are going to go crazy over him over the draft workouts. That's exactly what happened. Like, he went crazy into Zach between the legs, all this stuff off the wall between the legs, like doing all that. And he comes into the league and he was a good basketball player. He was like, he's actually better at basketball. He ended up being better than I thought he would be. Like, he's a good ball player. I like him. And I think about that moment, and I think about this press conference. I could have told you days ago, oh, you're going to win the press conference. You're going to listen to this man speak and be thoroughly impressed, going to be inspired or encouraged about what this franchise has with them now with Zach LaVine in the fold. He's going to win the press conference. And by all accounts, that's exactly what he did. I think he's going to match up on the court with his play, then his production, everything that we all heard in the press conference. But there was no doubt in my mind he was gonna impress a lot of people with the way he spoke.
Yeah, he did just that. And it's a fickle business, man. It's a fickle game. We talked about the absurdity of sports media and sports fandom. Talking about Monty McNair getting Domantas Sabonis and Kevin Huerter and forming the Beam team and then getting DeMar DeRozan in here until all of a sudden we believe that this front office is incompetent. And yep, that's just the nature of how this works. So we got the warm and fuzzies listening to the new, very stylish. It's like the I'd be curious. I'd genuinely be curious for those that were listening on the radio versus those that were watching the stream, how they felt about it. Like you're a history major. The impact of the first televised debate with Richard Nixon and JFK. People listening on the radio thought Richard Nixon won, but the people who were watching on TV thought JFK won. Why? Because JFK is better looking. He was cool, calm. He was collected. Richard Nixon was sweating, his sweat underneath his nose, and he just looked disheveled and like an absolute mess. But looking at Zach LaVine, he walked in. He was the coolest dude in that room. I know that.
That's right.
With all due respect to Jake Gayden,
Shout out Tone.
In Tone for sure. He was the coolest dude that walked in that room. Looked like $1 million. You know, had an aura, had a vibe. Did his words match his, you know, his presentation? I think they did, but I was also watching, and I'm watching this dude like, yeah, he's. You know, Jesse, Zach LaVine reminds me of me.
Well,
I'm yeah, because that's what we do. We find Kings players that relate to us. Like me and Zach LaVine, we're one and the same. Our games are very
I gotta
similar.
find a new Kings player.
Oh, that's right. Well,
I guess I'll take Keegan then.
That's a good
I'll
call.
take. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Call.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'd probably say DeMar.
You?
Yeah, DeMar don't play like I played.
Well, great.
Well, no, good.
No, that's great.
Different.
No, that's great. I'm gonna be let go, and Casey's gonna be like, "Oh, it's time for a change." Like, sometimes you just need a change. No, we're asking, are you sad about it? I just need a change. All right.
Sometimes change is good.
Yeah, DeMar, he's been your coach for a week and a half. Like, what do you mean? It's one of the low-key greatest lines of a podcast ever. Sometimes change is good. DeMar, you just got here. It was that bad. It was so clearly that bad. Goodness gracious.
Sometimes change is good.
But yeah, man, he was cool as could be. Said the right things. Anytime you reference lighting the beam and being excited about that, that's going to get over with the fan base. But the ridiculousness of this game that we talked about, you know, a couple days ago, in 7 hours, you got to hit shots.
Mm-hmm.
In 7 hours, you've got to find a way to beat, you know, or an Orlando team that's, you know, gotten punched a couple of times. You got to find a way to win a home game. You hate to do this with the schedule, but like, you've got an opportunity to win some games here before the All-Star break. And you want to take advantage of that. And so, you know, the tide can turn. The vibes after a press conference can turn with a 3 of 17 night. And it's a tough spot for him to be in. I think people already have a thought, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but like there are a lot of people who feel like the way that James does, and people who might be on the fence might hear James and go, oh man, yeah, maybe this wasn't the best. And you're already, I think anytime you enter, I'm going to go in open-minded, but you're already kind of thinking about someone or someone else's opinion. It's like you read a movie review. I'm not going to let that sway me. I'm going to go see the movie. But you read it and you know what the thought of that movie is.
Can't unread it.
Yeah. So Zach LaVine misses a couple shots and all of a sudden, 48 million over the next 2 years. That Ham was right. Damian.
That was
like,
a class.
I love that Monty did that to James today. You catch that? Did you hear that?
Yeah,
oh,
James. Yeah, James brought that up too during the Insiders. How he did.
Oh,
it was the exact same. James.
Well, James. Oh, Monty was not having it with James Ham today. In fact, we might want to text James in a little bit just to make sure he gets out of the building.
Yeah, make sure they didn't fight.
He's gonna get pulled into that concrete room that he does the 3 o'clock hits in. James, let us know you're okay.
Monty gonna get in there and roll his sleeves up. All right, James.
Yeah,
gonna throw a bag over James' head. He's gonna wake up at the clown tunnel.
James is like, look, I'm not the one who called him a snake. That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
Swear to God, my hands are clean here.
I'm gonna walk into the Golden One Center tonight, and something's just gonna beep. Hey, come here. No, I know you have tickets tonight, but come here. Go over this way. Yeah. So what you do on the floor has to match the the tone that you set with that press conference. And I think one thing that is really important, as we've learned over the last month and a half, a relationship with a coach is important. And as surface as the relationship between Zach LaVine and Doug might be, it's there. Mm-hmm. And I think playing for someone that you want to win is important. Mm-hmm. And I know, I think it helps. Like I want us to win because our name is on everything. But I also know how hard Complex works. Mm-hmm. I know how hard Jesse works. Like I want that for everybody. I think when you're playing something where a team is involved and you've got a leader, a coach, a boss, or whatever, like Doug's future rides on how this team plays. And knowing that he has such a great relationship with these guys is, I mean, no one can question that these guys have been busting their ass for him. Oklahoma City game aside, like these guys have been busting their ass for him.
Yeah, 100%. And on the flip side of that, I was trying to think of another term, but flip side of that.
We're just going to do this forever.
Got to play.
And then someone's tuning in for the first time. Oh man, hey Kenny, I heard about your boy Flipside, man. I'm sorry, bro.
Thanks, man.
I love how you
Thank
pay
you, brother.
tribute to him every time.
I try to.
You say the term Flipside.
Try not to, let his name ever be forgotten.
I know.
But on the flip side of things, this is maybe everybody feels this way when dealing with Doug Christie, but I don't think there's anybody that outside of his family that believes in Zach LaVine more than Doug Christie. And Doug is going to make Zach feel that with the Seattle ties.
Yeah.
Doug, I know, has always kept tabs on anybody coming out of Seattle and taking pride in being big bro. You know what I mean? And making sure he's always available and always building that bond and that relationship with them. And you heard Zach talk about it. They appreciate him as big bro. You know what I mean? They look at him as being the guy that cracked open the door for a lot of people in Seattle. And I can just imagine, obviously I've never talked to Doug about this, but I can just imagine him sitting down with Zach LaVine and just letting him know how much he believes in what player he could be in this league. He believes in who he is right now, but Doug probably sees something for him that nobody's told Zach they see from him. Not saying Billy Donovan didn't believe him at all or nothing like that, but I think Doug looks at him like, bro, you could be it. You could be everything. Don't worry about what's going on in the past. Don't worry about what others say. I'm telling you, you could be that dude. And now you're here with me, and I'm gonna do everything I can to help you get to that point and reach your potential. And I think that's gonna be a very interesting relationship. And when I say interesting, I think it could be glorious. Those two.
Whose theme music used to go glorious?
Was it
Bobby Roode? That's who it was.
I wasn't thinking that.
That was the Bobby Roode era that
What the
lasted.
hell is Bobby Roode?
Right?
He got
But
hurt.
you remember the theme though, right?
Yeah,
Glorious.
but wasn't it another? Did somebody else do glorious?
I don't think so.
Casey might be onto something. That might have been someone's old thing, maybe.
Oh, I don't think so.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah,
I feel like I vaguely
tag
heard
team
that
or something like that. I don't know.
If it did, it probably had Bobby Roode in it. Maybe Bobby Roode had to get out of town and he sold his house with Johnny Jennings at Made for More Realty.
Hey.
They are the professional realtors here in the area, and the real estate bar has been raised. Avoid the hassle of selling and get at least 3 guaranteed cash offers in 72 hours.
Now, see, look, when you talk about a guaranteed cash offer, my girl Jennifer, she heard about Johnny Jennings and his guaranteed offer program on the radio. Doesn't really matter where you hear, but don't forget we are a radio show. And wanted to hire him. Yeah, we are a radio show. Wanted to hire him because she needed to sell her home quickly for top dollar in a neighborhood with many other homes for sale. My people over at Made for More Realty, Johnny Jennings, they took care of her, made sure she got the maximum she could get for her home. And that's just what they'll do for anybody. That's just who they are. It's not because, they knew Jennifer, she heard her on the radio. That's just what they do. So you got to link up with Johnny Jennings.
One thing Johnny Jennings never has to say, I'm trying, Jennifer. He's getting the job done. They sell your home 27% faster than any other homes on the market. Expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings and his team at Made for More Realty, California DRE number 0198-2171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. We're going to come back.
It's about to be on and popping.
Well, maybe. It might be. But you were right.
Oh, whoa. Clip that. Hey, clip that. Clip that.
I'll explain.
Put it on the board.
Because it is glaringly obvious you were right. We'll talk about it here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That was the guaranteed you were talking about, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Oldie, if you're out there, you could chat again, by the way.
You found it? I
Yeah,
was just getting ready to go
No, I found it.
find. Okay. I'll
Wait, it was
Some of y'all need to quit
no,
with the extra
wait.
accounts, by
No.
the way.
Oh,
Wait, it was wasn't it Dolph Ziggler and somebody?
You might be thinking of, yeah, he might have just teamed with Bobby Roode too.
Oh man. I can't look. Bobby Roode walked in here right now. I'd be like, security.
Yeah.
Security. Who is this man?
Yeah.
It's funny. You go through the little band list on YouTube, and there's like 5 of the same name. It's like,
Oh,
wait,
yeah.
you're still here too.
There's like 10. What was it? What Brad something?
Brad Clayton.
Oh, there's 50 Brad Claytons in there.
There's hella Brad Claytons.
And shout out to Brad Clayton, who doesn't even try to change. Like, no, I'm just a different. I'm Brad Clayton
That's
again.
not very bright.
Brad Clayton. All right. Damn it. Man, I think we got past 8,000 subscribers, man. Salute.
Hey, there we
Appreciate
go.
y'all.
Damn,
Another milestone.
Old D-Lo and KC, we ain't never bought a subscriber.
Yeah, I
man.
never paid for one.
Not one of them. Despite how many ads used to pop up before we learned how to filter some of that stuff out, never bought a subscriber, man. So we appreciate y'all. I don't know why.
Sir.
I don't know why this made me chuckle. I don't know why that's funny, man, but it is.
About to say something. I completely lost. Oh, well, I'll say it. No. Hey, what are you doing, bro? You're supposed to be talking to us. He got the game tonight. He's not in Sacramento tonight. Talking about Mark Jones.
Yeah.
Let me get up. Standing ovation, man. Standing ovation.
What the hell's going on?
Salute. Snowfall.
Oh,
wow. Standing ovation too.
Great job. Great job. I'm not here to compare anything or compare it in. It's just great by itself. That's
So we
all.
feel good about the ending?
Yeah. I like the ending. I like the ending, man. You know, it was, you know, the last 2 lines or so. That was man, damn, bro. Damn. It's crazy journey. You know what happened though? What was like really crazy is I finished it and I'm trying to get my mom to watch it, but she doesn't like to see people shooting up. So she's like terrified of seeing that. She's like, are they shooting up? I don't want to see it. She's just like, just put the first episode on and now I'll start it and I'll figure out if I like it or not. So I'm watching the first episode and like, it's just a trip to see like these people, right? Like you see your first time you see Jerome, first time you see Louis and the wrestler and how him and Franklin asked for an autograph. You know, at the wrestling, it's just a trip to see all that as I'm kind of watching the show right now. Great show though, man. Great show.
For all those years, that man avoided becoming an addict, but became a fiend of money.
Man,
just flawless.
Oh man,
just flawless.
And he just lost it. He was ruthless trying to get that money back.
Just incredible.
We kind of turned into his pops too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's one thing I was going to go when I get some time. I don't know when it's going to happen. I want to watch, you know, just go on YouTube, see what people say about the, you know, the breakdown of the show and stuff like that.
Man, that old famous Jesse, shut your mouth.
Go watch your YouTube videos on your time, pal.
I love this. Most anticipated tours of 2025. Cowboy Carter. We can't really do anything there. Tyler, the Creator, 1025 had tickets to that.
That's right.
Kendrick Lamar, 1025's got tickets to that. Not only that, you can win them Sunday at the Humidor.
Yes.
We're going to be giving away tickets to Kendrick and SZA at the Humidor on Sunday. We're going to be watching the big game at 32 Brew Street. If you want to watch the game with us at 32 Brew Street, you got to make reservations. You got to hold the table. If you want to pull up and watch at the Humidor, just hang out at the Humidor at 2:00. D-Lo and KC are going to be there. We're going to have cigars, some whiskeys. We're just going to be vibing, having fun. We'll do a little round table hangout. Come through, man. It's going to be. I know the Humidor was super popular at our last 2 broadcasts, man. So pull up on us.
I was at
The Weekend. 1025's got tickets for that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Glorilla. I think
Glow ain't coming to
1025.
Sac?
She is not. She's going to be in Oakland, and we do have tickets to that.
Who's with Glow? Do we know? I'll find out.
Real Boston Richie and Queen Key.
Well,
Two of my favorites.
I don't know if I'm going to go to Oakland to see Glow. I'd love to see her though. You never know.
Okay, now they just took every concert and put it on this. None of these, half of these I'm not looking forward to.
Name one.
I'm not looking forward to.
Yeah, don't say nothing crazy about my boy Jacquees going back on tour.
No, it's not Jacquees, but like, I mean, the Millennium Tour looks cool.
Oh, bro,
that's cool.
Well, look, that ain't for us. That tour is highly anticipated, though.
It's not for us. You're right. That's in Oakland,
but it is highly anticipated.
How about Ja Rule, Nelly, and Eve?
Eve is doing music again.
Is she out here?
She's in America again.
Well, she's on the Where the Party At tour.
That one, I'm not crazy about that one.
Shout out to that boy Corday. He's kicking off his tour here in Sacramento.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, that's enough of that.
Jacquees, Jage Loaf at Ace of Spades. I'll be there.
Yeah. Man, you love you some Jacquees, boy.
He's I like R&B. He's actually R&B in today's age.
Monty McNair spoke today. Let me check James here real quick. I don't think either one of these are here. I'm gonna run this clip here. I don't think this is gonna provide us much, but I'm gonna run this and then I'm gonna explain why y'all should have listened to Kenny Caraway days ago.
2 years ago, you won executive.
Yes, I do hate myself for saying that out loud.
Of the year. Do you think from that moment to where we are today that you've done everything in your power to provide the support for whether it be Mike Brown or De'Aaron Fox on the court with players to make this thing work? And going forward, Zach LaVine is going to face the same issue that De'Aaron did of the length and athleticism at the wings. Is there a way to address some of those issues now?
Yeah, I would say two things, James. One is, from where we started to where we are, I think we've had a lot of success. We're in our third straight winning season, after whatever it was, 15, 16 without. At the same time, we haven't won enough for our expectations as they've gone up following, our playoff year. And ultimately that all falls on me. And so, I'm tasked with getting us to the playoffs, and that's what I keep trying to do. Up to you guys how good that's been.
Okay, well, I can tell you how good it's been, but I didn't think that what I was looking for was in there. Listening to Monty talk, and we've said this for a few days, and if you go back, you'd have to be a Zabo level detective with our old live streams. You can see breadcrumbs from D'Lo and Casey regarding what was going on with De'Aaron Fox and maybe the way our feelings may have been shifting on him a little bit. We talked about, you particularly, and I think both, because I think I co-signed you, but you were the one who said it first. I don't think De'Aaron's leaving. Like there's talk. Like he's talking. And this is months ago. Mm-hmm. I don't think De'Aaron's leaving. And people of consequence. Okay, bro. It's like it's already in the works. Like he's leaving. Nah, he's not doing that. Okay, buddy. Listening to Monty McNair talk at various points through his press conference, to me, it became abundantly clear he was never coming back here unless he was in the running for that All-NBA. Mm-hmm. And in order to be in the running for the All-NBA, the team would have had to been winning at a pretty solid clip. But at least, at the very, very least, dating back to the offseason, he wasn't coming back. And the figurative wheels in motion for him to leave were there. Like the wheels were in motion, I should say, for him to leave. And I think it's really tough when you make the decision, like, all right, look, guys, going into this year, if we can't get, Jesse, a graphics designer, and a little bit more help, I don't know, man. We've got to have more resources here at ESPN 1320. In that sentence right there, your foot's out the door. So when you start talking about, I need this and I want this, and I expect the organization to do this, and you're not doing it privately, you're doing it publicly, your foot is out the door. When you allow that conversation, when you allow podcasts to be clipped, when you allow articles to be written, when you allow quotes to be out there from you that say what you're expecting from this organization, your foot is already out the door. That was the case. We could talk about Mike Brown and lack of press conferences and dinners and pictures at Q and all of this different stuff. His foot was already out the door. You laid this out beautifully on whatever day it was, earlier this week, last week, whatever it was. You laid this out perfectly. He was ready to leave. And listening to Monty talk about what has happened publicly, listening to Monty talk about, or not necessarily talk about, but more reference stuff that had happened privately, clear as day. De'Aaron was gone. They knew he was gone. And that's why that conversation that Monday night of the Brooklyn Nets game happened between Rich Paul and, I guess, Wes Wilcox.
Yeah. I mean, it's my understanding from conversations I've had with different people, from just actually listening to people. Like you said, aside from conversations I've had or you had or anything else like that, listening to some of the people who we trust talk to us months ago. Like, nah. Now, it wasn't 100% he was leaving. I think the caveat was if he could be having an all-NBA opportunity, he would sign. You know what I mean? That's my belief of it. And like you said, by virtue of that, he needed the team to be good. So I think that was the one thing that would have gotten him to stay. Like I said, I don't think if the team was the 4th seed and he missed All-NBA, that he was signing an extension in the summer. I just don't think that was the case. I do think that if the team was, and I don't know if this could happen, but I do think that if the team was 9th and he made All-NBA, he'd sign the extension.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my belief.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, that's what. Now, when you talk about Monty's role in the organization's role, I think Fox, Rich Paul, and all these people, they were forthcoming with them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look, if I'm gonna try to make this All-NBA situation, if I don't, your chances of signing me. I don't think they said. I don't believe it was, we're not signing with you no matter what. I think it was more so of, chances are slim to none that I'll come back. And to the Kings' point of it all, I'm taking that opportunity. If you tell me in the summer or a little bit before the season starts, or even during the season, hey, there's not a high likelihood that I'm going to sign, but you know, if I can make All-NBA and we're a good team, I'll seriously consider it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna take that chance.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take it. All right, come on, we're here. I'm gonna try and work some things out, get some people in here. We'll try to get better. You know, I'm gonna take that opportunity. So people might hear that and think about, oh, well, they should have been looking to move him earlier. Nah, I'm taking a chance if I'm the Kings. I don't have any problem with that.
I wanted to, so I guess this is the clip, but it's posted on Spurs Reporter account, and I just refuse to use anything from that person's account. But apparently there's a clip floating around of De'Aaron at shoot-around today where he's asked, and Kyle told me about it, that he's asked about why the Spurs were his preferred destination. And he goes on to talk about like length and athleticism.
I want to hear exactly what he said, but that alone is interesting. I guess there's nothing to deny, but remember, it was like nobody's formally requested a trade and all this other stuff, and we don't know. Nothing happened, but you have a preferred destination. The guy asked him, why was the Spurs your preferred destination? Oh man, he knew everything about the Spurs. Like, yes, you had a preferred destination from the start. Yes, you let the Kings know you had a preferred. You didn't want to be here, and you had a preferred destination. Yes.
Yeah, and we're also out here lying to people because I see another quote that I'm not going to read, play, or say, but it's out there, and he's just flat out lying. Wow. All right, bro. Okay. Yeah. Okay. From now on, he's Buddy. He is Buddy Fox. Tell Mrs. Fox I'm sorry. No, he's Buddy Fox right now.
Nobody is Buddy anybody but Buddy.
Buddy Fox.
I mean, I think with the way that they're built, with the athleticism, with the length that they have, and also, I mean, the youth. I just felt like this could be a special team, and what Mike always talked about when I was with him was to win, you have to be able to play defense. And even the year that we had the best offense in the league, I think we ended up being like 23rd, 24th defensively, and then you get to the playoffs and you really feel that. So I think with the intangibles that everybody here has, I think this could be a really good defensive team, and obviously you have someone very special back there.
Stop it right there. Taking shots or just talking?
Taking shots.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's unnecessary. I'm not mad at him. It ain't gonna be, at least right now.
Buddy.
It's not I'm not even gonna say it's not Halliburton. I'm not doing that, but he's taking shots.
Mm-hmm.
And if he feels he needs to take shots on the way out, all right, that's what he feels he needs to do.
Okay.
But yeah, it's shots. It's absolutely shots.
Okay. I thought so. Just wanted everybody's opinion on that. But that's fine. It's all good. I like that he referenced Mike. I think that's cute because he didn't acknowledge the fact that the team has been significantly better under Doug Christie over the. But that's I'm glad he mentioned Mike, man. That's a good look.
The thing that I would say, man, that I'm not a big fan of, and I wasn't a big fan of it during the Draymond podcast when kind of all this got started. Once again, I'm not trying to take shots at him. I'm just speaking truthfully. I don't like how you don't take accountability for being a franchise guy. If you don't want to be the franchise guy and say, I got to find a way to get this done. I got to find a way to, make this situation better, or find a way to, get our guys to lock in on defense or whatever. But it's always, I've just never heard him say stuff like that. Maybe he has, and maybe I haven't seen those interviews, or I'm missing those interviews, or anything like that.
Well, the day Mike Brown was fired, that was the whole crux of my De'Aaron Fox discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Take accountability for something. Yep. You for far too long have been called the head of the snake. No, he's not. You can call someone a leader all day. You can call them the head of the snake. You can call them whatever you want. But that doesn't mean they actually are just because you give them that title. And Malik did more accountability checking in his time with Sacramento than De'Aaron did. Absolutely. Malik was the one, you always use the high school high reference. Turn around and see what Mekhi Phifer is doing. And I didn't do that with De'Aaron. I did that with Malik. When the team was struggling, who do I want to hear from? Hey, we need to run this clip from Malik because I want to know how he feels. Because he was the one when the team I think they were 0-4 first year. We're fine. Everything is fine. We're good. We're missing on a few things. We're going to correct those things. But I know we're good. We're in a great spot. And De'Aaron doesn't do that. No. Never did.
And Jill, I love Jill. I love Jill. And Jill, it's all good. It's all good. She rocks with the Foxes. That's awesome. They're good people. I don't have anything bad to say, but this is like part of the problem. It's like, how about Monty does his job and fills the holes for the rest of us that are here? And I just don't rock with that. I just don't rock.
Jill's right.
I'm not saying she's wrong, but if I'm De'Aaron Fox, I don't rock with that. I got you. I use our situation as a perfect example. What if we were just like, well, we can't be good because we don't have everything.
Mm-hmm.
Look across the street, they got 4 times the manpower than we do. Or look in the Bay Area, we just can't be good.
You can't even count the amount of manpower that the game has versus us. Yeah. It's crazy. It's the same company. They got more people that work for the game at 95.7 than we got that work in this entire building across 6 stations.
And what if we just sat there and like, well, You know, you could be a good radio station if you had this person and that person, and that's you know that's what wins championships. That if you could be good, if that's the case, no, they just got to get me more. They, you know, I can't. I'm last in the ratings because they didn't get me more. No, you figure out how you got to get it done.
Right.
That's it. That's what winners do. No disrespect, but that's what winners do.
No blaming
They figure
Jesse
out how
around
to get
here.
it done. No, not blaming Jesse.
I'm
or
doing my
Joe.
best to score off the bench. What do you want? It's not falling.
Murph says if we had an RV, we'd be fine.
And a ladder.
You need is an RV and a ladder.
If we had an RV, we'd just leave the country. It's just the worst time possible.
But no, man, and this is just how I believe. I could be wrong. I could be pie in the sky, but that's what winners do. Winners figure out how to get it done. They don't look to point the finger at anybody else. Winners and leaders look to galvanize. Have you heard Zach LaVine talk about what he didn't have in Chicago and why they were such a sorry defensive team? Have you heard DeMar DeRozan, since he's been here, talk about what he doesn't have?
Nope.
Nah, these are my guys.
Nope.
You don't even hear Malik talk about that. You don't hear Domas. Newsflash, Domas might have been as frustrated as anybody about a lot of stuff that was going on.
Well,
you ain't never heard Domas say anything.
Nope. Just got
That's
sick.
what
Some people get ankle injuries. Some people get colds.
That's what winners do. That's what leaders do.
Yep.
And if you don't want to be either one of them, well, you could be a winner. If you don't want to be a leader, then that's cool too.
But you're probably going to be a winner because of somebody else.
Bars. And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Is that's not how winners and leaders perform. People go crazy over lead GM if he says something about him. And LeBron takes it on. He take it on the chin too. He knows what lead GM is. He knows when something happens, they're gonna ask him whether it's true or not. That's why I was trying to get across the other day. And I understand people feeling like they shouldn't have left him out there for the press conference. I understand, but that's what this is what you want. You want to be a max guy. You want max money. You want max endorsements. You want your shoe deal. There's things that come with that. And if they're 10th in the Western Conference, I'm sorry. I'm not saying he's like perfect or anything. I'm not looking at Monty McNair. I'm looking at you. You're the man. You're the one. I'm looking at you. Why can't you? I ain't saying get him to first, but why can't you get him to 7th? That's what it is.
Is that rhetorical or are you asking me? Because I have an answer.
I'd like to hear your answer.
He's not the man. And that's the thing. Like, that's the most frustrating thing about him, because he shows signs of being that guy. You know, it's not just the Golden State series where it was just glaringly obvious. Like, he did it. He did what we had begged for all of those years. He got to the stage. That's how he just needs the stage. He got to it, and he sang his best number with a broken finger or whatever the hell happened to him in that series. Did it. Started the next season. Like, oh, yeah, I think it was like 32 the first game, 30-something. Averaged 30 for like a month and a half, and then did the old Wile E. Coyote off of the cliff. It's like, okay. And did it like quick enough to where he didn't even make the All-Star team despite that. And it's because he's not the man. That's what it is. And that's why you look towards Monty. That's why you look towards other people. Because, I mean, Monty absolutely deserves smoke, or Wes or Paul or the 50 other people that Monty mentioned at the beginning of his press conference. The entire front office deserves smoke. But yeah, De'Aaron does too.
And you talk about that playoff series. If you franchise, if you want to be franchised in that situation, you got to look at that self like, hey, we was up 2-0. We had best case scenario 3 games at home. We didn't win another game at home. That's unacceptable by me. Whether it's right or wrong, like I'm not even saying like they lost because of him or he wasn't lit. I'm not even saying it's right or wrong, but your mentality has to be as such. That's on me. If I'm that guy, I can't lose 3 games at home in the playoffs. And it happened, and I got to look to be better next time. Nobody's saying just kick yourself on the, we'll talk about that later. Nobody's saying just tell yourself you're a bum and all this other stuff. It's strive to be better. Strive for more as a leader. And like you talked about that day after Detroit, accountability. People want to throw around accountability a lot with everybody else, but not have it for across the board.
Right.
Be accountable for the leader that you're supposed to be, the franchise player that you're supposed to be, and say, that's not acceptable. I need to do better. I need to be better. That's what winners do. That's what leaders do.
Man, that's tough. Here's the one thing I hate. Well, part of it is, obviously I had taken a stance after the Detroit game, and it was kind of like, all right, I had felt, and it like this is all worth nothing. And these mics go off. We've had a lot of conversations about De'Aaron Fox. And it's one of those things where it's like, if we're gonna do that, we better be sure. I'm still not sure, man. Like, it's right there. And so after the Detroit game, Mike Brown's fired. It's like, all right, I didn't even tell you because we just went live. It's like, we're on vacation. I'm just going with it. Like, you already know how I feel. Like, I'm going with it. But because the Detroit game wasn't that long ago, it sounds like all of this is piling on De'Aaron now that he's gone.
The conversations have been.
It's been had. I mean, people have warned us for years.
Yeah.
Around the organizations have warned us for years. Don't. And he has the playoff series. Hit up to
we hitting him on the text like,
and look,
hey,
everybody's celebrating. Great. Careful. And these are people who get paid to do it. Like, all right. And I hate the idea because I feel like Grant did this. He doubled down when DeMarcus was gone. Like, he would say certain things about DeMarcus Cousins where you knew he didn't like him, but the second he was gone, he just like unprofessionally trashed him. It's like, I never wanted to do that to De'Aaron. Now, I certainly don't think anything we're doing is unprofessional, but I also didn't want to pile on him and make it look like because he's gone, we feel this way. Again, it's all hollow at this point. This has all been there for a while.
Yeah. And but even to that point, we said that when what we talked about just now specifically, we said that when the Draymond interview came out. Like, bro, I don't like that. I don't like you saying that.
Yeah.
Nobody says you're a bad guy or you're a bad person or we want you out of here. But I don't like you saying that. You're supposed to be the leader. I don't like you saying that. And that's all this is from us. I still got love for Fox. I got love for Fox. I think he's going to do great in San Antonio. I want him to do really well in San Antonio. But yeah, I don't know if he is what we needed here in Sacramento. I don't know if he was ever capable of that. I hoped he was, but I don't know if he
And now
was.
I think it's a collective. Because I don't know if Zach is that. We'll talk about let's talk about that. Like, what does this group look like from a leadership standpoint? You mentioned DeMar earlier. Let's talk about that. And I honestly is the league changing today or not? Because there's some weird stuff out there that is just so loud. There has to be some validity to it. And then, of course, we got a game tonight. HBCU night.
Woo-wee!
Best night of the year.
Let's go.
It's Christmas at the Golden One Center.
There you go.
With D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Did you know there's an HBCU in Los Angeles? I think we might have. I didn't know that till like a year ago. It's like a medical school or something like that. Yo, real quick, man. Let me get in here real quick. Hold on. I didn't change the name up. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big ups to Don is dope. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand. You already know the vibes, man. They locked in now. You know what it is. We got an announcement on Monday. Canelo Alvarez taking on Terrence Crawford September. I think it's 13th is the day. September 13th in Las Vegas. His Excellency provided it. I'm glad that he's got it here in the States. And we said a number of different times, this is the move for both of these guys. Both of these guys are on the back nine of their career. And I don't even mean that disparagingly. Canelo's done pretty much all you could do. Do I want him to fight David Benavidez? Yes, but he doesn't have to. He's solidified, verified as an all-time legend. All right. What's left for him? You know, a mega fight against a guy like Terrence Crawford, who is considered the best fighter in the world, number one pound for pound, a guy that would be moving up in weight. Sure, take that fight. Supremely skilled. Take that fight. I have no issue with him taking that fight over David Benavidez, because David Benavidez is he's a mutant. Like, he's not even real. So I understand that. For Terrence Crawford, you got the big fight against Errol Spence. You dominated that fight. You showed why you're the best fighter in the world. You look around your weight class, and there's not really anybody around there. You're 36 years old, I think, maybe 35, something like that. Hey, see if you can get Canelo and get that payday. Is he naturally the bigger guy? Sure. Is it a little bit of a disadvantage? Sure. But I think Terrence Crawford also believes he's got the skill level to beat Canelo. And it's the biggest fight he could have in his career right now. I don't have any problem with these guys not chasing their belts or doing all this other stuff, going for a straight big-time payday for a mega fight. It's a great decision by both of them. I cannot wait for September. This is going to be must-see TV. That's the 13th round. I did, John Poles. Big time win. Big time win against Michigan State. Salute to you guys. I did, though, John Poles. 8 clap for you, brother. 8 clap for you. Yeah, Dr. David, I don't think there's anybody that can hurt Canelo. The only time I've ever seen Canelo like stunned in some type of way is when he's fighting Floyd. I think it was that 11th round when Floyd started to battle. But it wasn't even like he was dazed or nothing like that. He was getting hit with some clean shots. Had him shook a little bit. But other than that, one of the great chins we've seen in boxing history, Canelo Alvarez. No, Riley, I won't. I mean, it would be great, but no, I don't have that type of access or opportunity. Don't listen to these people.
Oh, will you stop? You probably be sitting next to Miss HBCU. Man, just out here lying.
You say you staying the whole game, huh?
Yeah.
You gonna go where I go? Towards the end?
Oh, I have Odyssey.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. No disrespect. No disrespect. My bad. I apologize, brother.
Oh, am I allowed to be there?
Yes,
first of all,
you are.
First of all,
Yes.
I don't think I'm just gonna go. I don't think you want to walk anywhere with me at the Golden One Center today. I think it might just be best if I'm D'Lo today and you're Casey today, and I don't want to damage your
Monty told me one
standing.
time he understands the game, although it didn't seem like he understood it with James.
Hey,
but
hey, you heard that?
What?
Monty told me one time he understands the game. You
I
hear
talked
that?
to Monty McNair.
Yeah,
I
want to talk to
Monty, damn it, Monty, over here. All the way from section
Not
220.
true.
Yeah.
You could talk to Monty McNair.
When?
You can talk to him anytime before the game, even during the game if you want to.
Probably
Before
get that,
security tackles him.
probably get that James treatment. Whatever,
Oh,
James.
hey, look, no, I got to text you. This ain't even for the air, but I got to text you something that I got to text you something. Just go ahead and talk.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and talk. You know what I was thinking about a second ago was I stepped out of the studio and was trying to run through like the things that, either we didn't cover or we might not talk about today. And like Kyle Kuzma was traded today.
Yeah.
Like he's headed to Milwaukee.
What'd you think about that from Milwaukee?
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's better than Middleton.
Can I tell
They
you?
might have added a player.
Yeah, but Sure, it's good. That wasn't the first thing that came to my mind, though. This, like, Milwaukee's now out, like, because we've talked about Jimmy, Brad, different guys. Milwaukee. That was Milwaukee's like, I'm out moment, which to me puts a lot more credence to this Kevin Durant stuff that we've been hearing. And I don't know why this is, but it really, really feels like Kevin Durant is getting traded.
And it really, really feels like the Suns are choosing Jimmy Butler over Kevin Durant. That is crazy.
That's nuts.
That is it's not on the same level, but it's close to Luka.
I saw Bobby working the screen a second ago. Is the idea Jimmy for KD?
Yeah,
and just everybody's like, cool, guys, we did it.
Miami's
pretty much.
If Miami's probably sending more too, I'd assume. But yeah, that's the basis of it.
Jimmy Butler, I don't want to
salute to Pat Riley if he pulls that off.
Yeah, that's my boy. That's
That
my
is your
boy,
boy.
Pat Riley.
That's your guy.
So we just don't know why they're trying to trade KD, huh?
I can't, like, when this started like a week ago. They're not trading Kevin Durant. That's ridiculous. Like, you're maybe you move off Brad. There's things that you're not trading Kevin Durant. Now, publicly and privately, it's too loud. Like, way, not like draft day Kings loud. It's like the volume is turned all the way up. Like, something is happening.
Right.
But I don't. But that as I was thinking about that a second ago, I was thinking about how as Katie knows, like, oh man, there's that Kyle Kuzma trade. Oh, that's Milwaukee. Oh, wait, Milwaukee was linked. Brad. Oh, they're out. They're at okay. Oh, okay. So something's happening.
Yeah. So I mean,
just as long as it's not the Warriors, we're fine.
Well, Katie said, I don't want to go there. He told everybody that'll listen, I don't want to go to the Warriors.
I just want to believe that Katie called Shams and was like, bro, I do not want to go there. Get that out right now.
He told Chris Haynes too.
I do. Chris, he just had him on a conference call, had him in the group chat. I do not want to go to that organization, and I do not want to play with that guy again.
The reunion is never good. Like, never.
No,
I'm with you.
Especially when they don't want to be reunited. Well, maybe they want to be. He don't want to be reunited.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want to go back to you guys. Like,
Katie's like, you bitches need me now. Okay, all right. Now y'all got fat. Y'all lost your jobs. You're nasty, and you come running back. Y'all were the captain of the football team a little bit ago. Now you want to run back to the.
They want that old thing back.
Yeah,
it's all hindsight at this
happening.
point, but they really should have did everything they could to keep Katie there. Yeah. Like, I mean, trade Draymond the moment he gets in Kevin's face, and like move forward with Stephen.
And
Katie.
announced it. Yeah, we suspended Draymond for life. Why? Because he hurt Kevin Durant.
Exactly. Like you picked the wrong people there.
That's right. They suspended that man for a game for yelling at KD. Gave him a documentary for punching his team.
Treated Kevin Durant like he was the fourth guy on a team or something.
Bro, the hold that they have on that Draymond has on that organization is crazy. Like, I'm not saying he shouldn't get respect for what he did, but they'll just do anything for this guy. Crazy. I don't get it.
Absolutely crazy.
They said Draymond's opening up a restaurant down there.
You gonna go? Opening?
No.
What is it?
Will I ever go to the restaurant? Maybe if it gets good reviews.
You'll get poisoned.
If I were you, I would. We speculated.
No, I'll just go to Mastro's.
We speculated whether his family knew what you said about him that day. We had to walk by them.
Well.
I would not show up at that man's restaurant, bro. You just stay away. Walk. Look, if it's Draymond Green Steakhouse is next to Quiznos, just go to Quiznos.
Go to Applebee's.
Go to Applebee's.
I like Applebee's. Yeah, that's a good call. Good call. Probably shouldn't step in there.
Stay away. Stay away.
I was just trying to support a successful black man in America, but okay. What was his line?
What? I think you just said it. I'm a successful black man in America.
All the family, Draymond Green.
Oh, man. Well,
Draymond strikes me as the guy who's going to demand that you refer to him as the Hall of Famer, Draymond Green. And I assure you those people exist.
Oh.
That's a shoot.
Oh.
Like the way you do with doctors, or what?
One of them was an assistant coach here.
Oh no, no, yeah, okay. That's crazy.
Yeah,
No,
that's a
crazy.
shoot.
Come on, man. Don't. All right, man. Come on, man.
You are yeah, you earned it, I guess. Refer to me.
Yeah, come on now.
Refer to me as Hall of Famer.
Don't ever tell me to refer to you as anything. Are you out of your mind? That's the quickest way to get me to call you, like, to mispronounce your name.
Yeah, well, Kevin O'Connell.
Oh man, I'm gonna be.
We mispronounce his name so often, I forget what it is.
It's O'Connor.
It is O'Connor. O'Connell is the coach.
Yeah.
O'Con Man is my nickname of preference, and well, Tone has an entirely different one.
That one's crazy.
I don't even know how Tone got there, but
that one's
he used
disrespect.
it.
That one's real disrespect.
Tone is wild for that one.
Kevin O'Connell, sure. That one, that's.
Should I be fair, or should I just say no? I'm not gonna do that. That's whatever. You'll never hear this come from me.
The name?
No, just
I
got something that could be said. But should I be fair, or should I be like, no, it's whatever. Find out on your own. Door number 1 or door number 2?
You pick. I don't know.
Door number 1, I believe. The first option.
Be fair?
No, wait, no, never fair. Just say it. What do you have?
No, just
I want the opposite of fair.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna say it then.
Oh, never mind. I want fair. Yeah, I want fair
That's
then.
number 1.
Well, fair would be, and I'm not saying I'm going down this road, but fair would be, he was right. He was spot on.
Draymond Green for choking out Rudy Gobert?
But that's not what I'm talking about. O'Connell said in September.
Oh, this is
De'Aaron
an
Fox
O'Connell
will ask out at the trade deadline, and will be traded at the trade deadline.
Okay.
We all said how stupid he was.
Well, he is stupid.
Well, it's true.
Man's not stupid.
But he was right.
I don't like him.
Broken clock is right twice a day, it says, right?
He was spot on. He called that one. He said he was spot on.
So how
Good news. No one asked him.
No, yeah, I'm not even gonna ask my question now.
No, I had to ask I had to say my statement.
Oh, what you look for approval over there.
Now, part of me says, "Well,
if we're doing that, I think it was Windhurst 2 years ago, maybe, talked about Luka being the Lakers' prime target this offseason.
Oh, this offseason,
the upcoming offseason.
Oh man.
See, but that one's a lot easier to do because it's like insert top player is gonna go to the Lakers. Like they do that with everyone.
You know,
but it did happen.
You know, the cynic in me says, you know, this is what happens from time to time. I think me and Jesse were talking about yesterday. I was like, that's a little too specific and random for it to just be a guess. Saying De'Aaron Fox will be traded at the trade deadline. That's just a little too specific and a little random. Like, you heard something.
Possibly. Certainly.
Kevin O'Connor already thought that the Kings were just the dumpster as it is. So I feel like for him, knowing that if De'Aaron doesn't get all NBA, like you can kind of like you get to there.
And the contract
but that's my point.
Decline thing had already happened.
But that's my point. It seems like it was like, we've laid out. If he gets all NBA, he's signing it. If he doesn't, he's not. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he ain't getting all NBA. He's not you can do at the beginning of the season, we could talk about 15 players and predict whether or not De'Aaron Fox was going to get all NBA. And if it hinged on him signing or him wanting out, if that hinged on if the team was good or if he's all NBA, consideration, I'll hedge my bet. I hedge my bet.
Yeah.
You don't have to know anything per se. You can hedge your bet on that one.
Well, that's what we did when we said De'Aaron Fox was getting traded to San Antonio. We really just hedged our bet with that one. Just lucky guess. Lucky.
Jill, I don't think that's the case. Jill says they didn't want to pay him. No, I haven't heard anything that would say
who they, the Kings?
Yeah.
That's an angle we've never discussed.
We haven't given it its fair time.
Wait. Okay. Wait a minute. Sorry, it's hard to keep up with the chats. You talking about super max money or just 296?
Either one. We haven't talked about either one, and I don't know which one specifically.
Do you think they would have paid him if he didn't make All NBA? They would have given him that deal.
Would you have? Okay, let's take All NBA out. He's not.
Yeah,
making,
he's not.
Do you think the Kings would have had reservations about paying De'Aaron 5 years, 296?
Yeah, there would have been some reservations in the building, for sure. I think that, but I do think ultimately they would have offered it. Didn't Monty say that today? Didn't he say he turned?
He did.
He
He did say that.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
he
think
did.
they would have
Yep,
paid
he
him
did.
the way the Monty, I guess, was painted at the press conferences. That he just wasn't coming back.
Mhm.
Like that's
Yeah,
that wasn't a thing. He was not signing with us. He was not coming back.
He said it very matter of factly too. Like
Yeah.
he didn't say like, we couldn't risk it. We just weren't sure his commitment level. We were getting mixed. He didn't say that. He was just like, he wasn't coming back.
Right.
We had to trade him now. He was not coming back.
That was a little bit of news the way he kind of sprinkled it in there. Like, yeah, the multiple times we
Mhm.
offered the extension.
Yeah.
And yeah.
The multiple times doesn't really matter though, because the dollar figure couldn't change.
True.
Like you're making me the same offer.
Mhm.
And it's like, no, I wasn't going to accept it then. I'm not going to accept it now. So an angle we've never discussed.
Yeah.
But we just spent 40 minutes talking about De'Aaron not being the leader, not being a leader, or perhaps not being the type of leader that the Sacramento Kings needed. And maybe some of us thought he was, maybe some of us thought he should be. But he's gone. Is there a leadership void there? Because I'm going to ask and not answer. Is there a leadership void for the Sacramento Kings?
We don't know yet.
Okay, I'm
I
going to
don't-
respond then because I think that's wrong.
Well, I was about. It's a little bit of projection because I think I know where you're going. There's a little bit of projection. I think there's potentially multiple leaders in that locker room. I
Okay.
look at Malik as a leader. I look at DeMar DeRozan as a leader. I look at Sabonis as a leader. I look at Doug Christie as a leader. And the things that I've seen from Zach LaVine, not just like press conference and him speaking, here's some of the things that people are saying about him, teammates, about him leaving. A lot of leadership qualities that I'm hearing from him from his time in Chicago. Even there was one report that after he got traded just now, he like called the young guys and just was dropping jewels, like telling them, still kind of like being there for him, like, hey, think about this. Don't forget this. I'm on my way out the door, but I want you to remember this and da-da-da-da-da. Like, he's a potential leader. So the only reason why I say it's yet to be determined is because I want to see it. I want to see it play out a little bit. But I believe all 5 of those guys that I named have leadership qualities and have shown leadership qualities from me just kind of watching them, from the outside looking in.
You take one of them out, then 4 of them had leadership qualities before, and leadership was an issue. No,
I don't know that leadership was an issue.
are we sure? Like we talked about it.
Well, I think leadership was an issue for him. I think leadership was an issue for De'Aaron.
So we good? Like who's
So my
I don't know
my
about
roundabout radio way of asking that question was, if De'Aaron lacked leadership, then there's no leadership void on the Sacramento Kings team because he wasn't it.
But you didn't.
Now,
sorry, I don't want to jump in, but just like what you didn't have it though. I feel like that's just something the team lacked.
So what I think might be the case, I'm not exactly sure, like to a certain degree, regardless of if it should be, if we believe it or whatever, this was De'Aaron Fox's team. That's the way it was portrayed. That's the way it's looked at. There can only be one captain. He was the captain.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why I forgot who that was who said, the ex-player, the guy from UC Davis. Anyway, he put on Malik's stories, "You're the captain now." Because there's one it was De'Aaron Fox's
Oh, you're
team.
gonna do that today, aren't you?
Oh well, no, I'm stick with what I said.
What was the one that you said?
You got the juice now.
Oh, that's what it was. I knew you had a line that you were gonna.
Yo, Lee,
say.
You got the juice now.
Can
bro.
you make sure I'm gone when you do that?
Well,
Just
we're
like
not going to be around each other. I don't.
Oh,
really
that's
get it.
right. That's a good call. That's a good call. That's a good call. Stay away from me.
We used to talk to that, like ask the question if
long as the HBCUs talk to me, I'm fine.
if they've taken the personality of Fox, that's their best player, kind of like that leadership example or whatever. Because like the team, like talk about like the team has never been like that fighter with that fiery team or whatever. Like they never wore that. So it's like now, like who's gonna step up and are they gonna take that personality? Like who? Like I guess who's gonna be the guy here? I don't know about a leadership by committee type thing.
No, I think Domas can do it. I think DeMar can do it. I think Malik. I do think that. Truth be told, Doug can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Why weren't they doing it before, though? Is my question, I guess.
Because you had the franchise was there. Like we'll bring it all here, right? And this is all fictional because he's my guy. But like, if we all got leadership qualities,
I love this time of year.
But the program director is just kind of ho hum. None of us are gonna go. Like it goes to him. I'm not going to go talk to Live Nation myself and be like, look, I'm a leader. This is what needs to be done.
Yeah.
We're going to, all right, well, yeah, like there's things that I want to do, but it's his franchise.
Yeah.
Now, if the PD is gone, all right, I'm the captain now.
Yeah.
Live Nation.
That's Jesse. That's what Jesse did around here.
Yeah, like you can feel a certain way, but if you're still showing the proper respect and like saying, hey, this is his franchise, this is his locker room. You know, he's been here too long. This is his locker room. I'm not going to overstep. I'm not going to step on any toes. I'm not going to do anything that could step on any toes. I'm a voice my opinion, but there's only so far I can go because this is his locker room. Now that his locker room is gone, all right, guys. I mean, it's the same thing. Doug Christie probably felt some type of way about things when Mike Brown was there, but this is his team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
This is his team.
Yep.
I'm not going to overstep.
Yep. If he wants to pull De'Aaron out after De'Aaron just made 6 straight shots, that's his call. Whereas it's Doug's team now. He's like, no, you gonna play 12 minutes.
Right. Don't look at
you
me.
gonna hit shots like that. Don't start tugging on your jersey.
Don't
You
tug
gonna
your jersey. I'm
keep
talking over here.
Yeah,
I don't even, not even looking at
Hey,
you.
Luke, see that? Just ignore him. Act like you don't see him.
So I think some guys can look, and it could also be a situation where, you know, that was a little bit of a safety blanket having De'Aaron Fox there for some guys, you know, and Malik or DeRozan, like, yeah, I'm a leader, but you know, we got Fox here too. Now somebody's gone. It's like, damn, and not even saying it like in a, oh, happy we're gone. It's like almost an awakening, like, oh, snap, like, damn, they got rid of Fox. I got to step up, or I could be next, or you know what I'm saying, like I gotta really kind of take a little bit more, a little more reins of what's going on around here because anybody could go. You know what I mean? It could be that. It doesn't have to be something nefarious or negative towards Fox. It could just be a wake up call for some people.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, obviously they looked great the other night against Minnesota in a game where you needed, you know, there is that certain, you know, we get our jokes off about LeBron, but there is that certain pull everybody into a huddle. Hey, we need one.
Mm-hmm.
DeMar went and got the basket they needed. Hey, all right, let's get a stop. Malik helped get the stop. Like there's a certain, hey, we need one. Let's get that one. And I do think there's a way to do it I think everyone has strong suits.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one of the beauties to the way that this show works. Like we have strong suits. Casey has like he's really strong when the show goes live. I'm really strong in organizational components. I think we all have like different leadership abilities. I do think leading by committee is a thing. I think Domas on the floor tries to keep guys in line. I think Malik is a rallier. I think all these guys have different, you know, and these are all qualities of leadership. But you know, if you put them, maybe Malik doesn't have the organizational component that like maybe DeMar DeRozan has, right? So like you put them all together, you form a super leader or something like that. And
Ultron.
And now you don't have you don't have a guy standing in the huddle overcomplicating everything. You have a guy standing in the huddle who's just letting you guys figure it out, maybe reminding you of a few things, but letting you guys figure it out amongst yourself. And sometimes that's not a hands-off leader. That's a more removed leader. And it's you've got to know when to, if you're Doug, grab everybody, pull them in and be assertive, or hey, they have this. Like, I'm watching it. I can see this. Like, they have this. I'm going to let them do that. I'm going to remind them, hey, do this, this, and this, and this. And you're right. There's no presence looming over where, and I think Domas used to say this. Well, all right, what do you want to do here in the fourth quarter to De'Aaron? But you don't have to do that.
Right.
And while I get that respect level, it's also like, hey, you're good too. You're actually really good. Maybe you should shoot more. We won't go down that road again. But yeah, like, you're really good too.
Yeah. And we'll see what comes of all this, if there is any difference or any, because I do believe with Fox here, they were moving in a positive direction until like last week, and then another distraction came and all this other stuff. But the things we talk about, leadership and shift in mentality and toughness and all that was happening with De'Aaron Fox. Like, the big change for me was Doug Christie. That was the change. And De'Aaron Fox was part of that 7-game winning streak, part of us looking at this team a little differently. Although, what, he missed 3 games, but still, he was there, part of the majority of that. So I still think, if I had to pin it on one, I think Doug Christie is the one that empowers, like you kind of talked about, empowers these guys to do what's best for them and for the team.
I do think when like everything gets tough, I do think there needs to be one person that everyone looks to. Like, you can have multiple leaders. Yeah, that's fine if it's Doug too. But like, if you have multiple leaders, that's fine. But like, when everything's like up against the wall, you need one person to look to.
Well, that's why we look to you.
Yeah. Okay.
WrestleMania sign pointed Jesse. Come on, man. We'll come back. Derek, DJ, hang tight. We want to hear from you. I promise we'll get to you right after the break.
We still ain't talking about the Monty presser, man. I think we see it a little different.
That's fine. That's fine. Well, okay. That's fine. Okay. Well, I was having a nice day. I just didn't want to fight with you.
A little different.
916-909-1320 if you want to get in here. But Derek and DJ, hang tight. We'll talk to you with Steeler and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We'll get this bubble in.
Yo, that's a crazy. I can't listen to this right now. But if that's a crazy. You see when we were tagged in on Twitter, that Fox clip. What are we doing? What are we talking?
Let me look at it right now. Hang on. Let's see where we at. Oh, here it is.
Steph here, like I texted him. I told him you're a big reason why I wanted to come here. So that's a big thing about it, being able to play with Vic and being able to play with Steph, and even Dev and Keldon and a lot of those guys being able to play with HB again, and even CP still being here. I was like, I don't want.
All right, I see you, Soren. Yeah, that might have to make the stream. That might have to make the stream. Damn, that's loud. Oh, that's me. My bad. Here we go. Bro, hey, welcome back, Odie. I can't. express enough how gross this one is like full of cayenne pepper. It is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, he can get his shit off for sure. Michael, he can get his shit off for sure. Well, Murph, that's the other thing. John, I did listen to it. It's long. It took me a long time to get through it. But I like it a lot. I'm just a broadcast journalist, CP. That's all we're doing. Just a broadcast journalist, man. I wish what we knew had something to do with the Kings, because I can assure you it don't.
That's quiet.
I think someone asked him, "Hey, you gonna, do anything to improve this team?" I'm paraphrasing a little bit. He's like, yeah, I'm trying. I'm working on it. Well, yeah. Yes, we do have a game tonight, baby. Orlando. Andrew, I'm pretty sure that San Antonio reporter's full of shit. Mo Bamba. All right. I'm fine. Someone called about Mo Bamba yesterday. I'm fine with that. Whatever.
Christian McCaffrey is expected to be fully healthy by next week. No, that's great. It's great.
Just in time for the Super Bowl?
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Super Bowl Sunday. He ain't even gonna make it. Let's get to some of these phone lines, man. We got Prize Picks on the way too. You want to stick around for that? Make your plans to be with us Sunday too at the Humidor, beginning at 2:00. We'll be at the Humidor from 2 to 3, preparing for the big game with some whiskey and a nice cigar. We'll be registering people to win tickets to see Kendrick Lamar at Oracle Park in May, one of the biggest tours of the summer. San Francisco, real talk, one of the most difficult spots to get tickets at. Obviously, LA was the worst. Right. San Francisco was brutal. I'm flying to Vegas to see Kendrick because it was significantly easier to get tickets at Allegiant Stadium than it was Oracle Park. Oracle Park was crazy. Like, first day, you out unless you're paying several thousand for a resale.
Man, goodness gracious.
Or you got a
California,
hookup like Kyle Madsen does.
Well, he's one of the big dogs.
He is. Meanwhile, I got to fly out of state to see him.
I don't have anything yet.
Well, whose fault is that? Okay, you gonna go to the Toronto show, aren't you? Kenny's going to the Toronto show in his Drake jacket.
No, to be honest with you,
you notice he ain't wore his Drake jacket all winter.
Rovi know now or
wow.
Like I said yesterday on 102.5, I'm the rare person that likes Kendrick and Drake, and you guys won't get me to change.
Yeah, you said that when I was gone, huh?
Well,
I see what you did.
We played a Drake song. They're coming out of
Drake
song.
Okay. All right, pal. Let's get. Yeah, no. I knew I had a point. It was the Humidor, 2 to 3 on Sunday, and then if you want to watch the game at 32 Brew Street with us, make a reservation. Yeah. The reservations, they might be gone. They might almost. I know they're almost gone. They might be gone, but like call them. Yeah, call 32 Brew Street at Sky River Casino. See if you can make a reservation. If not, pull up to the Humidor, man. We're gonna have a great time inside the Humidor from 2 to 3 before the big game on Sunday, and we will register you to win tickets to see Kendrick Lamar at Oracle Park. Let's get Derek in here. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. What's up, Derek?
Hey, what's going on? How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's going on with you?
Doing all right. Hey, I wanted to call about the press conference. I want to get you guys' thoughts. First of all, I wanted to shout out to the media. The interview, the reporters that were there did an outstanding job of not letting Monty off the hook. As soon as he finished his introduction, it was rapid fire questions on some of the mishaps that have happened along the way. So big ups to them that they didn't let that slide. That was at the forefront of whenever Monty opened it up, the questionnaire portion, they jumped straight into how mishandled the Mike Brown situation was and how mishandled the De'Aaron situation was. So big ups to them. I'm curious, first off, do you guys think that because they're having a press conference now, this is an indication that they're just done for the remainder of the year? They're not going to make any additional moves. I know there's some reports out there that we've heard time and time again that there's still a possibility of them making deals, but I'm of the mindset if he's having a press conference now, that's an indication that they're pretty much done making moves. And then the other thing I wanted to touch on, I don't think that this has been touched on enough.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody around the league knows the situation in Sacramento. Like it's pretty black and white that this front office was not going to withstand the trade deadline standing pat. And I think that's a huge factor for the Spurs to have known that going into these negotiations, understanding that they could lowball the Kings because they knew Monty and Wes and the current administration or the powers that be, they weren't going to be able to hold out until the offseason for a better deal.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't be in the position if they waited. So the Kings, not only did they have no leverage from Clutch doing what they did, but the fact that the Spurs knew that the Kings' current front office had to take whatever offer they were giving, that only amplified the lack of leverage that they didn't already have.
So you might be right from a San Antonio perspective. I think Sacramento wanted Zach LaVine. This, I think, was the lone route to get him. De'Aaron doesn't want to be here. Fine. It wasn't how can we get Stephon Castle, and we'll play that clip in a little bit. I like Stephon Castle. I wish the Kings did get him. Their thing was how can we get, in my opinion, I do not know this. This is not a report. This is an opinion. How can we get Zach LaVine here? Because really the only way we could do it is if De'Aaron Fox doesn't want to be here anymore.
The other aspect in a Spurs perspective as well is like they're not pressed about anything. Like if they make the playoffs, cool. If they don't, cool. Like we got a bunch of picks. Like they weren't pressed to get De'Aaron Fox right now because they're not trying to win right now. They're not worried about anything that happens this year with how their record fills out. So they could hold out. They could play, hardball and say, yeah, we're not giving up none of these guys. You're the one that, and to his point, you're the one that kind of needs to do something.
Mm-hmm.
So you either do it or you don't. It's not hurting us one way or another because number one, we're not tripping off winning. Number two, we could just get him in the summer or in free agency.
Yeah,
you want to be here. The word's already been put out that he don't want to go nowhere else. So you can do this our way or not, and they took advantage of that.
He also said he felt like the Kings were done. When the day started, that's how I felt too.
When they announced the press conference, that's what me and Jesse were talking about, and that's how I felt. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's necessarily an indication. As I thought about it more, and James talked about it, you were going to have the introductory press conference with Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You didn't want that. I think that's why they had two of them so far apart.
Yep.
You didn't want Zach's press conference to be bombarded with Monty having to answer questions.
Right.
So
smart move.
Yeah.
Have Monty go to shoot around.
Yeah.
Have Monty go to shoot around. Talk to Zach LaVine after.
Yeah. So I think that's more so the reason why because you couldn't have Zach LaVine's introductory press conference, number one, after he plays a game already.
Mm-hmm.
And you couldn't have it without Monty talking to people first.
Mm-hmm.
You had to get that out the way. So the thought of usually this is an indication that they're done isn't wrong. Like I get it. I just don't think that's the case in this situation.
I don't think they are done. I think they are. I did think this morning they were done. I don't think they are now. To quote Shams and Woj during the draft, they might be zeroing in on some things right now. You can go out and check some tweets that are out there on social media right now. Our man Matt George is doing some work. We're working to get some things checked on, but Kings might not be done. Kings might not be done. And if there is any justice on earth, they might get something done within the next 2 hours.
Please.
Let's get left.
DJ.
That was a DJ. Go DJ. That's my DJ.
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon, fellas. So, quick thing. I think Fox had this plan since last year. I know I was watching, Gilbert Arenas' show. He talked a lot of trash about Sacramento and all that. And he was saying that Sacramento, like last year, Gil was saying Sacramento and San Antonio is basically, small market cities and nothing really there. And De'Aaron Fox made the comment, he made the tweet saying that, hey, actually San Antonio is the sixth largest city in America, basically defending San Antonio, said that it is a large city and it is a large market city, basically. So, and that was Gil's point then, saying like basically, that right there, I tell you that he had his eyes on San Antonio even back then, because he kind of took that personal. He didn't get on there and say, hey, Sacramento is the state capital and blah, blah, blah. He went on there and defended San Antonio. So I think he had that plan, and, the Kings helped him by not doing much around them. They made it look better.
DJ, hang on 1 second, because what we just alluded to was reported from Mark Stein. Sacramento has acquired Jonas Valanciunas. We had just gotten word on that a second ago that this was close. Mark Stein with the report right there. Jonas Valanciunas, a popular target for the Sacramento Kings, is in fact headed to the Sacramento Kings.
I really hope. Sorry, DJ. We're gonna let you
Yeah, sorry about that, DJ.
I really hope Trey Lyles isn't involved. That would make me feel a lot better.
Yeah, I'm looking at a couple of things right here. Matt George reminded us that the asking price was second-round picks or a second-round pick. I'm looking at a tweet from Michael Scotto that Jake Gaden sent me. Teams are discussing potential second-round pick draft compensation as part of the trade talks. We joke about the pay cut that he took this year. Was it like 10 million versus the 14 that he normally makes? Here's Sean. Oh, sorry about that. City Cisco.
City Sissoko.
City's gone already.
He's gone. The man didn't get his jersey.
We just learned his name. We just learned your name.
The writing was on the wall. Shams just tweeted
When there was just the one LaVine jersey.
Yeah, we should have known. Traded for two players, only talked to one of them. The Jonas Valanciunas, 2 second-round picks. So it's say it again, Jesse. City
Sissoko.
City Sissoko and 2 second-round picks are headed to the Washington Wizards in exchange for Jonas Valanciunas. So the big man help that everybody was begging for has arrived, and it was one of the targets that many of you wanted, including us. Jonas Valanciunas is on his way to Sacramento.
Man, I like that. And if they could find a way, I don't think they can. They've got 3 more second-round picks. They've got 2 first-round picks. I don't think they're gonna let go of either one of them or either one of the halls. But if they could find a way to go get some wing help, obviously we want what you see.
Oh, Leezy must be outside the Golden One Center, and he just sent me a video that has like outside. It says "Welcome City."
Oh no!
Oh man! Come on, man!
What was that name one more time?
City Sissoko.
There we go.
Yeah.
We hardly knew you, pal.
Yeah.
Oh,
they got
the
picture up and everything. He talked to the media today.
When?
Like after shoot around. He's like, I just, want to be a hard worker or something like that.
Well, he could be a hard worker in
Washington.
Washington, yeah.
But if they could go get a wing. Obviously, everybody wants Cam Johnson. That's who I want too. But I don't know if you have what it takes.
I don't think that's a thing.
But if they
anymore.
could go get some kind of wing, now you've balanced out that roster in a really good way. And I'll talk to James about it too. We're not going to fight, I promise you. But one of the
me and you or you and James?
Me and James. One of the things that he says, and I understand it, but technically, I don't know if it's right. He says Zach LaVine is going to experience the same thing De'Aaron Fox did when he goes, yeah, De'Aaron Fox needed more wings. Technically, isn't Zach LaVine the wing? Because you've taken a 6'3" guy out of the lineup and added a 6'6" guy. So technically, they got it. They got. I'm trying to navigate this. We're talking sports. Technically, they got bigger in the starting lineup.
Play on.
Thank you.
Man, we get nervous about everything.
Now it costs you De'Aaron Fox to be able to do that, but no, Zach LaVine isn't going to have the same issues because number one, he's the wing, and number two, match up a little better because they got 1-6-2 player in the starting lineup, not two.
Feel bad for DJ, man. We just DJ.
Sometimes you get bumped. What do you want, bro? Like sometimes it happens. Sometimes there's a bigger story out there.
Let's get Mitchell in here, not to be confused with Mitch. Mitchell, what's happening?
Hey, yeah, I was actually gonna say, if you guys just want to cook on the trade news, that's cool too. I just had a quick question about the leadership by committee thing and how it reminded me of the, early 2000s Kings. Like, I can't remember if there was like the one guy versus like the group. And I thought that comparison could be interesting to talk about. But if you guys just want to cook on the trade, I get it.
Okay. Hey, Mitchell is very self-aware.
Yeah, Mitchell gets it.
Yeah, Mitchell is very self-aware. You can come hang out with us anytime you want to,
Absolutely.
Mitchell. Let's get TC in here. What's up, TC?
We good, man. What's up, TC? How you feeling, man? You feel like you're a little down about the trade? What's up?
Man, you sound crazy as hell. Boy, I'm fired up. Boy, y'all you gotta read the room.
You came in sounding all docile.
Man, you gotta read the room. Man, I'm fired up. Listen, man, check it out. We was already asking for Val, and we got it. We got a dog. We got a dog in LaVine. Y'all heard his press conference. And look, man, Monty, man, listen. Back up all, you know what? I'm not even gonna say back up off Monty because there's certain things he should have. But he went up there and kept it real, y'all. He should have said it from the jump right after he fired Mike. But he said it. He said it was my idea to fire him. We offered the contract multiple times. He turned it down. What else do you guys want me to do? It was very clear that he wasn't coming back here. So we have to bust a move. And the move that we bust.
He didn't say any of that.
What? Listen, he didn't, D-Lo. My bad. I'm putting words in his mouth.
Your paraphrasing is wild, TC.
You're the man, TC.
D-Lo, listen. We didn't get a scrub. We got a dog back, and I'm happy. And we got Valanciunas, bro. Let's keep it trucking. That's all I got to say.
Okay.
There we go.
All right.
There we go.
All
TC, hyped up, man. And was it just me? Did he come on sounding sad? I had to check.
No, he did.
Yeah.
I'm just stuck. How does Kyle? So Kyle Shanahan's not in the good graces of TC, but Monty McNair is.
Man.
Huh?
Man.
I'm trying to figure that one out.
That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point.
He said Monty McNair went up there and kept it real. Oh, word.
Kyle Shanahan's got to go.
Barely answered the first question James asked him.
Real quick.
Maybe if we could get Rex Ryan in here, we know what we were doing.
Keith Smith. He says the Kings will bring in Jonas Valanciunas via one of their exceptions. They have a new TPE from the trade with the Bulls and the Spurs, or they could use the non-taxpayer MLE. Interesting move by Sacramento for such a minor cost.
Interesting move, huh? I don't think the move is interesting. The move makes perfect sense.
Well, it sounds like I took that as a positive. Like by him saying for such a minor cost. Like you're able to do
that's
that.
Definitely positive.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like I think it was like and he should have said this, maybe intriguing move.
Oh, maybe that is the word that he meant.
Sacramento for such a minor cost. All right, I like that.
Are they done? That's all anyone wants to know. Are they done?
Yesterday on the Kings beat, shout out to our guy James Ham.
I laughed. That's got to be tough for my man City. Like that's like my man just flew to. He flew. I'm gonna go no, because why would you put him? Why would you put him in front of the media?
Yeah, true. Yeah. Or had any inkling, like maybe, like hey, last night, hey, we might be working on something. So
I might say, can I stay in Chicago then?
Oh, and get to go to Washington.
No, I mean, can I stay in the city of Chicago, or what do you say? The state of Chicago? Can I just stay there so I don't have to fly all the way to Sacramento and then fly all the way to DC?
True, but he was coming from San Antonio. He was.
That's right. He was San Antonio's guy. That's right.
Might have wanted to stay there too, though. Go on that Riverwalk.
Do I really just need to fly around here.
Sure.
Riverwalk's a creek, by the way.
Stop, man. What are you doing?
What?
You've never been there.
Because it's yeah, I've never been to any creek.
Yeah, Fox 1 right there on the creek.
Well,
New photo shoot
Well,
at the Alamo.
Sure, the water
well,
stinks.
This cowboy boots. Wow. Yo, you guys are wild, man. Riverwalk is a nice place.
I'm sure. Hey, if somebody pays me to go, I'll go. Maybe I'll pay my own.
You
way
sound
one
like
time.
Charles Barkley right now.
San Antonio's cool. I'd rather. So look, if I'm going there, I'd rather go to Austin.
How far is Dallas from there?
No, I don't think those are even remotely
They are.
close
They're
to
like
each
an hour
other.
and a half away.
Austin and San Antonio?
Hour and a half, 2 hours. So if I'm going there, I'll just
Can we get
take me to Austin.
confirmation on that? They're 2 hours away.
They're not far. Okay. It's like Bay Area.
I mean, you're not wrong, but still, San Antonio's a nice spot. Let's get AB in here. AB, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to say I want to thank City for his contribution.
Good call.
Shout out.
It's a good call, AB. Good call.
Don't invite
I like that. I like that. JV, he was one time a villain here in Sacramento. You remember his villainous act?
Yeah, he didn't throw Metu on the.
Was that the birth of Freeport?
Yeah,
Have we
that's
come
it.
full circle?
It was the birth because we were like, poor guy, he's living on Freeport.
Do we give JV the Freeport nickname?
Ah, nah. Valanciunas don't look like a Freeport guy. He gets he gets
Where is Valanciunas from? What would you say? Where he's
Loomis. Valen Loomis. Yeah, you don't get the Freeport name.
Yeah, but no, shout out. I mean, that's a good move. That's a good get. That's a good get right there. That's a good get. I like it. Like I said, I don't know if they can. I don't know if they will, but if they can find a way to get a wing here.
Domas probably relieved to not have to play this dude anymore.
I know those are
Except
boys.
in
They're
practice.
boys too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're boys.
Look at Casey out here making graphics, man.
Come
Come
on,
on.
I'm doing okay. Shout out Odyssey. You know what I'm saying on that Adobe subscription. Shout out.
Out here becoming the dope ones. Look at him.
So
Graphic design's his passion.
Yeah. All right, we talked.
Oh, by the way, real quick, can we get Air Horns Delivery Joe's birthday today? Let's go. Air Horns
Delivery Joe. Delivery Joe, man. Salute. We talked to Mitchell, man. Let's talk to Mitch now. Mitch, what's happening?
What's going on? D-Lo, Casey, how you guys
impressive.
doing?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. Well, it's a sad day, but life is short. My mother-in-law was like another mom to me. Dementia is a very bad disease. No more suffering. She grew up.
Did your mother-in-law pass
right
away?
across from- yeah. What? I'm sorry.
Did your mother-in-law pass away today?
Today, yeah, it's about 11:45.
Oh man,
my
I'm sorry to hear that, brother.
Yeah, thanks. But thank you, guys. It's unbelievable, but it's just the suffering has ended.
Hey, well, you know, you're a guy, man. We got love for you, Mitch.
Thank you. But before Damon, I could have sworn he was cutting me down. He was giving the only Mitchell that's better than me should be Mitch Richmond. But that's just my thinking. I'm just kidding, Damon. Don't get upset, right? I don't want to wrinkle your sweat.
Yeah, Dame,
right?
chill out, man.
Okay, my bad, Mitch. That's my bad. I'll fall back, Mitch. Love you, buddy. Sorry about that, Mitch. Well, I don't even know what's he talking about.
Well, because we had Mitchell on the line.
I said Mitchell, not to be confused with Mitch.
Yeah, he took that. Some.
Oh, was that? Oh, that's heat. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
My bad, Mitch.
Mitch never got to it, but he's a fan of the trade, by the way.
I'll be. Look. I don't care what we're talking about. We could be Mitch's therapy anytime.
Anytime, man. That's our boy, man.
Shout out, Mitch, Hall of Famer.
Shout out, Mitch. He said, "Don't
Sorry.
get mad at me."
Mitch, I wasn't mad.
Yesterday, well, you were busy, but yesterday he calls in and he's like, "I think the Raiders should go after Sam Darnold or Jackson Dart." And we're like, "Wow, he actually picked somebody that wasn't a Pac-12 quarterback." And then he tweets me, goes, "Dart started his career at USC."
Can I tell you? I heard that. We were on our way to the emergency room, and I heard because we get in the car and I tapped. I tapped in, and salute to my guys. I felt bad because I just know it's tough and it's different. And I heard you talking about Pete Carroll, and I'm driving for a couple minutes, and I'm like, and I said this out loud. I was like, oh, they're following the rundown.
Well, what happened was it was the Trista.
Yeah,
time.
right.
And then I had a big
short time.
I'm glad you're back too, because I don't know if today's the day, but I did have a Luka question. Well, I don't know if you heard the question about who will be the top 5 teams in 5 years, and I did not have the Lakers in there.
Okay.
Yeah, we disagree.
The
about
top
that.
5 teams in the league in how many years?
5 years, and I did not have the Lakers in there.
Okay.
So that's where it came from, and that was a long form thing, and I was like, well, I don't want to start that. So Chip Kelly is the offensive coordinator.
So did you do it when you got back?
We did.
So you had the discussion?
Yeah, we did. I had where's it at? I had
You went Spurs, Rockets,
Thunder
were in there, Celtics were in there, and
Celtics.
then
I put the Knicks. That's
yeah,
where
the
we
Knicks.
disagreed.
Okay. Of course you put the Knicks in there.
And I said the Rockets might be the ones.
I'm fine with that, and we're going to spend 0 time on this. So I threw a question in there that it's not a long form question, but we saw Joel come back last night, and we saw Joel win a game, and salute, because I think they beat Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas is out of the play-in now.
Yeah, salute Joe for that. But I'm watching that the recap of that game, and I'm looking at Joe, and I'm thinking about all of our discussions. I'm thinking about what you said about Joe last year. And I was like, is this what Dallas was trying to avoid? Because we wonder if Joel is broken. Yeah. Like, can he ever get back? And did they see Joel Embiid? Did Nico Harrison and the Dallas Mavericks? Now, I see you shaking your head. Don't do that. I'm not saying.
No, I'm not
I
saying
agree
you
with
are.
this.
No, I'm just shaking my head at Nico Harrison on the Mavs still.
I'm not saying I agree with this. I'm asking, did they see Joel Embiid and think, we can't put ourselves in that situation? We have a player whose conditioning is in question, who is dealing with an injury this year that's not like a he didn't pop his Achilles, he didn't tear his ACL. He's dealing with a strain, which when you have such a kind of vague type of injury, it's left for interpretation. There's not a lot of interpreting when you tear your ACL.
Right.
We saw DeJounte Murray. We saw this. So the second it happened, we knew what it was. That's not like DeJounte didn't do anything wrong. But when you have strains and pulls and aggravated injuries, fat ass ain't doing what we're supposed to be doing. And then Joe's condition constantly called into question. I watched Joel last night. Triple-double was fantastic. And all I could do was look at him and go, is that what Dallas was trying to avoid? The fear of Luka Doncic becoming Joel Embiid.
I think so. I'm gonna speak to that real quick when we come back. We got a lot of King stuff going on. Things are still
Jonas
happening.
Valanciunas is a Sacramento King.
Let's go. He might be in Portland tomorrow.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Get him to Sacramento tonight.
Where is Washington? Washington on the West Coast.
They played.
They played Minnesota on Saturday. Maybe they're back home now.
Working their way back over there. We'll come back. More on the trade.
Don't even let them go home.
That is bringing Valanciunas here to the Sacramento Kings. It's Stilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
My fault. I was like, why you got your headphones up so high?
The headline on the ticker: Durant does not want a Warriors reunion.
Are the Kings better than they were a week ago?
Yeah, and I'm saying that because of Valanciunas.
Yeah, so I guess that comes down to how much of a difference you think it is between Fox and LaVine. I'm not sure.
I don't think it's much of a difference at all. I'm not here to say one is better than the other. I think they're like same tier player. So there's certain things like you're getting better shooting, but you're losing a little defense. You know what I'm saying? Like there's give and take for both of them. And at the end of the day, I just think they're on the same tier. I think they did get better because you got Valanciunas and you didn't have to give up anything.
Well, like I said, it just comes down like Valanciunas, of course, is better, but just how much better or how much of a drop off do you think between Fox and LaVine there is? Dame, I asked if the Kings got better, if they're better than they were a week ago.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's a good question to bring on the air. Let's do that one on the air. Are you eating Ritz crackers? You are. Okay, I thought so.
Ritz is a pretty versatile snack.
I
agree.
Throw some turkey, peanut butter, whatever you want with that.
Today, I talk about accountability. And I complain about people, saving snacks and doing all this other stuff. And I don't condone that at all. I'm not for that. But I can't front. I'll be tearing that snack shut up.
Yeah, that's not the issue. Like I've said multiple times, I'll go back and grab me a second Gatorade or maybe a second bag of Little Bites. Like
I'll be lighting that snack shut up. Him snack shack. I'll be lighting it up.
it's a free for all, but don't be throwing them in your pockets or throwing them in the fridge for later. Collins frozen is fine. Outside of that, not great. Blueberry muffins are
That's
great,
cap.
but
You
the fruit
stop it.
itself.
I like blueberries. Before I didn't, but I do.
Blueberry waffles great. Blueberry muffins great. Frozen blueberries great.
Yeah.
Other than that, they're mushy.
No, the blueberries themselves are good. They're good. I've been delivered. They're good. Have you guys?
Jesse's crazy food takes coming to a podcast.
I'm not
near you.
crazy. You guys are crazy.
Let me ask you guys. Have you guys ever tried the? All right, man. Come on, man. Just hear me out.
Okay.
Nah, man.
Don't tell me how to do my job.
Go ahead.
It ain't even that though.
Go ahead.
Have you guys ever tried the cracker challenge?
Well,
no, that's crazy.
Some would say. Well,
that is crazy. What I'm talking about is
no, it's good. Now,
What were you asking,
go
Casey?
ahead. Casey just asked. What was it that you just asked?
No, yeah, I can say it because I know what I'm talking about here. I'm going to explain it.
Okay.
I asked if anybody had ever tried the cracker challenge.
Well, some would say I'm trying it now, but I'm not sure. What?
Well, this is something that you would do at a place like Sherry's at 3 a.m.
Everyone needs to get out of the comments right now. Who said married one?
Come on. Come on.
Okay. So
maybe the official
can you
name
please title the show, Have You Tried the Cracker Challenge?
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I love this show.
So maybe the official name of it is the Saltine Challenge.
Matt George joins us tomorrow. It's unrelated. I just wanted to point it out.
The saltine crackers.
Yep.
And I don't know if it's how many packs it is, but you try to, can you finish 4 packs or maybe 2 packs before drinking water? That's very dangerous. I did it one time. I wouldn't recommend it. Don't play like that. Don't
Okay.
play like that. But it's tough. I was just asking if anybody had ever tried it. I guess it's the Saltine Challenge.
So let's just be clear. Let's not do this. Right? Like, no one try it.
No
one do this.
No.
I
mean, I don't think you just add them. Yeah. Like, if you are going to try it, don't try to be super.
We discourage you. So, dealing with Casey, you're not liable for anything that happens if you
don't
do this
try it.
challenge. But
Just asking. I did this 15, 20 years ago. All right. This young. Yeah. Before all the data was out, probably.
And someone said, "Hey, Kenny, want to try the cracker challenge?"
All right, this happened 20
unbeknownst to you. You're like, "Here, eat these saltines."
I was gonna say this happened 20 years ago. I was trying to figure out how he even thought about this, but when we brought up Ritz and stuff here in the break.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's
some
over here
Ritz.
eating Ritz crackers.
So what? Just Stevie from biology was like, hey, Kenny, I bet you won't eat these 2 sleeves of saltines without drinking something? Or
No,
how'd that
and
end
then we
up?
were at Sherry's after the club. And
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
after the club too, huh?
Yeah, no.
And who's the guy who's got 2 packs of sleeves of saltines in his pockets after the club?
They have them at the diner at every table. They got them at or you could ask for them because they sell soup and chili and stuff there. So you just ask for them. I missed that one. Hold on.
I love the chatty house. I missed it.
Come on,
good,
Sword.
Good,
Come on,
good,
man.
good vibes. Dave said you got to step out of your comfort zone, D'Lo. I don't know what he's referring to, but I don't know.
Oh, Dr. David, come on, man.
How many crackers did you put down?
Oh, sorry, man. Hey, man, I had saltine.
Yo, that's crazy.
Yo, that wording is wild.
Oh, man. All on the heels of a Jonas Valanciunas trade. We are not doing ourselves any favors.
Look, I love the radio. We are a radio show, but this is why you got to watch during the break, man. Things be happening.
He said, how many crackers have you put down? Jesse, you crazy for that? I don't even think I can do this anymore.
Oh, my God.
James, fire up the stream and do this show. Oh, man.
I was just trying to get my shot up without laughing.
That is
he
crazy.
He drained it from 30 feet.
Man, that was Trey at the buzzer the other night.
Oh, my goodness.
Yo, Good Vibes Dave is killing me. He said Tilo already go to brunch. Might as well. Man. Okay.
While we're at it, shout out Sherry's, man. Still standing, still strong, man. Sherry's used to be a line waiting out the door back in the day. I don't know what these kids do after the clubs nowadays. They don't eat. They just go home.
Yeah, I don't know what they do.
Sherry's used to be popping. Who would you go, Lions?
Lions was the thing that Denny's on J Street.
Oh my gosh, that Denny's on J Street.
Denny's on
It's
J
almost
Street
criminal
or
that
something.
that's nothing right now.
Well, there was a lot of criminal there. That was not.
No, you're right about
I didn't go there. I didn't go there until I had at least a little bit of street cred, because you was really running the risk just to grab a grand slam.
Well, you know what I don't know if it still is because I don't even really be out like that. But hey, if you need gas, drive past that AM/PM at the end of J Street.
Oh, absolutely.
Just drive past. If I got to push the car, that's what I'm doing. I'm not stopping getting gas there.
Well, we know you don't stop and get gas anymore. What are you, a regular? Give me a break.
My wife has a gas car.
I forget that. That's right. That's only because the truck didn't come in.
That's true. That is true.
That's
She was ready.
Oh my God. So,
brother.
Speaking of saltines, Jonas Valanciunas is now a member of the Sacramento Kings. No, that's a shoot. That's real talk. Kings have made a deal sending City Sissoko to Washington, and I think it was 2 second-round picks to Washington for a guy that a lot of Kings fans were hoping for. Jesse, if you could pull it together, what was before the Cracker Challenge?
Are they better than they were a week ago?
Are the Kings better than they were a week ago?
I think they are. Now, Jesse brought up a good point. It kind of depends on how you view Zach LaVine and De'Aaron Fox. I view them as, I'll just say, on the same tier. You know, they're the same tier player. You know, there's things that Zach can do better than Fox and vice versa. Fox is a better defender. Zach gives you better 3-level scoring. So I just think they're the same, on the same tier. So I kind of washes each other out. But you did get better because you added Valanciunas and you didn't give up a player that was already in your rotation.
Yeah. Let's get Manny in here, 916-909-1320. Manny, what's happening, brother?
Well, first, I've been avoiding the cracker challenge all my life, so I get it, man.
Oh man.
And let me tell you, you guys have ruined any kind of meetings I have at work because I'm in the meeting and the director's talking about learn yourself, grow yourself. And he says we're number 2 in the country in penetrating new people.
Whoa,
I
come
start
on,
laughing
man.
and I
Hey.
get escorted out of the meeting. And that's because of you guys.
Hey man, come on, man.
Don't put that on
Yeah,
us.
that ain't us.
But look, the Jonas trade.
Did you see? Hold on, Manny. Did you see Jalen Brunson giggle in his press game? In his
No,
post?
no.
He's like, man, man, how do you take a pounding and you keep going? and Jalen Brunson was like, and then tries to he kind of like stares off in the distance to compose himself, and then he gives the answer.
We're all children.
Okay, sorry, Manny. Go ahead.
No. What do you guys think about? Like, I know people are looking at him as the backup for Domas, and obviously, I guess I don't know if they'll release Len or if he'll just be the number 3 center. But what do you guys think about them paired together? In lineups. Like, how do you think that'll work out?
I'll answer that question, but go ahead and finish it up. Go ahead. What's going on tonight?
Oh, that's not tonight, sir. We did the Sunday night one. We're Tasha and I are going to the game. So
okay.
We're not on tonight. We're not
I hear
on
you.
tonight.
Okay, I'll just make it sure. Just make it sure.
All right. Appreciate you.
That's a new wrinkle that you have, though. You do have that wrinkle now as Doug Christie, trying to work out rotations. Now you can, maybe depending on who you're playing, depending on how the game is going, you can have a Sabonis Valanciunas front court, move Keegan to the 3. You know what I mean? Maybe put DeMar, whoever at the 2 in your point guard. It's a new wrinkle. I don't know how much we'll see it, but you have that option now where you didn't have it before.
We might be getting some. I'm gonna check in with someone real quick. We might be getting some news here real quick regarding Phoenix. And boy, it's not what we thought. I don't think Kevin Durant's going anywhere. But I'm trying to follow up. It's not what everybody thought this morning, but it might be what everybody's been thinking about for the last few weeks, trying to get confirmation on it now. But there's some rumblings out there that there's some things going down in the desert. So as soon as we have confirmation on that, we'll pass it along to you. Assuming, of course, it's not tweeted by Shams Charania in a second.
Oh, we beat Shams on the regular.
Just know we low key kind of had him first. And shout out to Matt George. Matt George was on top of the Valanciunas story. He hit us on the text and was like, "Hey, getting word. This is getting done." And sure enough, a couple minutes later, it drops.
Shout out to Matt George just in general. Matt George be working hard to get as much information on anything as possible, whether that's scoops, whether that's trying to figure out, how Zach LaVine's game might work with the Kings. He was talking to some Chicago people yesterday on the Locked On podcast, man, and he consistently, he may feel some type of way about a player, a trade, or whatever, but he's always seeking out information to get a better understanding of the player or the team that he's dealing with, man. And I got to shout him out for that because that doesn't happen all the time in this business, man. And, and he just, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes wanting to take the extra effort to figure out more information. So shout out to Matt, man. That's
he's
always great. I appreciate that.
He goes the extra mile for sure. I'm a big Matt George fan. Big Matt George guy. Good work by Matt on that one. But back to this conversation about the Kings and whether they got better. It feels like this, DeMar said it the other day, and it was pointed out that it's been 41 days since Mike Brown was fired. And DeMar said after the, I think it was the Minnesota game. I think it was with Deuce and Mo. It's been a long month and a half, and it feels like we're entering like our third era of the season. Like you started the season, it was just, it was the Beam team and it was Mike Brown, and okay, well now Mike's gone, so now we've got this Doug Christie version, Doug Christie era. We've got the Doug Christie version of this Kings team. Now, of course, we still have Doug, but now we have the post De'Aaron part of this. This is one season,
right?
It's not even the All-Star break.
Crazy, man.
And the Kings have fired their head coach, traded their best player, and here we are having a legitimate discussion 22 hours from the trade deadline, asking, is the team a little bit better than they were a week ago? They were able to acquire Jonas Valanciunas. We like the Zach LaVine pickup more than others do. But Valanciunas is a guy, like it basically keeps Alex Lynn off the floor, and that, all of a sudden everyone was Will Z with numbers, Will Z and Jill Adge with all of these like numbers on net negatives and how maybe truly bad. Kenny Caraway had to do a segment with, man, it doesn't match the eye test. He doesn't look that bad. These numbers are really, really bad.
They are terrible.
And now, you get to be off. He's almost certainly off the floor with Valanciunas now coming back as the Kings. Are the Kings done? We'll find out. There's 22 hours left. But the fact that we've had 3 different versions of the season,
that's crazy. And
we can still ask the question, I think it's a fair, realistic question. Are they better than they were, 2 weeks ago, a week ago? It's fascinating.
So it's, a roundabout way, a lot by their own doing of, the bottom line being done. Like right now, you look at Monty McNair and you go back to this press conference, and Monty, I saw it maybe different than others. I thought Monty was on edge. I thought Monty was up there.
Oh, he was testy.
Yeah, he was up there so he don't get fined. Basically like, I got to do this. And that's what should have happened at the start, regardless of how fair it is or how whatever. Like, you had to do that press conference days after Mike Brown got fired. But you had to do it at some point. He did it today. And it looked like he had it, and I saw it differently than maybe the others. But like, whatever I say today ain't gonna matter. Like, I'm not gonna say not one quote that's gonna make people feel better. People talk about, like Jesse was saying, he didn't take accountability. He literally said, that's on me. We're not where we're at right now, and that's on me. Nobody want to hear that. People just wanted to line up and light him up. And that's part of your job. That's why you get paid the way you do, to be able to take those moments. But he was up there knowing, like, what I do up here today, what I say don't matter. Can I go get the trade done? Can we get better? Can we win games? That's all that matters. And you guys can get your questions off. And I'm not trying to like disparage anybody who won at the press conference and all this other stuff. It's all good. I get it. I get it. But if I'm looking at it from Monty's perspective, and he's like, all right, get your questions off, say what you got to say how you lit me up and on the questions, and hold my feet to do all that. I got to get back to, I got to finish this trade. So like, do all this so I can do what I need to do. Because the only thing that matters is, can I get this team to be a winning team? And that's what I thought happened a lot today. There was nothing he was going to say today that was going to make people feel any different.
Monty McCarraway over here. Oh, I thought you had something.
No, all right, I got my point back. How we've talked about, like, this season's been so chaotic. Talking about the front office being dysfunctional, all that, fired head coach, traded your franchise player, all that stuff. And even with all that, they're only 2.5 games back of 6th. Like,
yeah,
how bad is it really?
Well, shout out to the Western Conference. That's part of the reason.
Okay, that ties into it too.
Yeah, that's part of the reason. Yeah, it's not good because was it 25-24 right now? Is that right?
Yep. Game over.
Yeah, that wasn't our expectations headed into the year. And that's one thing that I do appreciate, I guess that Monty said today. Monty really touting that the team is in a better place than when it was when he took it over. Yeah, Monty, I wouldn't hang my hat on that, especially given the fact that your first two acquisitions were Glenn Robinson III and your boy.
Well, shout out to him.
Hassan Whiteside. Look, I get it. You had like 6 seconds to be the general manager before free agency started. It was the COVID shortened year. Vlade was fired because of a failure in the bubble, which is just spectacular. And like, that's like, I get it. Like I've never faulted Monty for that. But he was, and whether it was the trade deadline, whether it was, trying to get, something closed with Valanciunas or perhaps something else that he's working on, or is just the mere fact that he knew he was going in front of the firing squad and he just wanted to get it over with. He did have an attitude today. He did have a bit of, that he was on edge. You could tell by the way he talked to James Ham. You could tell, like, and that's fine. Like, I don't fault that. But I also wonder him talking about what a better place that they're in. To me, he's thinking like, he's not thinking this exactly, but D'Lo's right. I'm getting fired. I've got to try to, maybe I can save my job. Maybe if this team plays well, maybe if this happens, it does wind up saving my job or our jobs or however this thing is made up in the Sacramento Kings front office. But he did acknowledge they fell short of expectations. They fell short of expectations last year. He acknowledged that. And I guess in his mind, the acquisition of DeMar DeRozan was enough to correct that. We thought it was. A lot of people thought it was. We were wrong. It wasn't. And to Jesse's point, how bad is it? Well, it's bad because your expectations weren't 25 and 24. We'll go back to questions that we asked that Mike Brown's firing prior to De'Aaron Fox's trade over, whatever stretch of period. And we'll use the current record. Is this a 25 and 24 basketball team? I do not believe that it is. I think they're a lot closer to 12 and 6 or whatever Doug's record is at this point. There's going to be a point where he can't keep track of it anymore. But I think they're closer to that than what their overall record is.
So and I agree with you, when does the onus get off of Monty McNair and onto those players?
Now.
But I'm saying why, like, okay, you answered the question. I'm saying, like, if we believe that they should have been better than what they were. A lot of that I put on those guys.
Well, I agree with you, but I'll also put external stuff on. I'll also weigh in external issues into this as well. There was and I always use the word disconnect because I genuinely do not know what other word to use. There was a disconnect between Mike Brown and these players. How many of them? I don't know, but I can comfortably say DeMar was one of them.
I'm starting to have to use a second hand.
Well, we know Domas was one. Like, it doesn't matter whether De'Aaron was or not. If DeMar was, if Domas was, if Keon was, like the number of people is starting to add up. Those are important cogs to what you're doing. And so you've got that. We've laid out you particularly have laid out the De'Aaron Fox situation for the last 6 months. That looms over the organization. That looms over the players. It looms over the games. Again, you got a player with 1 foot out the door. Right. Those are other circumstances. You corrected one. You corrected, maybe forced into correction, but you corrected 2. People were begging for help for Domas. You got that. Okay. For better or worse, by 12 o'clock tomorrow, Monty can't do anything else, or Wes can't do anything else. The front office can't do anything else. By 12 o'clock tomorrow, there's no, unless something changed. There's no Cam Johnson. Kyle Kuzma's going to Milwaukee. All of these different ideas and acquisitions, all of that, it's over. You've got to focus in on you. You've got to zero in on you. You've got a coach that you connect with. There's no star player trade asking out, not wanting to be here, looming over the franchise anymore. And Malik is just going to have to play 45 minutes a night. So you do all that.
Get him an IV at the goal.
You do all that. Just treat him like
Deli.
Treat him like Deli every night. Just throw that IV in there. Send him to my friends over at Restore and get him going. It'd be just fine.
So who's franchise now? Because we talked about Fox, and yeah, like this team isn't supposed to be a 1 seed or whatever, but they're better than 10 or whatever they've been in the play. And who's gonna get that out of them now?
You're
Domas.
yeah. It's a good question because I'm looking at 4 guys. I'm looking at Domas. I'm looking at Malik. I'm looking at DeRozan. I'm looking at Zach LaVine. I think Zach LaVine, for what I'm asking, for what the expectations I have, 6 seed, something like that. Zach LaVine could be the best player on the team that's a 6 seed.
Sure.
So I want to see what he has, what he's able to do. We talk about leadership, putting the team on your back, however that may be, whether it's scoring, whether it's communicating, whatever. I want to see. He's that type of player. 2-time All-Star in this league, a gold medal winner. I think he's gonna have a major say in elevating this team.
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you on that. I do think Domas is the best player on this team now.
That's fair. Yeah. He's the captain now.
And I think Malik is going to play a big part in everything that they do. And that is the Malik storyline is the storyline I'm most interested in right now. What does he do next? Like, it's like the shield breaking up. Who's going to become the first big star out of the group? I think it's Malik.
Is he the X factor of all this kind of turning around to making it work? Like Malik's kind of going to have to, I don't know, if take it to the next level. Terrence and the Insiders brought up a good point earlier. Just kind of be more consistent, I guess.
I feel like he has, no?
I think
I feel like he already has. Yeah. But I think the question is I feel like he has been a lot more consistent. But is he the X factor into turning this around? Sure. Because they have.
Right.
And part of that is he's in the starting lineup now.
Yeah. And to Jesse's point, when you talk about X factor, if he elevates, man, now you're really okay. Because I'm just looking at the other guys, I'm expecting Domas to do what he does, expecting DeRozan to do what he does. Same for LaVine, same for Keegan. But if Monk elevates his game, and becomes a guy that, is 19-9 or something like that. Yeah, now you're talking. Now you're talking.
Yeah, Matt George kind of got like the point I'm trying to make. Like Monk is the one to make the star jump to push the Kings into like a legit playoff run.
There you go.
That's what I'm going. Yeah.
Okay. It's good stuff right there. We'll come back. James Ham will join us perhaps from the Golden One Center. I just assume he's been there all day.
He's got residency there.
Well, let's hope he's okay after
his fight with
after what I
got him in storage room 8 right now.
Yeah, he's going to be talking to us next to a mop or something.
He's going to be looking like the CIA agent that Franklin Saint had when he had.
Look at
There we go.
Okay,
shout out KC.
Okay, all right, you're doing good over there, bro. You're doing good over there. James Ham at the top of the hour. Jonas Valanciunas is a Sacramento King. They take on the Orlando Magic tonight. We'll continue to discuss here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Where are you,
man,
Jay?
I forgot about Devin Carter. I just literally forgot he was on the team.
Oh, try to forget. Jay, any updates on the Phoenix Suns? You teasing? I don't have like a update. We think Jimmy's headed to Phoenix, and I think KD is staying. That's trying. I'm actually we're trying to get confirmation on it where we might be able to run with it, but we're hearing some things. It looks like Jimmy may in fact be headed to Phoenix again. I don't know that that's really breaking news. I think more of the breaking news is Kevin Durant might not be traded after a very odd last 36 hours. Yeah, buyout market could be interesting. Yeah, for sure. Buyout market could be interesting. I don't know, Jake. I don't know, man. I don't know how the Kings would do that, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess be Trey Lyles. I don't really. You have to hit up Jill about trade exceptions and all that. Like, I don't know how many they had, how much they could use.
Shout out Jill, man. She's been rocking with us all day, man. That's my girl.
How many shows in America do you think haven't mentioned the Super Bowl one time in 3 days?
None. There's people. I was listening to Dallas radio the other day, and they're on Radio Row.
I always wonder if this show would work in other markets, because
you know where
I feel
it
like
would
people
work?
are conditioned to football. Like they're just conditioned like this is what radio is.
Well, I think
we would adjust to whatever.
Yeah, I think the show would work. We like obviously our focus is Sacramento. Oh, James is here. Our focus is
James
Sacramento.
just walking in here like
he does,
like Franklin Saint.
Okay.
Relax,
All right,
relax,
dude. You're doing too much.
Yeah, you know what? Fence him back, Caraway.
Yeah, come on, man.
Fence him back.
We're in commercial. Come on in, James. We just said we think you're at the Golden One Center, but we don't really know. So now we know he got thrown out of the Golden One Center by Monty McNair.
Lord have mercy. Hey, D'Lo, what's that?
No, I'm wrong. He got spit, not that.
Oh, jeez. Oh, goodness.
No, vasectomy. That's what
Yeah,
it was.
but even that isn't multiple
Yeah,
times.
yeah, snip,
I don't
snap,
know.
snip,
I don't
snap.
know. I don't know, but I thought it was just one.
Just take some off the top. Just give it a little trim.
What were you gonna ask me?
Oh, I was just gonna ask, what's behind you, bro? That's crazy.
Oh, stop it.
What?
I'm
Move the
curious now. What do you
camera.
have behind you?
Move the camera.
Yeah.
Is that a fancy bag?
Two.
Oh.
Well, it's HBCU night, so settle down.
His wrist is blinding me from the back.
Okay.
True story.
Our concerns were confirmed. James Ham was in fact thrown out of the Golden One Center.
Damn, do you see this black eye he got?
Yeah, well, James walks in with a bloody nose and a black eye that a knockdown drag out with Monty McNair.
He was
Did
walking
you-
in here like something had happened.
Did you sense Monty McNair's agitation with you when you talked to him today?
He did the same thing I did to you
Yes.
the other day.
Well, James.
He absolutely did. And I heard it. I was like, oh. And I'm sitting there like, how's it feel, James? How's it feel, James?
Oh.
You may have been you just trouble. But they think D'Lo and Casey out here starting trouble when really it's James Ham.
But that's why he's James Ham though, because he do what he got to do. He
Hammer,
do what he got to do.
There's obviously a lot to talk about with the first team all vibe, Zach LaVine at the presser today, and your boy Monty McNair. But Jonas Valanciunas is a Sacramento King, a guy that I know that you really like, and a lot of Kings fans really like. And it was minimal to acquire him. What do you think about this acquisition?
Yeah, I mean, this is why you create salary cap space, is so you can go do a move like this. Like, look, I don't think he's like a game changer. Oh my gosh, they landed Jonas, and the only reason I don't think that, like, I think he's a very good player. He has not had a great season in Washington. He isn't playing. I mean, but like we've talked about this, like the stink of losing in Washington is just like off the charts, right? So what I do like about him is he's tough. He rebounds. He doesn't mind throwing somebody to the ground. Sorry, Chimezi Metu.
Well,
Oh man, Freeport stand up.
Yeah, but the biggest issue that you're going to have is at like 12 to 13 minutes a night, because he will be Domas's backup, and there's not really a whole lot of ways they can play together. You can try it here and there, where they try to squeeze, like 4 minutes a half where they're playing together to get Jonas closer to like the 20-minute mark. But you have him this year and you have him next year, and then the third year of his deal, if I'm not mistaken, is non-guaranteed. So you have some options here. And it's a $10 million backup center is an expensive backup center. Like, this is a quality player who absolutely destroyed you in all 6 games that the Pelicans beat the Kings last year. And so I think you upgraded a position, and you upgraded toughness, and you upgraded your rebounding acumen. And I think it's a nice move.
And one of the other things that you did, and you kind of alluded to it, Ham, is you put yourself in a position where maybe you don't have to play Domas 38 to 42 minutes every night.
Yeah.
Valanciunas, he's not going to take a lot off the table. He's not Sabonis, but he's not going to take a whole lot off the table. So whereas with Lynn, you're like, oh, can he give us 2-3 minutes? You can look at Valanciunas and say, oh, he can give us 5-7 minutes a half. You know what I mean? And he's not going to take much off the table when it comes to rebounding, scoring in the paint, all this other stuff. And it's one of the things that I ask for, or I'm hoping for, with Malik Monk, where you don't wear these guys down because you're having to play them so many minutes. With, you got guys that you can put on the court that aren't taking a whole lot off the table.
Yeah, and I think if Trey Lyles is still here by 12 o'clock tomorrow, I actually think he'll pair well with Trey Lyles off the bench. I mean, the idea here is that you have to get some sort of help for scoring off the bench. And, I don't know if this is like an end all be all, but like Jonas Valanciunas is going to go out there consistently get you 10 to 12 points per game. Like, that's just who he is as a player, and as a pick and roll guy. I'm sure he's going to be just fine playing alongside Malik Monk for some bench minutes. He's not like the lob threat that, that the Kings have chased here and there, whether it's John Collins or even, JaVale McGee last year. But this is a highly competent basketball player. Now, you get to the playoffs, and there's a good chance that, that's a long ways away right now. But there's a good chance he gets played off the floor, or you're not able to use him a ton in the playoffs because you're going to use Domas 35, 38, 40 minutes a night. But also, like, backup centers in the playoffs usually aren't big guys. So unless you're playing, let's say, the Denver Nuggets, or you're playing against a team like Memphis, who has Zach Edey.
I almost said the Lakers. The Lakers, it's like, well, not anymore.
Well, I was just about to say Dallas. If you play Dallas,
there you go.
With AD and Gafford and those guys.
See, that's tough though, because those are like different types of bigs, like a true rim runner in Gafford, and then a guy in AD that can go and space the floor. You do have a bigger body to throw at AD, but AD is an exceptional player who can take people outside and shoot over the top of them. And that's where Jonas is going to lose out. He's not going to be able to chase guys on the perimeter, even as well as Domas. But that doesn't change that he's a very good player. You play Minnesota in the playoffs, he's a guy that can go out there and battle Rudy Gobert. Yeah. So yeah,
that's not necessary.
Interesting pickup. I this is one that I've kind of circled and said, hey, if you could get that done as well as other things, it makes a lot of sense. You still have time. You still have some assets. You don't have a lot of money left. It does kind of tie up some of the bigger options that you had. because you just lost basically $8 million in the money that you were under the luxury tax. So at this point, the Kings are about $2.5 million under the luxury tax. And then on top of the $2.5 million under the luxury tax, they're like another $3.5 million to get to the first apron where they're hard capped. So they only have like $6 million extra to play with if you were going to go try do a bigger deal. And that could come into play here. It like realistically could, unless the Kings are going to do something crazy like move on from DeMar DeRozan, which I think is getting more and more difficult to do when you assume like how much time he spent with Zach LaVine, and he also
Valanciunas too.
played 6 years with Valanciunas in Toronto.
Also, would be dumb.
There's that.
I don't think they should move on from.
wouldn't
I think that's an
wouldn't do that at
insane
all.
line of thinking.
Well, I agree. Like if you're trying to win right now, but if you're trying to change that, who that player is at that position, like you're trying to get a younger, more athletic wing, there's really not a lot of ways to do it at this point. The Kings don't have like the buffer that they had built in with the salary cap to go out and get somebody without including a major contract. At this point, basically, you have $8 million of Trey Lyles. You have your trade exceptions, but again, those trade exceptions only work if you stay underneath the apron. So that, again, that $16.8 million trade exception at this point for this season alone, it's kind of worthless because you can't go over the luxury tax and over the apron in order to use that.
The luxury tax and the apron are separate things, right?
They are.
They're not close to the apron, are they?
Yeah, because they, I believe it's Zach has incentives based into his contract. We walked into today, the Kings were about 10.5 million under the luxury tax, but only 14 million under the apron. So there's only a $3.5 million difference because of these other bonus money that could go to Sabonis, that could go to some of the other players that you have. So you have a problem there where you're going to bump up into like this weird situation where you just don't have a lot of money.
You know what other component of JV's game that I like that's probably a little underrated, I can appreciate as a guard? He's a screen setter. He's a screen setter.
Oh, yeah.
Setter. That's running into a wall, and Malik will have a field day with that. I think Zach Collins will as well.
Zach LaVine.
Zach Collins.
We did not acquire Zach Collins.
Kyle,
do not do that to
Kyle's
the people
driving
listening to
back
the show.
right now.
Do not do that to Kyle Madsen. Kyle
is
Madsen
driving
will
back.
punch you for
Zach LaVine. I apologize.
Yeah.
But I like that aspect of his game, man. He takes it seriously. Like this is what I do. I got to get my guys open with the screens that I set. And, yeah, I think that's something that we always are on the lookout for because we have Marvin Bagley here who would never set a screen. So now we appreciate the screen being set.
Oh yeah, the slip screen, the Marvin Bagley famous slip screen.
Who was it that came in here and set some screens? And we were like, oh, it was like G Leaguer, 7-footer. Oh man,
Was it Kada?
no,
No?
it was a white guy. He came in.
Oh, Eric Micah.
Oh,
Yeah.
He set some screens while Bagley was here. We were like, oh snap! Oh,
I know. Hey, my first year
we're
covering.
popping for screens like it's the old jacked up segment on ESPN.
Yeah, I remember my first year covering the team. They had DeMarcus, they just drafted. They had Hassan, which they had just drafted. They traded for Samuel Dallenberg, so they had all of these super tall guys. Not one of them could defend the pick and roll. The only guy who could defend the pick and roll is Darnell Jackson, and like Paul Westphal used to be like, he's the only dude who can actually defend the pick and roll at all. Like, what am I supposed to do? I can't put him out there for 35 minutes a night. I have all these other dudes, but he's the only guy that knows how to do it to defend. Like, again, natural shot blockers. Sometimes they're not great in the pick and roll, like Dallenberg. But that was always like a major issue. And it's the same thing with Eric Micah walks in, like looks like Dolph Lundgren and just like knocks people down all over the court. You're like, hey, look at he's still, I would still think that he could play in the NBA. I never understood why he wasn't in the league.
as
Dolph
D'Lo,
Lundgren is a spectacular 80s reference.
Well, as D'Lo would say when he brings up Darnell Jackson, you made that name up.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app and live with James Ham, our insider, our Kings insider from the Insiders, here as we talk Kings basketball. Of course, the Kings take on the Orlando Magic tonight at the Golden One Center. Hammer, tell us about your fight with Monty McNair today. Or better yet, let's start here. Why does Monty McNair hate you?
Look, I don't think we had a negative situation today.
You didn't. We're having fun with it.
Yeah.
But Monty clearly either was agitated with that press conference, he didn't want to do that press conference, or he was just testy. But he was not pleasant in that press conference at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be really pleasant in that press conference either. But here's the problem. Monty knew he had to do that press conference, and he knew he had to do it before the Zach LaVine press conference.
Right.
And that it just is what it is. I don't think any of us wanted to have two press conferences today. The only reason we had two press conferences today is because we didn't have one 41 days ago. 38 days ago, whatever you want to, we should have had a press conference over a month ago, and we didn't. And then you make a big trade, and that big trade should be about introducing a new super scoring guard that everyone should be excited about and all that stuff, right? But that's not where we can go until we close the door on the other stuff. I thought it was really interesting. The Zach LaVine press conference, Monty introduced Zach LaVine and sat there.
Mm-hmm.
No one asked him a question the rest of the time. He just sat there, and I even saw on NBA TV or on Twitter, the NBA.com, they cropped out Monty McNair. it was just a video of Zach LaVine sitting there talking as if he was by himself. But that's kind of the way it should be. Unless we're going to sit there and pepper, Monty McNair about the transaction itself. I don't think that they're Monty can be mad or whatever. The fact is, we had a job to do today, and I thought we did our job. Mm-hmm. And that's it. And that's all we've been asking to do. We're not asking for anything extreme. Doug Christie's the 10th head coach I've covered in my 15 years, covering the Sacramento Kings. Mm-hmm. And every other head coach that gets fired, because they all do eventually, we had press conferences for every other one. And so the fact that you didn't have one today, you needed to close this chapter, and you should have closed the chapter a long time ago. So the excitement could be about adding a new player today. You get over sort of the realization that De'Aaron Fox is no longer here. And then as reporters, it's our job to step into we now cover Zach LaVine. I don't cover De'Aaron Fox anymore. I can watch the box score. I can watch De'Aaron play on national TV and stuff like that. I could go to League Pass and watch him here and there just to see how the guy's doing, but I don't cover him anymore. I now cover Zach LaVine. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of how my brain, I compartmentalize, and here we go off. I can say when we get to the trade, you and Kenny and I can argue all we want about, what we think of the actual player and the trade and all that stuff. But once that's over, it's okay, now it's moving on to the next thing. And that's what you have to do as a reporter. You have to just start covering the next guy. And so today was one of those. But the thing with Monty specifically, we had to ask tough questions, and I thought we did a good job of it.
You guys did a great job of it. You specifically. The one thing that I'd say, I guess you could say it's in Monty's defense, but not really. Just kind of looking at the situation. Number one, they brought it on themselves because the press conference should have happened 40 days ago or something like that. But also, I think he realized this wasn't a fair fight. There was nothing, and what I mean by that is there was nothing he was going to say today that was going to make anybody feel better about how things went down, about the Mike Brown trade or the De'Aaron Fox trade. And he knew that. He said, there's nothing I can say. So his whole thing, you asked him a question and he just said words for a little while and then kept going. It's just get it over with. You guys have been waiting to light me up for a month and a half. Here's your opportunity. I'm not really going to say anything because number one, I can't say everything that's going on. Number two, it don't matter what I say. Like we're not having an honest conversation. It doesn't matter what I'm saying. People wanted the blood. I'm giving it to him. And he got off the stage right after that.
Yeah, and like in all honesty, like these like press conferences like this, it's just about accountability in the moment, right? And when you get this far away from the actual event, like you still had to have it. And I'll bring this up, like when Terrence Davis played for Toronto, he got into a domestic situation, right? Happened right before training camp, and the Raptors hid him on media day and throughout the entire first half of the season. Then he gets traded to Sacramento, and he had never had the conversation about that specific thing. And you have to take accountability for when you have something off the court, on the court, whatever it might be. You have to be somebody who says, okay, I will answer the questions. I have to, right? And it didn't feel good, but even at that point, 6 months after a situation had happened, or 5 months after, I had to ask.
Are you talking about Terrence or Monty?
Terrence Davis.
So you're talking about addressing Terrence?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's where, like, as a reporter, we have to know, like, hey, you haven't addressed this situation. I don't need to address it if you addressed it with the Toronto Raptors. But as media members, if you haven't addressed an off the court arrest, I have to ask you about it, right? And if you would have taken care of it before, that's fine. But we waited until the end of the press conference, until his introductory press conference. The media relations staff knew that the question was going to come up, because if it wasn't me, it was one of my other people in the room. And I had to ask the question, and he had to answer the question, and then we move on. It's the same, like in this situation, you fired a head coach. Like, the guy won the Coach of the Year 2 years ago, right? He won 46 games last year. He led you to the playoffs for the first time in 16 years. I don't care how many people like want to like throw Mike Brown under the bus and say he's a horrible coach, whether it's on Twitter or in the chatty house or anything else. The dude is a hell of a coach. He has a better win percentage than so many coaches in the NBA. He walked into Sacramento with like a 616 career win percentage and made it out over 500 in his 2.5 years in Sacramento. That's like a feat that, I got to be honest with you, like 14 other coaches haven't been able to do in Sacramento. There's only one other coach in Sacramento Kings history in the 40 plus years that they've been here to have a 500 record in a season. And that's Rick Adelman. And so, like, look, you can say what you want about Mike Brown or not. Like, I don't care. But at the end of the day, we had to close one chapter and we had to open another one. And like, kudos for Monty for sitting in there and taking it, because I know, and you guys know, that there's a good chance that a lot of what happened in that situation had nothing to do with Monty McNair. Was he the general manager while it happened? Was he the person who made the ultimate decision? He said he was today. Do I believe that 100%? No. There are so many voices in the room in Sacramento. It's crazy. And so, like, look, at the end of the day,
some of them are slithery.
Yeah. We got to a point where, like, look, we have to kind of move forward from that, what happened there, but we still had to go through all and check all the boxes. And like, again, I think the questions around the room were good. I think, asking very specifically Chris Biederman, did you make the decision? Who made the decision to fire Mike Brown? And Monty McNair said, I did, and went on to the next question. Like some of the questions
defiantly
about Bucks. Yeah.
Defiantly, I did.
I
thought that was very, I mean, and I like that. I mean, good for him. The moment has passed, but I do want to point it out because I feel like it's important. And yes, we do like Terrence Davis here. I think sometimes the two issues that you used in that example, the Terrence Davis one, which was a legal issue, and the Mike Brown one, which was a basketball decision. Sometimes legal issues you can't speak on. I don't know why Toronto decided to hide Terrence Davis, but maybe it was something he couldn't speak on. Again, I don't know the answer to that. I'm just knowing the legal process a little bit. Maybe it was a situation where he can't address this on media day. It's too soon.
But he also could have said, I can't address it because it's a legal matter, and it's still
doesn't that fall
decided.
more on Toronto than Terrence?
I'm not blaming Terrence.
Okay.
I'm not. What I'm saying is that still had to be addressed.
No, I understand.
Yeah,
I
and that's
understand.
all. Like that's the job. Like people, if I was in the room, I'd ask this, and
Even
this.
even if it's a
And the answer
I
is like,
can't-
no, you wouldn't.
Even if it's a I can't talk about it, you still ask the questions. It's
Asked and answered.
Yeah, it's like these people who give these athletes. We deal with it with musicians who offer interviews, but there's parameters on it. It's like, well, you're in the story. Like, we can't ask you about this. No, I don't want to talk about it. It's like, okay, then we can't have the interview.
Yeah.
We look ridiculous if you can give a canned answer, you can give a no comment, but we have to be able to ask you or our integrity is damaged. Yeah. And Monty very much went to the podium like he knew he was facing the firing squad. And I thought the way that you laid out your first question is probably what set the tone for it. It's been 41 days, Monty, which I thought was glorious. I just thought that was the perfect way to get into this press conference. It's been 41 days. And that kind of laid things out. And you're right. Like he sat up there and he took the questions, and there have been two very significant developments for this franchise in the last 41 days.
Yeah. And like, in all honesty, I thought Monty set it up. Like at the end of his opening, it was like, all right. Like, what do you guys got? Let's go.
He's like, that's all I got. So
no, it was like, hey, all right, let's do this.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, like, look, if we're going to do this.
Only thing we needed was a go ahead.
All right, let's do this. And for me, it's like, hey, look, you have to ask the questions. And if not, like when we're in the room, we're representing the fan base. We are. We're there to represent people who don't get to be in that room and ask the questions. And you can't, again, have 18,000 people into the arena and pass a mic around for 14 hours and have everybody ask their question of Monty McNair. And so we have 15, we have 20 minutes, whatever it might be. We've got to be concise and try to get the questions in there that we have to ask. And like at the end of the day, like I kind of look at it in the same way that I think players look at going up against one of their people, going up against another NBA team. When you're on the court, you battle. Off the court, okay, like we can break bread. I don't have any malice towards Monty McNair. I don't think he's a bad dude. I think he's a very, very smart individual. And I think that he's done a lot of good things here. He's the one who helped build the winner that won 48 games. He's, like he is. And so you look at these things and say, hey, look, have things gone south? Yeah, they have really quickly, very quickly. So quickly that you had to fire a 2-time NBA Coach of the Year, like 25 games into the season or whatever, and you traded your best player. And that was like the second part of the question. Like, was there a way to avoid this? Like, what do you think in the last 2 years you've done enough to add the pieces that would have made it easier for Mike Brown to keep his job and for De'Aaron Fox to be happy staying in Sacramento? And, again, he got a little contentious with that. And that's where he called me by name.
James.
Yeah, James.
Which I don't know why calling somebody by their name is like, so like, oh, what you want? What we talking about? What we doing? It's like James said, okay, I don't like the way you said that. But there's something very like, oh, all right, look, we're in a conversation, Kenny. Like, yeah, it's I don't know. Someone's name has power.
It does.
Yeah,
Or say the wrong name.
Well, that too. Do you because Casey and I talked a lot about this. Do you believe Monty when he says we couldn't keep De'Aaron?
I mean, I believe at the end that you couldn't keep De'Aaron.
And that's not, but I to be clear to the conversation that we were having, I don't think that was what Monty was saying.
No,
that's not the impression I got. That's not the impression we got.
I believe they got clear indication
he wasn't coming back
a while ago.
Yeah,
like before you should have gotten this and that.
Even over the weekend, they might have got clear indication. But again, there were grievances that De'Aaron Fox had that could have been worked out before.
Yeah, I think De'Aaron's full of crap. I don't think that's true, Hammer. I mean, I'm sure he had grievances. I don't think they would have convinced him to stay.
Maybe not at the end of the day, but
40-10 might have convinced him to stay.
But what I'm saying is that you didn't have to get to that point. Like the Kings were on a path, and then they stopped getting better, and you didn't do anything to help them get better. Teams plateau all the time, and you've got to, as a general manager, assistant GM, ownership group, whatever it is, you have to find ways when you're on a path to be a playoff team to keep bumping up and keep changing the ingredients here and there to make your team better. And we can say, well, he did the DeMar DeRozan and Harrison Barnes swap out this summer. Okay, but you got enough of a sample size where you're like, okay, that didn't work. That wasn't the bump that was going to make you a 2, 3, 4 seed. It just wasn't. We thought it might, like during the offseason, we thought that might be the bump, but then you needed to do more still. We all talked about it. Like, look, you just got shorter. Again, you got smaller on the court. And, not that the Jonas Valanciunas deal was out there before, but like that's one of those things where all of a sudden you add somebody and you're like, hey, this team would look a lot different with De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk passing to Jonas Valanciunas off the bench, or heaven forbid, the moment if Domantas Sabonis gets hurt and you go 15 games without Domantas Sabonis.
Knock on whatever.
Knock on wood. But if that's the case, now you're set up where at least you have a center who's been a starter in the league for years and can step in and fill a void and play 30 minutes a night and be your backup center. Like, I think we all feel more comfortable now that Jonas Valanciunas is on the team than we did yesterday, because I think we've all watched, Alex Len has not been able to perform at the highest level this year. Yeah. He's not even as good as he was last year. And so that's a problem. And so at some point you have to continuously get better. You can't just sit there and say, hey, we have a really good radio show and we're just going to do the same exact thing every day for the next 4 years and it's going to be great, because people get bored and people stop tuning it in. And I think that's a little bit of where we got with the Kings. And I do think that
every once in a while we got to fight each other, and that keeps people coming back.
Well, and I think that there was a moment, like it, maybe not in the last month, maybe not in the last 2 months, but there was a moment where if you did the right things, that De'Aaron Fox would have said, okay, I'm here, I'm in. But those things never happened. And, again, here we are. Yeah. And now, again, we move forward. He's not here anymore. And we get through today after the press conference and we move forward. And we'll have another press conference probably on Friday or Saturday, because all of a sudden you just added another player. And so, again, the Kings play tomorrow against Portland, right?
Yeah,
so
in the NBA.
I would say, oh, yeah. What do they won? 9
of 10.
Yeah, 9 of 10. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? Go ahead.
What are we doing? What's going on? Stop winning.
Portland. Yeah. Yeah.
It may be difficult to separate the fact that it took so long to have the press conference and keep that separate and talk about the actual press conference, but I'll try. How do you think he did today?
To be honest, he's had worse press conferences where we got done and you're like, okay, you just put us in a spin cycle and we heard the same exact thing again and again. I did realize, I think the last time we had a big press conference like this, because I know I came from here to run there and got there just in time, and I wasn't able to go set up where I normally set up. I was in the back and they handed me the mic, and I asked him very specifically about the maintain and improve. And I think he took that as a shot. I wasn't intending that to be have you maintained, have you improved? We did not get to that question today. And the answer is no, you haven't. And I don't even think the question has to be asked and answered. You haven't maintained and improved. Your team is, went up and started to decline. And last year was a little decline. This year has been a massive decline. And you're hoping that you can, get the thing back under control. I thought he did okay today. And I thought, kudos to him for standing in there and taking it. Because, that's what he has to do. But that doesn't mean that he could have been a lot more, less forthcoming. And I thought at the end of the day, he did the best he could with what he can say and what he can't say. If he wanted to just go out there and just let it all go and tell everybody every single bit of what's happened here, oh, that would be just like I would just sit there. I'd
Sign
just,
me up for that.
Cross my legs and get some popcorn. and
D'Lo,
just sit there
KC,
like-
Kyle, we're all calling in sick because
Yeah.
we're going to the press conference for this one, like the Michael Jackson Thriller meeting.
Yeah, that's right. I'll just sit there and like
Yeah.
eat the popcorn.
We'll
That's,
just broadcast live from Chipotle afterwards.
yeah, yeah. Just run right over to Chipotle and
Well,
yeah.
probably ban us from there too. Nowhere near Doko.
We can't. We
Oh no,
can't.
that's just 1140. They don't let us be in Doko.
They don't want us over by the train station.
Guys, we're in Old Sacramento. Too close.
Yeah. Actually, hey, I want to like. There's someone in the chat that says something.
Oh, I saw your eyes on the chat. I knew someone got under your skin. Get him, James.
Yeah.
Get him, James.
No, like okay. Ryan said it was reported that Brown vetoed a lot of the deals too. No, Mike Brown gave his opinion on whether they should go trade for players. Mike Brown had no veto rights at all. But when you come to Mike Brown, like we've talked about this in the past, like there are players in the league that the Kings have been linked to, and there are coaches on that staff, or there are people, players who have played with that player. When you start talking about whether you're going to go get a player, you go and do your background in-house first. At least that's what you should do. You know, like if I'm going to go trade for Jonas Valanciunas, I'm going to go to Domantas Sabonis and say, hey, man, will he fit? Can you guys play together for 8 minutes a game? Can you play together for 3 minutes a game? I'm going to go to DeMar DeRozan and say, hey, what do you think? I'm going to have conversations with the other guys in the room that might have been close with Chimezie Metu and say, hey, are you guys okay if we bring in Jonas? I know that there was some bad blood at some point. Then I'm going to go to coaches on my staff and I'm going to say, hey, do you have any experience with this player? And they're going to say, I don't. We played against him a bunch of times and I think this is and this. Like, that's what you do. You do background. So if there is a player that the Kings went to Mike Brown about and said, hey, what do you think about this player? And if he said no, it's because Mike Brown either coached him or has knowledge of someone else that he's close to that's coached him, and they're not comfortable with that player for a specific reason. And whether it's basketball IQ or whether it's injury problems. I had someone tell me one time, Anthony Davis, like 1 year he missed 30 games or something. He had another 13 games that season where he went into the locker room at halftime and never came back out. And so his games played says he plays this many, but how many times he just didn't finish a game, that's not on the record somewhere. And so those are things that you don't hear about. People talk about Karl Anthony Towns during his time in Minnesota when he was young. You can get all kinds of insight by going to assistant coaches, like the NBA is a super small world. And if a coach says, I'm not super comfortable with that player, all of us keep saying, oh, go get Kelly Oubre. Kelly Oubre, the 76ers, they need to change everything, right? You go to De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox says, oh, I love Kelly Oubre. We played together on an AAU team. You go to Mike Brown. Mike Brown goes, yeah, I coached that guy in Golden State, and I won't touch him with a 10-foot pole. I don't know if that's the case or not, but that's something that could happen. You go to Jay Triano and says, hey, I spent a little bit more time with him, and I actually do like what I could use him as an offensive player. Mike and him talk like, okay, maybe we could figure something out with him. That's how these things typically work. So if there's a player out there that Mike Brown just flat out said no, number one, Mike Brown isn't sitting in front of a microphone being able to defend himself. So don't believe everything you read. Number one. Number two, if a coach does say no to a player, there's usually a specific reason. And number three, a coach can say no about a player and a GM can still say, you know what, I think it's best for our team and that player might be here longer than you and I'm going to go make this move anyways.
Yeah, like Sasha.
I think everybody was in on Sasha. Like they all watched him play.
I don't think everybody was in.
Yeah, that worked out great when Sasha.
Mike, it was like Sasha was here for a day before Mike was like, I don't even know if he's going to play.
Yeah.
What?
Yes, that happened real quick.
Like, wait a minute. What? It's like the man touched a basketball and Mike was like, oh, God. That guy?
No, but the whole point of that though is like, and it's telling the whole story, right? Like, I think a lot of people look at it like, why don't they just go out and get so and so? Well, if your coach is like, man, I think he's like, I would hate coaching him. Like to a certain degree, like sometimes you got to respect what the coach is saying. You know, what I'm saying? He's not saying no, don't get him, but you're listening to him say like, nah, I don't think he's good for what we're trying to do or whatever. And all right, well, the Twitterverse is like, just go get this person. My coach is like, I wouldn't be good, and I'm trying to work with them. So sometimes those things happen. Sometimes the GMs just fall on their face and don't make the deal. But you know, there's more than meets the eye. There's agent. We've talked about the agent aspect of it, representing one of the players that's on your team that you want to have a contract with. You know, little stuff like that. It's not always as simple as, hey, I like that guy, go trade for him or go do something.
It's always way, way, way more complicated than anyone thinks. And like what we talk about on the air, what I write about on the King's Beat, it's very different than the entire story that I know. And there are certain things that you just can't write, because whether you can't source it, or if you do have it, but there's no way to write that story without exposing who your source is. You know, like there are so many incidents over the course of my career that are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that happened, that you cannot write about. And you can't talk about on the air because no one will put their name to it. And if they do, they're worried about retribution and whether they'll ever get a job in the league again. And that's just kind of the way it goes. So yeah. And I think that's the same exact thing when it comes to players. When you're going to go to acquire somebody, like, you know, how many times this offseason did we hear about there's a possibility of this player to go to this other team, but he can't go to that other team because a player on that team already they both have the same baby mama. And you're like, what the heck? Like how, wait, what? And you're like, oh, all right. Well, I guess that trade's not happening.
That was a classic moment in Portland.
Well,
come on, man.
I'm not saying anything about anything.
Well, that's true.
I don't know.
They said it.
But those are things that happen, and that's why you have to sit back and go, hey, look, the NBA is like 450
Fantastic.
players. And it is fantastic. But there are a lot of ties that bind. It's a way more complicated web than anyone wants to talk about.
James Ham banned from the Golden One Center, so he's back here in the studio with us. We'll talk more about Kings basketball. Of course, they've got a game tonight against the Orlando Magic. Zach LaVine will make his debut. We've talked a lot about Monty McNair's press conference. How about Zach LaVine's? We'll talk about that with James Ham next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Who was that? Was it Brandon Ingram? I think so.
Oh, we're not talking about who and what. I know who it is, exactly who it is.
Well, I don't know your situation you're talking about, but this one was on the internet. This was right here in
It was
4K.
so it must be real.
It was Ingram and Anthony Simons. They got the same baby mama. Now, I don't know if Ingram ever wanted to go to Portland. That's what I'm saying. But I remember Ingram hit the game-winning shot, and then Herb Jones comes over to him. Camera's right there. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, tell him who the better one is. Tell him who the better one is.
Oh, no.
It's like, all right, bro. All right.
Yikes. Yeah. No, I mean, like, look, it's like a super, super weird world. Yeah. A coach has the ability to influence the decision, but a coach like very rarely has like any actual say in what happens. I mean, except for that one time where George Karl decided to go out and just on his own try to trade DeMarcus Cousins during the offseason. Okay, that got weird, but like, look, the NBA is a small world, and there's weird stuff that happens all the time, and sometimes that's part of like the conversation. And the Keon Ellis situation, whether he plays or not, that has nothing to do with any of this. Like, there are multiple coaches who have worked with Keon, and sometimes he plays a lot and sometimes he doesn't. And like, again, an NBA coach's job is to win, and they all want to win, especially the last head coach and the current head coach. If they think that they put Keon Ellis on the court and they win every single game, if they play him 48 minutes and Keon says, I can go for 48, coach, then they're going to do that if they can guarantee a win. And that's like, nobody is trying to lose games here. This is not the Utah Jazz. This is not the Charlotte Hornets. This team has been trying to win games. And I would say that even under the Vlade Divac era, that's what they tried to win games, even to their own fault at the end of seasons. They totally got, like they kept winning games late in the season, even though it was hurting their draft. And sure enough, they lucked out in the lottery. And that's because, you play it out. Even if you're playing, you trade away players and then you bring back players that, you play young players. That doesn't mean that you're not trying to win. You're still trying to win games. Although that's not always the case. What? King Boss, what are you doing out there?
What's King Boss talking about?
Oh, he just posted a picture of Chimezi and Valanciunas.
Oh, come on.
Edward, can the Kings make another move? Sorry, this one. Yeah, they can try. Again, if you want to trade, have a backup center. If you feel comfortable going out and getting more of a 3-4, that's different than Trey Lyles. You have Trey Lyles' $8 million salary. You've got Devin Carter's $4.7 million salary.
Overpaid.
The problem is you're really caught in this weird spot where you don't have a bunch of money. And again, the Kings can go up to like $6 million on top of those two player salaries. You can throw in another minimum scale guy and try to make it work. But again, the hard cap is a vicious thing. You cannot go above it. Terrence, you ask if Isaac Jones has a potential for regular contract. Hey, the Kings right now their roster sits at 13 players. They will at least sign one player once this is all done, unless they do a 2-for-1 or they send out two players and bring back 3. The Kings, I would assume they'll wait until after the deadline. All
right. Hey, you believe this, dude? How many times has he interrupted her story we're telling during the commercial break? When James is telling the story, this guy
gives
goes,
a damn? We're back.
Sorry,
Hey,
sorry, James.
don't tell me how to treat the guests on the show. You guys live here. He's a guest.
Man lives here.
No, he lives here from 10 to 12. He lives here from 10 to 12. The man's a guest right now.
I have a car.
Payroll.
I'm here Monday, Wednesday, Friday every week, and sometimes Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Sorry, James. Got to interrupt you. We're coming back.
That was
meanwhile with
like
us.
he's Coach Marion or something.
Man,
just trying to be nice. Let's try that out.
James.
Next time I'll be James. Shut the hell up. We're back. Is that better?
That's better.
Well, that's more on brand.
It is.
It's how you talk to us. James, have you participated in the Cracker Challenge?
The
what? I feel offended.
Look.
KC has. KC's done the Cracker Challenge.
Well, the name is different.
What did you ask me earlier?
Well, that's what I asked you, but they specifically said it's called the Saltine Challenge.
Oh. Well, earlier he called it the Cracker Challenge.
Well, I didn't know they had a different name for it.
Well, you
I'm
ran with.
I'm awfully pale for you to ask me if I've been part of the Cracker Challenge. I'm just saying.
Well, we're really pushing that envelope as far as like when I say we're going to be the FX of radio stations today.
No. We're here. Goodness gracious.
Oh,
so I'm just going to take offense every time. Have you ever been part of the mayonnaise challenge?
Oh.
Like, wait, no, what? Like what?
Oh, that sounds terrible.
Duke Mayo Bowl.
Oh, awful. Awful.
See, there it is. John Bull, I go to one PBR event, and now you're asking me about the Cracker Challenge. Come on now. What is happening?
Oh,
I'm gonna be there with you
man.
next year. I'm going to the PPR.
There it is.
Why are they showing this highlight? Oh, they're showing the De'Aaron and what that
They're about
was a
to play
weird
in
highlight.
about,
I just thought that was a weird highlight to show they were down by 30 to the Bucks. Like, what'd you pick that one for?
Come on,
the man scored 60 in a game, and you show him down 30 against the Bucks.
Well,
Goodness.
all right.
De'Aaron Fox. So we didn't get to this, and I'm interested.
I think
don't
that's
wanna-
because I've been scared all day that Kevin Durant was getting traded to the
well,
Warriors.
there's that. I'm glad he said, "I don't want to go to the Warriors."
Yeah. Shout out to KD for the group text.
Good for
to
KD.
to all of the insiders. Yeah, I ain't doing that.
But we got alerted to a clip earlier of
I got
De'Aaron
it.
Fox, talking about it just seems a little odd, I guess. I mean, the trade rumors. He said it. He never said he wanted to go anywhere. Business is crazy. Anything could happen in this business. And here's De'Aaron talking about what happened during the trade rumors.
I was like, I want Steph here. And I texted him that. I told him, you're a big reason why I wanted to come here. So that's a big thing about it, being able to play with Vic and being able to play with Steph. And even Dev and Keldon and a lot of those guys being able to play with HB again, and even CP still being here.
Mm-hmm. It's a spectacular heel turn. Look, that look on De'Aaron's face is how I feel about De'Aaron Fox right now. For those that are watching, that look, that's how we've been looking at you all day, dog. From your little shots at the Kings about depth and, Mike used to tell me and all of this, like, that's how we're looking at you right there. That face you're making. Sorry for the.
I mean, that's just great. My whole thing has always been, if you want to leave, you got more than enough. I don't want to say ammunition, but you got more than enough reasons to say, "Hey, I've done enough time here. I'm ready to move on. I'm not really a fan of how things operate here. It's cool. Like, you spent 8 years here, man. This is your first time to kind of choose where you want to go. It's okay. Like, it's not a problem for me at all. I don't like Fox any less because of that or anything. But like the whole time, it's like, he didn't say this. Never asked for a trade request. It's just a business. Whatever happens. I'm not surprised. But bro, you've been pushing to get out of here. You've been pushing to go to San Antonio. It's okay. It's okay. Don't play in our face though. Don't act like that's not what was happening.
Yeah, I would just it's always complicated. And I think that at the end of the day, players, I don't fault players for wanting to go somewhere that they can find more success. I don't. You gave the Kings a 7.5-year window to figure it out. And at the end of the day, they didn't. And does that hurt for Kings fans? Yeah, it does. But don't forget that the Kings can trade anybody at any time and not even look back. Players sign a contract. Once they sign that contract, you could sign a 5-year deal to be in South Beach, and a year into that deal, they can trade you to Minnesota. And you can go from being a beach person and the Miami nightlife to a dude who's in negative 22-degree weather. And it's like, hey, that's the rules. And so
but Pat Riley, we'd look at him crazy if he was like, I wanted him to be here forever. It's just a business though. I thought he was going to retire here. It's just a business. All the time he's making the calls to trade the man. We'd look at him crazy
all the time.
We'd look at him crazy. We'd be like, bro, don't say that. Clearly you didn't.
I think the one
That's
problem,
all I'm saying.
I get that, but I think the one problem with Jimmy Butler, you have to pull the Jimmy Butler one to the side.
Well, I'm just saying Miami because you said Miami.
Yeah.
Not specific to a player, just that GM, whatever GM you're talking about. If they came out, if Nico came out here and it's like, we wanted Luka to be a Maverick forever, I don't know what happened. It's just a business, but we just want him to be here. No, you traded him. You wanted him gone.
I would say,
don't say that.
Yeah, again, some of these guys, specifically Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler is a dude in every movie where they're trying to destroy whatever evidence there was in a car when they stole it or they got away from somewhere. and then they throw a grenade or they light a Molotov cocktail and throw it in the car. Or they put the, like in the gas tank, they put the like piece of cloth and light it on
I've seen
fire.
that one, yeah.
And they go walk away, and then as soon as they get like 30 steps away, the whole car blows up.
I'm running.
That's Jimmy Butler. He doesn't run. He just walks slowly as he just lights the entire world on fire behind him. That's him. And I don't think that that's who De'Aaron Fox is. This was a weird situation though. Like this entire trade season has been weird. And let's be honest. Like when it's all said and done, is De'Aaron Fox can be like the third best player traded, the fourth best player, the fifth best player traded? Like this is a wild trade deadline.
Yeah, I think it's going to get wilder.
Like Luka, AD, KD.
Well, like nothing's going to top. Like Luka being traded already makes this the wildest trade deadline
Most
ever.
stunning moment in NBA trade history.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
Sports trade history.
Yeah, it might be.
That was crazy.
Might be. The tweet heard around the world. The X heard around the world. What do you think of Kyle Kuzma?
The Kyle Kuzma trade to
Kyle Kuzma, for God's sake.
I thought we were going NBA.
Zach LaVine. What did you think about
Somebody
Zach
said
LaVine?
Kuzma in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, is that what it was? I don't know. I don't care. Kyle Kuzma was traded to the Bucks. Like, salute. That's a good move. Zach LaVine in his introductory press conference.
I thought it was good.
Other than the fact he looks stellar.
Yeah, I mean, I think like I heard afterwards, like, hey, he's grown up a whole lot from when he was young, and I thought that was interesting. I also like, look, he knows who he is as a player, and he wants to go somewhere where he was wanted, and that's something he made very clear. And I don't know if that was like 8 times he took a jab at the Bulls, but it certainly felt like he was looking for a place where he knew he was wanted. And whatever has happened on the back end of this deal, that's what the Kings have done here. They've made him feel like he's totally wanted. I asked him about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, even like a year ago, we heard you might come here to join De'Aaron Fox, and now it's different. And he said he's had conversations with De'Aaron, in the past. They share the same agent and everything else. I thought he was good. I thought it was an on point discussion, and it's an introductory press conference. Right? He's sitting there at the grocery store, shopping in the meat department, and he doesn't know how the sausage is made here yet. He hasn't been through any of this yet here in Sacramento, and so you're always, when you walk in the door, it's always like the new thing. But what does it look like in 3 months? What does it look like in a year? And that's where you start to have, have they done the right things to make this thing get better and improve? And that's the biggest question. Like, how do you put it all together and push this thing way forward?
Who do you think no, I don't want to lead the witness. When De'Aaron Fox was here, did you look at him as like the leader of that locker room? He had been here the longest. He was looked at as a franchise. Did you look at him in that way? Do you think that the team, the players looked at him as the leader of the franchise? I only ask because the follow-up would be, if that's gone, who do you think steps into that role?
Well, I think it's interesting because we're always like, who is that guy, right? And I think sometimes there are teams that there just isn't that guy, or that it's shared across multiple people. I think Zach LaVine has an opportunity to step in and be like the leading scorer. So will his name be on the billboard more often than not? Yeah. But I still think it's either Malik's team or it's Domas's team. And I think those two together can, they're probably going to be like the voices again. And you have tomorrow here. But ask me in a year, ask me in 2 years, because the way that this thing has changed, somebody put out a graphic from the 2022-23 training camp roster, and there's 4 guys left. And that's the year they won a ton of games. That's crazy. Maybe there's 5, but that's life in the NBA, man. It moves so quickly. And I think, as soon as you think, Trey Lyles has stepped up as a leader. Well, Trey Lyles is on an expiring contract. We know if he'll be here after tomorrow, let alone next season after. And so you always have to be ready to like have a voice in the locker room. And, again, like Jay Crowder's walked in and he's been a voice in the locker room for this team. Whether he's a huge voice because he doesn't get to play very often, I don't know. But still, like, I think that it's an NBA locker room is always evolving. It's a good question, though, because you have no idea what it's going to look like. Whose personality is going to win out, who's going to be the big voice in the room. Whether Zach LaVine, after, like coming into the league and not being one of those guys, all of a sudden in year 11 is one of those guys. And you learn, you grow, you have experiences, and then you walk in the door and, maybe you can bring something new to an organization and find your voice in a way that like Malik Monk did when he walked in the door. Malik wasn't this guy in other places. He's fun guy, but he wasn't like a lightning rod for success. And now he is. And so, like, again, I think certain locker rooms, certain places you go, they open a door for that where you can actually have a big voice and or players can find their voice. And then other places like, you can't do that in Los Angeles. That's straight up, that's LeBron's team. And, it's tough to do that in Golden State. It's Steph's team, and he's got Draymond there to make sure everyone knows it's Steph's team the entire time. So there are places where it's okay to be that person, and other places where it's just not.
Do you think this team got better over the last week?
As of right now, I don't know. Maybe. Like, we'll have to wait and see what it looks like.
Not leaps and bounds better, obviously, but, we've argued LaVine and Fox could be lateral or marginally worse. We've been begging for, that 10 to 12 minute guy that you were talking about to start this conversation, and literally got one of those guys we were asking for in Jonas Valanciunas. Does that make the Kings? Again, we're not talking about massive margins, but does that make them a little bit better than they were a week ago?
No, I mean, the combination of Valanciunas and LaVine, it might make you better. I mean, we have to see how it works. So, again, Zach LaVine is a much more efficient scorer and a much better shooter than De'Aaron Fox. At least he has been this season. Like, if he translates directly from the player he was in Chicago and just comes in and he's just like a knockdown off the dribble shooter, and they can get him in a 2-man game, and all of a sudden, like, you could totally find like this really nice lane for this team to improve. But until I see it on the court, like, I don't know. Like, I want to make sure that you see, like, if the void of De'Aaron Fox isn't always noticeable. And, they got through one win the other night, but, like, you got to do it. You got another, 30-something games. Like, how do you piece it together? How do you pull it together? And I'm not sure that we know yet, and we have to see it on the floor. Again, it's possible that Valanciunas gets here, and you're like, okay, I don't know how we play him more than, like, 8 minutes a game. Because not because he's a bad player, but because a small ball 5 might work better for the roster that you have. And so we might the whole time be looking and going, okay, Jonas Valanciunas, certainly you don't want to go in the key when he's there, and he might protect the rim better, but the offense works better. So you don't know until you get a guy in your building and you start, working through some of the bumps and bruises and trying to, again, the All-Star break is just around the corner. This team will have some time to like gel on the during the All-Star break and maybe like get some play sets and all that stuff going with some of the new guys. But again, this is going to be a lot of adjustments on the fly. I don't think we'll know until probably next season if the moves that happen today are going to be better or not.
Feels like, sorry, Casey, real quick. It feels like Doug is the perfect coach for that. I feel like Doug, like, again, I'm stealing lines. Doug is maybe a little more free, a little more loose than, might be a little, okay, Zach, here's what we got to do. And you got to do this, 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 and this. And like Doug's a little bit more, hey, just be there for each other. Follow everyone, follow the guy's lead, and you'll be just fine out there. Like Zach said, like Zach LaVine said today, it's basketball. That's what they do. They play basketball. It's just basketball.
Yeah, I think so too. And I also think that, like Zach was very clear that he and Doug have had a relationship for a long time, that he's a Seattle guy. And Doug is one of the guys that that sort of paved the way to escape like the rough part of Seattle and make it to the NBA. And there's a long list of players after Doug that have made it. And I'm sure there are players that made it before, but a lot of them look to Doug as like one of those guys, that have made a big difference in their basketball lives. He talked about how, even when Doug was doing TV and radio, that like Zach would always come over and get a big hug from Doug. And like, so there's a relationship there, and that's a good thing. Like, you have two guys that are from a similar neighborhood, that they know each other's lives outside of basketball a little bit more. And I think that can be a tie that binds too. Whether Doug is I hope that Doug is the right guy. And I hope that they give him the opportunity to be that guy. And I hope that they don't judge him on what they do here in the next 30 games where, things went horribly south here. Like, we can all attest. Sure, they got back over 500 and Doug's 12-6 as a head coach. But like, this is chaos, man. This thing is burning. So Doug has to be a fireman and a head coach. He's got to try to put out fires all over the place and try to get this team through a really difficult transition of going.
I don't think it's burning.
Well, I don't know.
I think
it was burning.
I think it was.
Oh, we'll see. Yeah. I mean, a lot of times bringing in new players, it does that. It extinguishes a lot of things, but like, that doesn't mean that everyone in the locker room is excited about what just happened.
Sure.
And so there might be a lot more cleanup here than what we're seeing on the outside.
It could be,
and that's not easy.
You're right. There could also be relief.
No, that's
not,
true.
and I'm not saying that De'Aaron's problematic. That's not what I mean. I think I'm talking too much. Casey, go ahead. I just feel like there's Casey's been saying he had a foot out the door. Like, if he knew that, if we knew that, Malik, like, they knew that, and there could be a certain sense of you were adamant. They quit Saturday night against Oklahoma City.
Oh yeah,
but what did they look like against Minnesota?
They look like a team that was fighting. But
yeah, but so there's, again, I'm not blaming De'Aaron for that, but there is a certain, well, damn it, there's a dark cloud hanging over the organization. and maybe the skies weren't blue on Monday, but it's like, all right, it's that like, I can envision, and I know you can too, Doug, saying like, it's us. It's us now, and them going out there and having that win against Minnesota, which we were, adamant, regardless of what happened against Oklahoma City, you had to get that game against Minnesota, and they did it.
Yeah, look, I think it's like, that can happen. Like, this thing can totally turn around, and I hope it does. Like, I do, but at the same time, like, we don't know what will happen. Like, I mentioned it the other day. The Kings won the first game after they traded DeMarcus Cousins, and everybody felt like, Then they lost 8
Willie
straight.
Cauley-Stein, baby.
No, but then they lost 8 straight.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, they did.
Did it?
Are
you sure?
No, they did. They lost 8 straight.
I don't remember that.
So that's where you're like, I don't know how this story is going to be written, because what happens in like the basketball world is just very weird. Like, the way that things change all the time, and you just have no idea. You have no idea what's going to happen. And like, I certainly hope, because I would much rather cover really good basketball than really bad basketball. And I'd much rather watch his team avoid the lottery and make the playoffs and get to cover playoff series. But there's no guarantee of anything. This team could go on some crazy streak like the Dallas Mavericks did last year, where they made a couple of tweaks at the deadline. But this isn't a couple of tweaks. I mean, this is like, you traded your number one player, and whether he's a number one player elsewhere or anything else, he was a number one player here in Sacramento. You traded him, and you're starting new with somebody else.
Yeah.
And we don't know how that's going to look.
Mavericks didn't make a couple of tweaks this offseason or this trade deadline.
No, they did not. They did not.
They went in a different direction.
Hey, I want everybody to know. Follow me on my socials. Beam Money will be up with Prize Picks, man. I'm gonna get that lineup set up, but I can promise you this: on Sunday, I'm gonna have Patrick Mahomes in my lineup, because you're getting pretty much a free square.
We know pretty much about it. 1 yard, 1 win. Simple as that.
That's it. And you need one other win, and boom, you've won. Just like that. So Prize Picks, they got you covered for the big game. Put in that promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM for $50 instantly. Must be present in certain states. Prize Picks, run your game.
Orlando, kind of a weird basketball team coming in here. Lost 4 in a row. Lost 9 of 10.
Dealing with injuries too.
You hear me? Well, they dealt with injuries earlier and looked fantastic.
Yeah. Caught up with them.
Yeah, it absolutely has caught up with them. Again, lost 9 of 10, and you start looking at, the games before the trade. The games before the All-Star break, and you start. Got a chance to grab a couple here, and you don't want to be the get-right team for Orlando. This low-key back at home, Zach LaVine debut. It's low-key a big game for Sacramento tonight.
Straight up. Straight up. I agree 100%, man. Let's bring this one home. Let's light the beam tonight, man. Come on now.
Well, that's not going to fill the final 45 seconds of the show. So the hell with both of you. I'll do it myself.
I know it's Wednesday. Yeah, we still got time.
Man, I got to do everything around here.
Now we have 30 seconds.
See, now we have 30 seconds. Now I'm just using words to kill time.
All right, Damian McNair.
Okay. No, because Damian McNair would just be like, mine. James. All right, man. We appreciate you for being with us. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button. We welcome all the new viewers who have checked us out over the last few weeks, man. Thank you. Welcome all the new listeners as well. Make sure that you're back here tomorrow. We'll recap the Kings game and the NBA trade deadline. We'll see you here tomorrow on Sacramento Sports Leader, beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders. We're already in commercial, so it's cool. No, are we in commercial? No, we're not. ESPN 1320. I was looking at KSFM. I have KSFM pulled up, the final block of the show.
Yeah.
We didn't get a chance to talk about it, but it's here on my screen. That Nets Rockets final was crazy.
Crazy.
That was crazy, man.
Did you see it? 2 threes in 6 seconds. D'Lo hit the last one.
Oh.
Yeah, it was they turned the ball over on the I think Cam.
Rockets were up 5.
Mm-hmm.
Let one of the Johnsons hit a 3.
I think it was Cam.
2.
Mm-hmm.
And then they fumbled the inbounds pass. D'Lo gets it, hits another 3, puts them up 1.
And they win.
People are all angry with me in the chat.
Well,
you can have there's 11 years worth of Zach LaVine sample size to know who he is as a player.
I want Zach LaVine to average 40 just to get under your skin.
I don't care if he averages 12 or if he averages 40. If the Kings win, that's realistically all that matters. So,
Biggity Blake's not mad at you.
Biggity Blake.
Yeah.
David J's not angry.
Oh, and John Bull's not angry with me. Yay.
I don't know that that's true. I don't know.
Well, if he is, I'll have Kyle punch him in the face.
I'd be a little sketchy about what John Bull says.
Hey, move that camera over
Yeah.
a little bit. Move that camera over. Let them see what you're rocking with, man.
Stop, man.
That's
Go to the full screen.
We're gonna end the stream.
What?
We'll see y'all
Go to
tomorrow.
the full screen. Let them
Look,
know
you
what
can't
time
even
it
see
is.
it. Can't see. Okay, all right. We'll see y'all tomorrow.